come sing with us, enjoy its kingdom theme. Come worship God before His throne. His Son is King, let's make it known. Come learn this song about the kingdom. Bow down to God and praise His holy name. With this new song we advertise the kingdom. Christ Jesus rules, the earth is His domain. And as foretold, there is a newborn nation, the kingdom heirs to welcome Jesus' reign. Come worship God before His throne. His Son is King, let's make it known. This song about the kingdom, bow down to God and praise His holy name. In solemn prayer he said to God, I've come to do your will. When he came up from the Jordan, as God's anointed son, obedient and loyal he would serve as God's dedicated one. We come before you, Jehovah, to praise your name so great. Dissolve itself with humble hearts, our lives we dedicate. You gave your only begotten, who paid the price for all. No longer as living for ourselves, for you we shall live or
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
But for your grace I could not be saved. But for your grace I would go my way. I'm forever grateful that you have been
and treasures of the earth. There's no way to measure what you're worth.
Perfect submission, all is at rest, I in my Savior am happy and blessed, watching and waiting, I'm looking above, filled with His goodness, lost in His love. This is my story. Oh, this is
Come on, put those hands together for Jesus. How many of you know that our God is holy? Hallelujah. Bless his wonderful name. Come on, put those hands together, everybody.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
You also sing here. Don't worry. This government.
Is it not for that station, John?
Don't worry you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are
your number one talk radio station, 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
My name is Ifeanyi. I'm calling you from. Hello?
Yes, today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
My name is William. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, William from Port Harcourt. Go ahead.
Talk radio.
You have a right to say no, right? All right.
I'm calling from Yenipua.
Okay, thank you so much from Yenagua.
We are the station that needs no introduction. Of course, you know, we give the best in news, sports.
You like football, right?
Entertainment, politics. In fact, call it talk. Yes, we know there's a lot you want to hear, and that is why we talk about everything.
Talk radio.
We're right before you. It's just a dial away. This is your number one premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Good morning, sir.
My pikin, how are you this morning?
I'm fine, sir.
You dey go school?
Yes, sir.
Make sure say you read.
Madam, please, can I have one small juice and 2 biscuits there? Please be fast. Okay, customer, pay no vex. I dey come, make her bring them.
Invite me,
No, you're late. You're late already.
Plantain, buy plantain.
See as this small girl they cross this busy road anyhow.
Sweet plantain.
So your mama no know say you too young to the hawk.
Now one for mama. Oh, I bet come on for it. Make I cross road.
Made in China.
Oh,
no,
buy your plantain.
Leave the road.
The fact that you're not financially buoyant doesn't mean that you should abuse your child. Most times, these children don't have the capacity or knowledge to carry on the tasks. Education, they say, is an important aspect in a child's life. So do well not to take away that opportunity from them, as it will affect them later in the future. Remember that giving out your child for early marriage could also affect the child's life. So stop child trafficking. Avoid sending them out in the name of making money, because the children today are the leaders of tomorrow. Don't ruin their future with your ignorance. Say no today to child abuse. Say no today to child trafficking. Say no today to child marriage. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM.
We are the future. We are the dream. We are the nation. We are part of this. Yes, we are so amazing. That's the least we shall be.
Hold on, Kata. No, don't say else. Just bring 5,000 now.
Only.
Make
the Kata day. Make the code remain.
Yeah, they worry.
You are not aware you're a thief. Now that you know that your money is coming from a thief, do you not see why you're a thief?
All right, still talking about affairs of the federal government. We understand also that the federal government...
Welcome to today's edition of Beats and Pieces in the Premium Talk and News Radio.
And it's going to be 1-1 Morata. 1-0 is never good enough.
That's where we're called the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Act.
They're saying that the explanation given by the military was not enough to say that he saved up to buy those houses or to buy. Man, let me just quickly get your thoughts here so that we throw that into the opinion program. I think I have a picture of what Fayose looked like on that day and what he was saying from that caption. It's not just giving him a certificate. We must see the
consequential order must be obeyed first, as to even those who have not attended the law class. Now you want that place is that place.
This is where it comes.
So why don't we start that first? You have that angle open now. Nothing is holding you from doing that now.
You look at it and make sure and understand that restructuring is what Nigeria needs.
Today's quest from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Catch Annie on this frequency, Monday to Friday.
That is absolutely their position. Respect the law. Now the question will be which law?
Today's quest, a sure way to start your day.
Because he hasn't really done anything here.
Yeah,
because both parties are contending. They're saying that the explanation given by the military was not enough to say that he saved up to buy those houses or to buy. Man, let me just quickly get your thoughts here so that we throw that into the opinion program. I think I have a picture of what Fayose looked like on that day and what he was saying from that caption. It's not just giving him a certificate. We must see the
consequential order must be obeyed first, as to even those who have not attended the law class. Now you want that place is that place.
This is where it comes.
So why don't we start that first? You have that angle open now. Nothing is holding you from doing that now.
You look at it and make sure and understand that restructuring is what Nigeria needs.
Today's quest from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Catch Annie on this frequency, Monday to Friday.
That is absolutely their position. Respect the law. Now the question will be which law?
Today's quest, a sure way to start your day.
Okay, good morning, and you are all welcome to a new week, the first working day of the week. So actually, it's like a new working day of the week. The week actually started yesterday, Sunday. So today's the first working day of a new week, and we are excited to start it again. And thank God it is Monday. Aren't I happy? A couple of people I know wouldn't be happy because people hate Mondays. Like Garfield, you hate Mondays. You know, for me, I feel like it's how you perceive the day. If there wasn't Monday, it was Tuesday, you would also say the same thing. Reason being that you've been resting Saturday, Sunday, and now you just have to get back to work. Imagine getting back to work and meeting plenty of money on Monday. I think that would be cool for, a Monday. And then you'd be excited it's Monday, wouldn't it be? Well, that's how you should see it. And every other day should be a day full of opportunities for you, and you should be ready to grab those opportunities when they come. My name is Andrew, Ifeyemi Andrew, and you're welcome to Morning Motivation on Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk radio station. Time is just about 22 minutes past 6, and all I'm going to do today is introduce us to what we would be talking about this week and just say a few words here and there. Now, how do I say this? Yeah. In the course of the weekend, which of course I'm sure you had an exciting one. I did myself. It was eventful, it was fun, it was quiet at the same time, it was inspiring too. Now, in the course of the weekend, I thought about a lot of things, and I was trying to put together what we could talk about for the week. And something struck me. Something really did. In the course of conversations with people and some arguments that we have, and trying to put your points ahead of each other's points in a pointful way sometimes, I discovered that some people know stuff. But because they know stuff, they're limited. How? I'll tell you why. They know stuff. They are limited because they feel like they know and they've known it all. So there's no need knowing more. This is what I know. What I know is the highest of it all. That's it. That's the best. Not knowing that learning is a process. It never ends. I mean, while I was growing up in school, they used to tell me that we had, 9 planets? In fact, I was flogged for it. You forget the 9 planets. And we came up with the formula. My very excellent Mary Jones sat on Pluto. That was the formula then for us to remember the 9 planets so we don't forget. I was caned, I was flogged, I was, punished because I couldn't remember sometimes. Only to grow up and tell you they discovered more. In fact, we have 8. One planet is a dead planet. You begin to hear, and then you'll be like, oh my goodness. So, right? There are a lot of things. Characteristics of a living thing. More has been added. While we were in school, it was about 7 of it. But that shows you that learning never ends. It is a process. And for you to be good at what you do and be the best at what you do or get better at what you do, you need to possess one very important quality as a human being. And that quality is meekness. You have to learn to be meek. Not milk, meek. Okay, so we don't get it twisted. Not M-E-E-K, that's what I mean. M-E-E-K-N-E-S-S, meekness. We've been hearing the word meekness, 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 be meek, be meek, be meek. But have you thought about what it means? Have you looked deep into it to understand what it means? Life is great. Listen, every one person in the world today who is a billionaire or a millionaire or made it out in one way or the other, it was because they never stopped learning. They never stopped learning. Regardless of who they were getting the knowledge from, they would be humble to learn it because it could be very useful. In fact, it is useful. Quickly, I'll tell you what meekness is. All right? So, meekness is an attribute of man's human nature and behavior. It has been defined several ways. Some people say righteous, some people say humble, but this is what I want you to take out of it. Teachable. Teachable and patient. Under-suffering, long-suffering. Teachable and patient. An attribute of a true disciple. Meekness also could be being submissiveness. Most importantly there, humble, teachable, and patient. Teachable and patient. Do you have a teachable spirit? That's where the question lies. Some people don't want to learn because they know a little already. So, and besides, who are you to teach me? Like I think I know more than you do. If you have that sort of mentality, you'd never grow past where you are. Because you are a function of what you know. The more you know, the more you grow. So you're a function of what you know. You are where you are today. It is because of the availability of knowledge to you. That's why you're where you are. If you get more exposed and learn more and know more, you would grow more and go farther. So you must have a teachable spirit, a teachable mindset. That's what you should develop now. Be able to learn, listen to people. You're a boss in the office. You cannot know it all. You can't. No matter how smart. You might have been to Harvard or Yale or wherever you schooled. Yeah, you might have spent all your life abroad and then you come back home and feel like, yo, because I studied abroad, I am superior, I'm the best, I know it all. You don't. No man is a full custodian of knowledge. No one man except God, only God. No one man. No one man. So, it's a process for you every single day. Now you have a job. I mean, over the weekend we were talking about a bus driver in the University of Port Harcourt and how he does his work. If you listen to the show on Saturday, you'd have heard in the evening we were talking about the man who has made fun out of driving a bus, a shuttle, in the University of Port Harcourt. Looking forward to meet that guy, too. Great guy, so I've heard. And you ask yourself, for some people, when you do a job, what ways do you think about to make the job better? How do you come up with ideas? And if you don't have a meek spirit, if you're not teachable, if you don't want to learn, it's almost difficult or impossible for you to come up with new ideas to help yourself. Because why? You would have to discuss this and people suggest to you, like, you could do this, you could do that. It's going to make it better. You could think within yourself and come up with ideas as well. But when you're filled with pride, when you don't want to listen, when you feel like nobody can tell you nothing, like Kanye West, you can't tell me nothing. When you have that you can't tell me nothing attitude, it becomes difficult for you to grow. Every successful man, every success. I'll tell you something. Even our Almighty God listens to advice. He listens to words. He knows it all, but he listens. And I'll prove it to you. He needs to get thoughts from people as well. He made everything in the world in 7 days. In 7 days. And while he was making the firmaments, the birds, the animals, he never called anybody. He never sought for any gathering or meeting. He never did. He never did. He made all of the other things just like that. And when it got to a time to make man, he said, let us make man. Meaning it wasn't just him. He actually, called on people to know what they think. He already is omnipotent. Like he would say he has all the knowledge, the all-knowing God. But even the all-knowing God didn't just impose himself on everybody. Even to man, he gave us a choice. So it goes to tell you that you have to have a humble mind. You have to be able to have a teachable spirit. If you don't cultivate that, you would not go far. Trust me, you wouldn't go far. Tomorrow, we'll talk more on this, meekness. And it's an interesting story I'd love to share with you guys. And I also do hold open phone lines, as we always do, to get your thoughts and tell me what you think and how you feel about meekness. So as you go out today, final words to you this morning. Do not disregard any human being. Do not look down on any human being. Mr. 2K said, God can bless anybody. Just anybody can be blessed and used by God. The gate man you look down on every day, you go into the complex, you don't say good morning, you don't say hi, you don't show them any courtesy because you feel like they are the gate. Your life is in their hands, One day someone could come and drop a parcel, wants to give you something, and meet that gate man and ask him, oh, do you know Mr. Peter? And he said, no, Mr. Peter does not work here. And that's it for you. Be nice to everybody. You can learn from anybody. Even a kid can say something so inspiring to you, and you learn from it. So regard every human being. Be meek, develop a teachable spirit in all that you do. Avenue for learning is just very massive. So take advantage of it. All right? And that's the much I can say for this morning. Wishing you a very beautiful day at work. So have fun, do your work to the best of your ability, and stay out of trouble. My name is still Andrew. All right? And now it is time for us to go work out. Time to stretch our muscles a little bit. So join us on Morning Stretches. Don't touch your dial.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Today's morning stretches to get your body at its optimal for the day's quest.
I'm Chief Francis Fitness, coming to you the continuation of our topic, the effect of alcohol on the body. The effect of alcohol on the body. Now we're going to continue the effect of alcohol on your Perkins. A Perkins is a large muscle gland located behind the stomach. Prolonged binge drinking can cause irreversible damage to your Perkins. In 1 in 2 hormone-producing endocrine and digestive eccrine gland. Even a single isolated incident of binge drinking has been known to result in an episode of acute pancreatitis. Alcoholic inflammation of these pancreas can lead to chronic fibrosis, which can cause insufficiency in both the eccrine digestive enzymes and the endocrine insulin system. When inflammation blocks digestive enzymes from being released normally into the GI tract, they can attack the pancreas itself, as well as seep out to other surrounding tissues. The resulting autodigestion of previously healthy tissues can lead to acute pancreatitis and cyst inflammation. Cyst is like a growth. This leads to unpleasant sound like surgical emergency. You just have a surgical emergency. Pancreatitis can also lead to medical conditions as well, such as severe abdominal pain, diabetes, jaundice, and even circulatory collapse. Not everyone suffers from this condition. Some are more susceptible than others. A person who drinks as little as 20 grams or more than 200 grams of alcohol could develop these complications, while others, no matter how much they drink, will never develop these issues. But there's always a risk, ain't it? Lastly, the effect of alcohol on the bladder and kidney. The effect of alcohol on the bladder and kidney. Alcohol is a diuretic. The more you take in, the more you urinate. It's a merely inconvenient effect of alcohol on the bladder and kidney. However, alcohol can have much more side effects for long-term drinkers or binge drinkers. Alcohol can inflame the lining of the bladder, causing it to swell and stretch to the dangerous size. If it swells, it can block flow to the kidneys as well, which could cause the renal failure. Finally, my brothers and sisters, now you know what alcohol can do to your system. All this is inside your system. Why some are able to enjoy alcohol in moderation, its potential for abuse is difficult to ignore. Our lengthy list of disastrous health effects should underscore alcohol's dangerous potential. Encouragingly, recovering from alcohol as well as medical treatment for many of its associated with health conditions can occur gradually if you are concerned that binge drinkers or chronic excessive alcohol abuse. So you know if you're better still to reduce or better I prefer to quit, but you quit gradually, okay? So I'm stopping here. Join me for a moment for an exercise. I'm going to be doing exercise in a moment.
Make we scatter this place tonight. Dance and sweat till like sin a fight.
All right, we're going to be warming up with a squat. Warming up with a squat. Give me 20 squats. Ready, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Again, 1, 2. Squat down. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Well done. Okay, we're starting now. We're going to be jabbing side by side. Slightly bend down and as if you're seated like a squat position, and give me that jab. Jab your right hand to the left side and the left hand to the right side. Ready, go. Jab.
I make we spend this money, Now because of you, I get to
go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Last 10. Go. 1, jab, 2, jab, 3, jab, 4, harder, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Keep going. Go. 1, don't stop. 2, keep moving. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Well done. Next, we're going to still jab. We're still jabbing, but we're doing uppercut jab. Uppercut jab. Like jabbing up, okay? Your palm facing up. Both opposite side. Ready, go. 1, 2. Same thing. 3, 4, but upper. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Uppercuts. Go. 1, 2. Harder. 3. Harder. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Last 10. Go. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Then next we're going to be kicking the right leg. Only your right leg kick to the side. Only the right leg kick to the side. As high as your waistline, okay? Ready, go. Right leg kick. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lift it up. 5. Kick. 6. Kick. 7 to the side. 8, 9. Higher. Go. 1, 2, 3. Kick. 4. Kick. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Last 10. Lift those legs. 1. Kick it. 2. Higher. 3. Lift it. 4, 5, 6, and breathe. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Same turn to the left side, okay? Use only one leg to stand. If you can, just grab onto, use your hand to hold the wall or something. But make sure you're kicking that leg as high as your waistline, okay? Ready, kick side, left leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Last 10. Kick. 1. Kick. 2. Higher. 3. Higher. 4, 5. Don't stop. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Well done. Now we're going to kick those legs forward. This time we're going to be alternating the right leg and the left leg, okay? When you kick the right leg forward as high as your belly button, as you drop it down, you kick the left leg forward, okay? And do not drop down. Land softly. You're in control of your leg. Do not land like bah on the floor so you don't hurt your ankles, okay? Ready? We'll start with the right leg kick forward. Go. 1. Left leg. 2. Right leg. 3. Left leg. 4. Like that. Alternate both legs. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 again. 1. Higher. 2. Higher. 3. Higher. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Last kick. Go. 1. Don't stop. 2. Don't stop. 3. Keep moving. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Jump and just move your body. Jump and just. Let's go. Jump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Jump again. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Last jump. Go. 1. Don't stop. 2. Keep moving. 3, 4. Keep moving. 5. Jump. 6. Jump. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Well done. You're doing great. Well done. Now grab onto your right leg. Use your left hand to hold the wall. Hold on to something. Now let's stretch it out. Grab onto your right leg and take it backward. Grab the right ankle and hold it there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Switch. Grab the left leg and hold while you're standing with only the right leg. 1, 2, your ankle, hold the ankle, 3, take it backward, 4, 5, and 6. Well done.
Of you, I get to goosebumps all over. This feeling got me falling all over. Get as is something they do me for body, oh. I make me spend this money, oh. And my baby for life.
Now stretch the whole of your body to the right side and hold 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Left side, hold 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Good job. Now try to touch your toe. If you can't touch onto your toe, but keep your legs straight. Don't bend your knee, okay? Do not cheat. Grab onto your ankles. Go down. Feel the stretch, the whole of your body. Hold there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Good job. Well done. You did a very great job. Thank you so much for listening to me this week. For more information, WhatsApp my line on 080-333-96765. Thank you so much. Have a lovely weekend. And join me again next week. God bless you.
This place tonight. Dance and sweating like in a fight. We must settle this thing tonight. Yeah.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is The Priceless Truth with Pastor O.J. Ohiwere, featuring teachings from the Word of God.
Many times, what hinders fellowship is often the product of us being self-absorbed or unconcerned. And as a matter of fact, there are quite a lot of people who fellowship more with the television or radio or the internet than they do persons. There is often the lightening of burdens when you are able to genuinely interact. The word seems to have taken a different meaning today. So when you say the word fellowship, it may not capture the essence. And that's the reason why we need to try to pull things here and there and paint a picture of what true fellowship is. Where there is genuine fellowship, there is openness, there is honesty. That's plain, sincere expression. No hanky-panky, no hiding of anything, but an openness that is unmatched by anything else. Clean water is not necessarily just clear water, because it can be clear and not clean. And so there is interaction that is not real fellowship, and there is an interaction that is fellowship. Many times when we parent our children, we parent our children with the thought of discipline only. And so we're often more concerned about them complying to rules and regulations in the home. And so you raise your children to comply. And many times they comply. But if there is no fellowship, there is often not much transfer made from the parent to the children. As a matter of fact, those who fellowship with them more have more influence over them. And the only influence you really have is the fear of punishment. So they comply. And in your mind, you say, well, they are doing well. But do you know them? And so true knowledge is known in the place of fellowship. To father children is easy. And that you father children does not necessarily mean you have a relationship with them. You can be married and there is no fellowship. You talk, but there is no fellowship. Now, what happens is we have taken our deficiencies in this area into our relationship with God. So what you find is a situation where our relationship with God is no longer genuine. We just mouth it. And I guess this is what Jesus was talking about when Jesus was saying, they draw nigh unto me with their lips, but their hearts are far away. So let's get it right. Fellowship with God is not exactly simply about compliance to rules and regulations. You can have that and still not be in fellowship. If it were simply about the rules and the regulations, that rich man would not have had a sense of emptiness. But when he saw Jesus, he knew there was something peculiar about this man's relationship with God. But he had a different kind of relationship with God. His relationship with God was one that was centered around rules and regulations. Don't get this wrong. Jesus complied. The Bible says he was tempted in all points, like as we are, and yet was without sin. So it's beyond compliance. So don't think that I'm trying to say don't comply, just have fellowship. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just trying to help us to see that there is a depth that goes beyond just compliance. Master, he said, that thing that you have, I like to have it. He recognized it as eternal life. And then Jesus simply said, go comply. And he said, I've obeyed all the rules since I was a kid, and have failed in none. And then the Lord said, one thing thou lackest. There is something that has caught your attention. There is something that you love. There is something that you interact with. There is something that holds your desire. There is something that has arrested your cravings. There is something that has taken you away. So, you know what you need to do? If you want eternal life, give it all up. And then come follow me. And so that in your interaction with the Lord, it will not be on the basis of what I want him to give me, or whether I want him to preserve and protect what I have, but simply to be with you. Let go of all those things. Come, follow me. The Bible says that the one who looked at the Lord with expectation went away dejected. He wanted eternal life, but was not ready to pay the price. What is the story of the church? Are we in any way better than that man in terms of attitude? I don't think so. Because largely, coming to church for some is just compliance to certain rules. I'm expected to. I should be there. Isn't that the right thing to do?
We invite you to join us from 8 to 11 November for a word banquet with Pastor O.J. Ohiwere as he ministers God's word under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit. Come, experience the power of God's word to save, transform, heal, and build you up. Get your passion for God and his word rekindled and burning like never before as God's people gather around the banquet table of his unfailing word. Date again, 8 to 11 November. Time is 6 p.m. on Thursday and Friday, 5 p.m. on Saturday, and 9 a.m. on Sunday. 6 p.m. on Thursday and Friday, 5 p.m. on Saturday, and 9 a.m. on Sunday. Venue, 16 Elom Street, off Woji Road, Woji, Port Harcourt. It is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. Matthew chapter 4, verse 4.
Compliance devoid of fellowship has no life in it. And so we must understand that it is actually in the place of fellowship that life is born. It's in the place of fellowship that growth is experienced. It's in the place of fellowship that we get to know God and to discover who we are. if we were Apostle Paul, we would have concluded much sooner than now that we know him. He wasn't seeking God when he was found. And his situation was a bit peculiar in the sense that his salvation was very dramatic. There he was in pursuit of compliance to rules and regulations that were handed over to him by the teachers of the law. And it didn't matter to him if he had to kill to fulfill that. He just had to comply. In the midst of that, he was arrested. He began his experience with God, or his relationship with God, by something spectacular. A spectacular happening in terms of physical expression that many of us who will serve the Lord for 70 years on this planet Earth may never have here. Then he got saved, and God blinded him. And then the Lord sent somebody to him, opened his eyes, got him baptized, got him filled with the Holy Spirit. And then he was sentenced 3 years somewhere, we believe, in Saudi Arabia, because in one of those Arabian caves was the place in which he had direct interaction with the Lord, where he was taught the scriptures. And he said, no man taught me any of this, but everything he taught was consistent with what the other apostles were teaching. And then he carried on the work and began to see spectacular miracles and things happening in his ministry. At one time, he was even caught up to the heavens. And he said, I know not whether it's in the body or in the spirit, because this was just too real. And he saw things that could not even be uttered, things he could not reveal. The conclusion would have been, I know God. But Paul said, that I may know him, that I may know him. In the same context, he said, look, I do not claim to have apprehended, but I pray to apprehend that for which I was apprehended. So he understood clearly that there was a purpose in the relationship that he had with God. And that purpose he wanted to discover, he wanted to walk with, embrace, and fully accomplish. Paul had struggles in the flesh too, like you and I. So let's not for one moment think that he just had everything easy. He didn't. He was hungry many times. He said that himself. He was beaten, left for dead. He was robbed, shipwrecked. He was incarcerated several times. So life wasn't just one easy journey for him. But in the midst of all of that, there was a quest in his heart, that I may know him.
Thank you for listening to today's message. For a copy of the complete message and for more information, please contact us at Heritage Assembly, number 16 Elom Street, Woji, Port Harcourt, or call the numbers 0809-565-1491 or 0814-336-2170, 0809-565-1491 or 0814-336-2170. You can worship with us every Sunday at 9 a.m. and on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Heritage Assembly, raising a people unto his name.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such
a unique style. I'm T-Range calling from Imo State.
My name is White calling from Bayelsa.
Hello, yes, this is Udwa calling from Akwa Ibom.
My name is John calling from Obasa.
Amaka calling from Abia.
This is Toya calling from Bayelsa. I'm Divine calling from Port Harcourt.
With over 8 million listeners glued to this dial, why not take advantage
and showcase your product
and services to the world with rates that wouldn't break your back?
Visit us at number 1 Today FM Drive off East West Road, Rumekini, Port Harcourt, or our city office, 21 Orobom Crescent, GRA Phase 2, Port Harcourt.
Give us a call today on
0803 35 57 986 or 0810-128-2937.
We are your number one talk radio station. Today, 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
Today 95.1 FM.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ifeanyi. I'm calling you from. Hello?
Yes, today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
My name is William. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, William from Port Harcourt. Go ahead.
Talk radio.
You have a right to say no, right? All right.
I'm calling from Yenipua.
Okay, thank you so much from Yenagua. We are the station that needs no introduction. Of course, you know, we give the best in news, sports.
You like football, right?
Entertainment, politics. In fact, call it talk.
Yes, we know there's a lot you want to hear, and that is why we talk about everything.
Talk radio.
We're right before you. It's just a dial away. This is your number one premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
You gotta get up. You gotta get up and make a move. 'Cause the world will never see you until you do. No, they don't really care what you're going through. So you gotta show them, baby. You gotta show them the real you. You gotta give them what you've got. No, don't let them see what you're not. 'Cause you are strong. You are wise. You are worth beyond 1,000 reasons why. And you can't be perfect, baby. 'Cause nobody's perfect, darling. But no, there's nobody in the world like you. What do you do when you can't let go? What do you say when you just don't know how you feel? And you know nobody knows how you feel. 'Cause everybody's got their own damn problem. So everybody's trying to find their way. And day by day is a struggle. In this world, you know you have to hustle. Just know that you're not alone. You don't always have to be strong all by yourself. I said it's okay to ask for help. Now listen, people will find you, but they don't define you. And you will find people who help redesign you. People will find you, but they don't define you. And you will find people who help redesign you. You are a work of art. Bet you didn't think you'd come this far. Now here you are. Baby, you are strong. You are wise. You are worth beyond 1,000 reasons why. And you can't be perfect, baby. 'Cause nobody's perfect, darling. But no, there's nobody in the world like you.
I mean, it's great if it's already in the curriculum.
My dad is happy.
Hey, stop slipping with that dial. Be faithful.
Remember, you can send your thoughts to 070-1933-9962.
Be faithful to 95.1 Today FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good morning and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Ifeimi Andrew. On the headlines, condemnation trails enforcement of President Muhammadu Buhari's executive order as presidency offers more explanation. University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital says no going back on planned mass burial for unclaimed corpses. On the foreign scene, scare hits Democratic Republic of Congo as new wave of Ebola virus disease emerges. And in sports, France and Arsenal defender Laurent Koscielny retires from international football. And now, the details. The presidency has explained that the cases of most of those affected by the travel ban on 50 prominent Nigerians started before the present administration. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Garba Shehu, explained this to newsmen following the criticism that trailed his Saturday announcement of the travel ban. Shehu explained that the high-profile cases have been ongoing for between 7 to 10 years with no end in sight. He explained further that the essence of the Executive Order 6 was to make for speedy trials and conclusion of graft cases. He argued that the access to the resources by the suspects had enabled them to be in a position to sometime compromise investigation, prosecution, and trial. And rights groups Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project (SERAP) have said the federal government's travel ban on 50 high-profile Nigerians is illegal. SERAP, in a statement signed by the Deputy Director Timothy Adewale, said the order banning the alleged high-profile corrupt Nigerians from traveling abroad is arbitrary, repressive, and illegal. SERAP added that the travel ban, rather than performing its declared objective of preventing dissipation of stolen assets, would undermine the government's expressed commitment to combat corruption and violate the country's international human rights obligations. SERAP, however, said the ban should be immediately lifted and the order cancelled. Meanwhile, 13 former governors, both in the APC and PDP, and 7 former ministers are said to have made the 50-man list of alleged corrupt officials restricted from traveling out of Nigeria. The travel ban list comes under Executive Orders number 6 issued by President Muhammadu Buhari. The restriction followed the judicial affirmation of the constitutionality and legality of the president's order. Some former governors banned from traveling according to the list seen by our correspondent are Saminu Turaki Motala Inyako, Adebayo Alao Akala, Gabriel Suswan, Rashid Ladoja, Oji Uzo Kalu, Danjuma Goje, Atahiru Bafarawa, Babangida Aliyu, Chimaroke Namani, Sule Lamido, Benga Daniel, and Ibrahim Shehu Shema. Also on the list are Sambo Dasuki, Bashir Duguda, Bala Mohammed, Abba Moro, Femi Fani Kayode, Amadou Fintiri, Alex Bade, A.D. Jibrin, Mohammed Diko Umar, Sunday Ehidero, Adeshola Amosu, and Chairman Emeritus Dar Communications, High Chief Raymond Dakwesi. Others are Waripamowe Dudafa, Justice Innocent Umezulike, Justice Rita Ofili Ajumogobia, Olisa Mitu, Chief Jide Omokore, Ricky Tafa, Dele Belgore San, as well as 2 female former ministers, Nenadi Usman and Jumoke Akinjide. And in the meantime, leaders of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in the southeast have said they were not aware that the party's presidential candidate, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, had picked former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi as running mate. This was the outcome of a meeting of the PDP leaders, including Governor Ifeanyi Ugwanyi of Enugu State, Dave Umahi of Ebonyi, and Okezie Ikpeaz of Abia State, as well as Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu, former House of Representatives Speaker Emeka Ehedioha, former Abia State Governor Theodore Oji, and former Ebonyi State Governor Sam Egu, among others. The leaders said the report of Obi's nomination remains a rumor to them. They said it was embarrassing that the running mate of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar was announced via social media. Southeast Zonal Chairman of PDP, Austin Umahi, said leaders of the region should have been consulted before selecting Peter Obi.
Our leaders, the governors of Southeast, the National Assembly members, all the leaders of Southeast came together, first and foremost, to appreciate the party for the recognition of Southeast. However, Southeast leaders met and said they saw this thing on social media. They are not yet aware that something like that happened. Peter Obi is our son and is from Southeast. We are not rejecting anybody, but we are saying we are not aware. The people, the leaders of Southeast, you cannot shave a man in his absence. The people of Southeast need to know. The leaders of Southeast need to know.
And now from Rivers State, Governor Nyesom Wike has said he has no regrets for supporting Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal during the National Convention of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, held in Port Harcourt. Governor Wike said at the Government House in Port Harcourt Chapel in response to the reaction of PDP members who lost out during the party primaries held in the state. He harped on the need for members to remain loyal to the party despite their predicament. The governor said despite the loss of his preferred candidate Tambuwal at the convention, he's thrown his weight behind former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who emerged as the PDP presidential candidate.
Most of you who did not get tickets threatening heaven and earth, that is not party loyalty. I supported Alhaji Waziri Tambuwal fully. I have no regret. But the party has made a choice and I cannot go back. I must support that choice of the party. That is what they call party loyalty. Not when you didn't get tickets, then you say, I will do this, I will do that. I was to run as a senator in this state. At the dying minute, I was told to step down for George Sekibo. Today, I'm governor. George Sekibo relies on me to go to Senate. Don't you so? So don't you see how God works?
And Governor Wike at the Thanksgiving service also appealed to all stakeholders of the PDP across the country and other well-meaning Nigerians to come together and work as a team to take over power from the APC-led federal government.
I appeal to all of us. Let us understand that we must work as a team. We must work as a family. We must put our heads together to make sure that this bad government goes in 2019. If the bad government remains, then you will know where you are. The kind of suffer that will come in 2019, this one you will complain is a small, 2019, if you allow this same government to return, prepare that you are digging your grave. The kind of insecurity you will see, you cannot even imagine it. So everybody should say, look, to make sure that PDP returns to power in 2019.
Meanwhile, the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Uche Secondus, has said the party will continue to mount pressure on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to conduct a free and credible election in 2019. Secondus, at the PDP Thanksgiving service at Government House, Port Harcourt, said the party has alerted the international community on the happenings in Nigeria. He, however, urged President Muhammadu Buhari to allow INEC carry out its responsibilities without interference.
It is time for us to move together. It is time for us to call the Nigerian people, arise and come together and rescue your nation of APC so that we can shine once again. To the Committee of Nations, all we're asking the government to do, the best Buhari government can do, and it will be remembered for it, is to conduct free and fair elections and for our security agencies to be neutral.
And South and Southeast states have been advised to watch out for activities that may lead to the pollution of their areas. An advocacy group, Environmental and Pollution Prevention Foundation, EVIDAP, gave the advice following what they say is the constant pollution of southern states as a result of legal and illegal crude oil activities. Convener of the group, George Bucknor, while speaking with newsmen in Port Harcourt, said measures have been put in place to ensure that every community within the South and Southeast understand their right to protect their environment.
If we stop emission of gas flaring, if we stop affluent discharge, we will not suffer much of the hazards we are suffering today. And that's why we put MVDAP together, to be able to reach out to the MDAs, which is the ministries, federal ministries or state ministries. The processes, it's not our trade. Africans are farmers and traders, or fishermen. Exploratory activity is the white man's own. And they have a criteria, but this criteria has never been complied with. That's why MBDAP was conceived, to ensure that we drive those who are supposed to drive the process to drive it effectively.
On his part, National President of EVIDAP, Clement Mbechi, told newsmen that a marshal group will be set up to monitor activities of international oil companies and ensure that they are in compliance with international best practice.
The agenda is to stop gas flaring, pipeline vandalization, petroleum product adulteration, put people in field and make sure that the people involved stop it. Conjoined with security, army, navy, and police and civil defense. We are already doing the process.
And if you just tuned in, you are listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, a voice of the people. After the break, more news on the foreign scene. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. You're still listening to the World News here on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Remember, you can watch us live on YouTube. Simply search for Today 95.1 FM, click on the live button, and then subscribe button. You can also listen to us online via our website at www.todayfmlive.com. Just click on the Listen Live button. And now to some more stories. The University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital says it has not cancelled the plan to hold mass burial for unclaimed corpses in the hospital's morgue. Chief Medical Director of UPTH, Professor Henry Ugboma, said this while speaking with newsmen on the latest updates in the hospital. Professor Ugboma said while some members of the public have responded to the announcement made by the management of UPTH to identify and claim their corpses, many corpses are yet to be claimed. He said the mass burial, which was earlier scheduled for April, has been delayed because of the rain.
The mass burial will take place, definitely. You know, the rain's all over the place. Short, if you go all around the place, you see water everywhere. So we are waiting for the rains to come down and all that. We'll do the mass burial. There's no, and you know, it costs a lot of money too. So everything, but we've done all we are supposed to do. Announced it, informed all security agencies, the judiciary, and all that. And so everybody's aware. And a lot of people have come and claimed their corpse also. So we are hopeful that as the dry season sets in on the lines, we'll get it done.
Well, Professor Henry Ugboma is the CMD of UPTH. And now the hydrocarbon pollution remediation project HYPREP has said youths will be fully engaged when the implementation of the Ogoni cleanup project begins. Project coordinator of HYPREP, Marvin Dekil, gave the assurance during a one-day consultative meeting with the youths on the project held in Port Harcourt. Dekil said the consultative meeting was put together to engage and inform the youths on the progress of the cleanup and how they can be part of the project.
It is important for us to carry the youth along, considering the very important position they occupy in community. Whatever we are doing, restoring the environment, livelihood, you need the youth to drive this process forward. So that's why today's engagement with the cross-section of the Ogoni youth is important. We made sure that it wasn't any particular section or faction or any group. It was a total youth engagement. And we also ensured that it was not restricted. So we had a cream of Ogoni professionals, young professionals, entrepreneurs, people who are successful in different areas, so they could come together, work together, and mentor themselves and offer guidelines and support both to the project and to them.
Our correspondent reports that Commissioner for Environment in River State, Professor Rosalind Konya, said it is important to engage the youths because they form an integral part in the success of the Ogoni cleanup. And 2 Nigerian soldiers have been reportedly killed and 9 others wounded in 2 separate mine blasts in the northeast where troops are battling Boko Haram extremists. Reports say troops on foot patrol stepped on the mine around Kumshe village near the border with Cameroon. International media Associated Press also reports that the military patrol hit a mine planted on the road between the towns of Dikwa and Mate, all in Borno State. Boko Haram have intensified attacks on military targets in Borno and neighboring Yobe states in recent months. And now on the foreign scene, a second wave of the Ebola virus has been confirmed in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, where an initial outbreak has already killed 125 people. DR Congo's Health Minister Oli Ilunga said the latest wave is centered in Beni, a town in North Kivu near the border with Uganda. Ilunga said the second wave occurred as a result of community resistance to measures taken to tackle the disease. The latest outbreak is the 10th in DR Congo since Ebola was first detected there in 1976. And Burundi's main pro-government news website, Ikihiru, has been suspended over a defamation probe. Ikihiru which has some 350,000 visitors daily, is one of the only sources of news on the troubled East African country and has been forced to shut temporarily due to it being investigated for defamation over an article accusing the local bank of money laundering. AFP reports that a letter from State Prosecutor Sylvester Nyandwi to Ikiriho's director confirmed the site's suspension. Burundi's independent media houses were largely shut down by government in 2015 as President Pierre Nkurunziza ran for a controversial third term in office, sparking civil unrest. Scores of journalists later fled the country due to the crackdown on the media. And then 19 people, including children, have died in an accident in Turkey. A report said the incident occurred when a vehicle carrying migrants reportedly heading for EU member Greece plunged off the highway into a waterway in western Turkey. State media, Anadolu news agency, said the vehicle, believed to be a lorry, was traveling on the highway in the Izmir region close to Izmir Airport when it flipped over and fell into the channel several meters below. Turkey is a key transit point for migrants from troubled countries in the Middle East, Asia, and Africa seeking a new life in Europe. According to UN figures, more than 24,500 migrants have arrived in Greece by sea so far this year, with 118 people losing their lives via that route. And now in sports, France and Arsenal defender Laurent Koscielny is retired from international football after criticizing manager Didier Deschamps for his treatment while recovering from injury. Koscielny ruptured an Achilles in the Europa League semi-final in May and missed out on France's World Cup winning campaign in Russia. The 33-year-old defender said lots of people disappointed him during his layoff just as he committed his future to Arsenal. Laurent Koscielny made 51 appearances for France after making his debut in November 2011 and took part in the European Championships in 2012 and 2016 as well as the 2014 World Cup in Brazil. Now to end the news, here is a summary of our major stories. Condemnation has trailed the enforcement of President Muhammadu Buhari's executive order as presidency offers more explanation. Authorities at the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital have said there is no going back on the planned mass burial for unclaimed corpses. And on the foreign scene, we told you that a scare has hit the Democratic Republic of Congo as new wave of Ebola virus disease emerges. And from sports, France and Arsenal defender Laurent Koscielny has retired from international football. And that was the news as edited by Victor Ezeyama. For comments and inquiries, please call 0817-200-6892 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories online at www.todayfmlive.com. Join the conversation on social media. You can like us on Facebook at Today95.1 FM and follow us on Twitter and Instagram at TodayFM951. That's it for our package this morning. Thank you very much for your time and do have a great day. Bye for now.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
I'm Chiwendu calling from Imo State.
My name is White calling from Bayelsa.
Hell yes, this is Udwa calling from Akwa Ibom.
My name is John calling from Bayelsa.
Shamaka calling from Abia.
This is Toya calling from Bayelsa. I'm Divine calling from Port Harcourt.
With over 8 million listeners glued to this dial, why not take advantage?
Showcase your product
and services to the world with rates that wouldn't break your back.
Visit us at number 1 Today FM Drive off East West Road, Rumekini, Port Harcourt, or our city office, 21 Orobom Crescent, GRA Phase 2, Port Harcourt.
Give us a call today on
0803 35 57 986 or 0810 128 2937.
We are your number 1 talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such
a unique dial.
That's
also saying
People for that station, John.
Yeah, don't worry you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are
your number 1 talk radio station, 95.1 FM.
Do you ask people to repeat themselves? Do you have difficulty hearing or understanding people when they speak? Must people shout for you to hear them, or do you have difficulty hearing during conversations? If the answer is yes to any of the above questions, then this is the solution to your problem. Borotone Audiology. At Borotone Audiology, we have standard medical instruments for treating hearing problems. Borotone Audiology is located at Kilometer 6 East-West Road, Alakaya, close to UPTH Gate. At Borotone Audiology, we have been treating people with hearing disabilities in Nigeria and overseas using our standard medical instruments. For more information, you can contact us 0706 766 1555. And if you're in Warri, Delta State, our address is 144 Airport Road by First Bank, Warri, Delta State. You can also call 0806 466 0025.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, Port Harcourt, it's just 21 minutes past 7 o'clock today, a Monday morning, first working day of the week and the 15th day of October. My name is Andrew, and at this moment, we have Abraham with us in the studio from NatSab Realities. Good morning, Abraham.
Good morning to you, Mr. Andrew. Good morning, listeners at home.
Well, he was here with us last week, and if you missed it, I think this is a great opportunity to hear this again. He's going to be talking to us on how you can make money off the calls of other people. So while other people are making calls and chatting and browsing and using the internet, as long as they're using recharge cards, you can make money from that. I don't know how, so we have to listen to him to explain to us how that can happen.
Yeah, it's simple, okay, and we are not actually performing magic here, okay? We are having a program tomorrow, 10 to 12 in the morning, and also by 2 to 4 in the afternoon. And that's exactly what we are going to be talking about: how you can generate extra income, how you can make money as other people load recharge cards on their phones, regardless of what they are doing. They may be using to send text messages, WhatsApp, Facebook, whatever. As long as they are using their lines, you could be making money. I believe that you may have made a call this morning or may have received a call. My big question to you is, how much went into your bank account? You've had your phones for many, many years. You come out from your houses every day. You see people buying recharge cards. You see people making calls, pressing their phones everywhere. How much is coming into your bank account? My dear, in our country today, Nigeria is number 7 in the world for the most users of mobile phones. In our country today, we spend over 14 billion per day, not per month. 14 billion per day on airtime. In fact, Nigerian Bureau of Statistics and even the World Bank have noticed that in Nigeria, we spend more money to recharge our phones than we spend on feeding. As at February 2016, there are over 210 million active SIM cards in Nigeria. Whereas the last time we had a population census, we were pegged at 140 million people. What does this mean? It simply means that there are more SIM cards in Nigeria today than human beings.
In fact, now we're about 170 million people. So that's even to be double that amount of SIM cards.
More SIM cards, more mobile phones. In fact, right here in this studio, there are more mobile phones than human beings. Mostly, I came in here with 2 mobile phones. I don't know how many
about
you have.
Three here already.
You have 3, or you can imagine. And our phones are all...
and it's connected to the internet.
Exactly. And our phones are all dual SIM. So you see, a lot of money exchange hands in this telecom industry, and that's why we're inviting everybody. Come and learn how you can make money as other people are using their lines. Regardless of who you are, you don't need to be computer literate to do this. You don't need to have a certificate to do this. As long as you understand what it means to make a call, as long as you understand what it means to send text messages, as long as you understand what it means to use a mobile phone, this program is for you. We all understand how the economy is today. Everybody, no matter who you are, we all need multiple streams of income.
And the beauty of this is that you mentioned you don't really need to have any sort of educational qualification to practice. Or you don't need any amount of money, like I need this amount of money before I need to buy this machine before I start.
Some of you may be wondering if this is real or not. You don't need to spend money to find out if it is real or not, because this program is completely free of charge. It's coming up tomorrow 10 to 12 and also by 2 to 4. And if you want to be a part of this program, all you need to do is bring out your phones right now and SMS the word free to a phone number which I'm going to give to you right now. Please take note. The seminar is free of charge. But however, we will love to be practical. I know some of you may be wondering, how is this possible? We are simply going to give you a code, okay? Now, when you get this code into the phones of people, whatever they start spending thereafter, you start making money, okay? So it's that simple. It's as simple as getting a code into the phones of other people, regardless of the network that they are using, okay? So but we want to be practical. We want to show you practically how this thing works. And that's why we are requesting that you come with 9 Mobile 1,000 Naira recharge card. If you can't get it at home, you can get it at the venue. 1,000 Naira, 9 Mobile recharge card. Take note, this recharge card is for your own practicals. We are not collecting it from you. And the most interesting part is, for everybody who will be a part of this program, we are going to be giving you 2,500 Naira airtime free of charge back home. So for attending this program, you're getting a bonus of 2,500 Naira
recharge card for free.
So you have nothing to lose, completely nothing to lose, and everything to gain. So if you want to be a part of this program, all you need to do is bring out your phones right now and SMS the word free to this phone number 081 108 73661. Just SMS the word free, free as in FREE, free, and send it to this number 081 108 73661. Don't miss it out. The number again is 081 108 73661. Please kindly take note, okay?
All right, quickly, I wanted to add this before you forget. You might just skip your mind. Last time you were here, you also talked about that the fact that people can have access to loans at the venue of the training. Tell us more about that. How can people get
beautiful
loans?
You can when you attend this program, we're also going to show you how you can have access to loans, okay? Instant collateral free loans, okay? And you can get up to 500,000 simply by dialing a code on your phone. You don't need collateral. You don't need to bring your father's house or your grandmother's village. All you need to do is dial a code on your phone and you could get a loan up to the tune of 500,000 Naira. How is that possible? You join us in this program. Take note, this is not about loans that you take to make a call. You're used to getting loans to make call. This one are cash to your bank account, okay? So the program, it's mind-blowing. We all need multiple streams of income, like I said. There are two types of let me share an experience I had with one of my mentors some years back, and it really held my heart. He said he loves businesses where he needs to put in just initial efforts, and thereafter that initial effort continues to count. The only initial effort you need to put in this business is getting this code into the phone of somebody. I remember some years back, I put this code in the phone of my mechanic. I've not seen him for quite some time now, but believe me, right from that day till date, whatever call he makes on his line, I am still making money. You see, there's what we call passive income and what we call residual income. When you work and you get paid your salary, that's passive. You do a job, you get a contract, that's passive. But what is residual? That money that keeps coming without you having to do anything. I'll give you a quick example. Michael Jackson may be dead and gone, but still even in the grave, Michael Jackson is making money. If a dead man can be making money, you don't have any reason to be poor. If a dead man can be making money, you listening to me that is alive, you have no reason to say money no day to chop. Join us in this seminar and learn how you can make money as other people load recharge cards on their phone.
So let's get the venue again.
Beautiful. It's
and
coming
the phone
up
numbers.
in our office. It's coming up in our office. Our office is along Aba Road. Just locate a Con Oil filling station along Aba Road by Market Junction. Locate our office. We are upstairs, okay? It's coming up tomorrow and then next tomorrow, 10 to 12 in the morning and then 2 to 4 in the afternoon. You can join any session that is convenient for you. You want to be a part of this program, all you need to do, bring out your phones right now and SMS the word free as in FREE, free, to 081 108 73661. The number again is 081 108 73661. Not to miss out, 081 108 73661. Coming up tomorrow and next 10 to 12, 2 to 4. Bring out your phones, SMS the word free to 081 108 73661.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Abraham from NASAB Realities. You've heard it. Don't miss it. Market Junction, Cold Oil Filling Station. That is the place to be. 10 a.m. and
10 to 12,
10 to 12
and
2 to 4.
Yeah,
Just
081 108 7361.
Just be there with your 1,000 naira 9 mobile recharge card. Plus, you'll be leaving with about 2,000 naira free
of charge
recharge card. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much.
Stay tuned. Sports is next.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Let's talk football. Let's talk football.
What a devastating strike!
Football is a leisure game.
Sports is actually my job.
Football is boring.
That's not true. It's way more important than that.
What a wonderful goal! Fantastic strike!
As far as I'm concerned, sports is all about passion.
Sports Attack, weekdays 7:30 a.m. and Today's Sports Live 3 p.m. Weekends 1 p.m. to 6 p.m.
For all you need to know in the world of sports, leave the dial on Today 95.1 FM.
Very good morning to you all out there. Welcome to another exciting edition of Sports Attack, reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, right here in Port Harcourt. It's Monday, the 15th day of October 2018. Emeka Dena is my name, and I've got Wisdom Obinna in the building this morning. Good morning, Wisdom.
Good morning, Ms. Emeka. The loaded week we've had, and great to be here.
All right, and together we shall be serving you all the latest and trending sports stories, making the round from basketball, tennis, boxing, UFC, and the biggest of them all, football. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back to unfold the details after this timeout.
For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Sports Attack on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. My name is Adekoyo Odwan, Nigerian first ever world silver medalist in wrestling.
All right, let's get the show underway from the West Africa University Games, because the University of Port Harcourt is set to host the 14th West Africa University Games, billed for October 31 to November 12 at the university's sports complex in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. 16 West African universities and 5,000 athletes will compete in 16 events, with Uniport's Vice Chancellor Professor Ndowa Lale promising an experimental and, of course, memorable sports fiesta for competitors and the thousands of spectators and fans who are being expected to grace the occasion. In a chat with our correspondent, Ezine Oti, Chairman, Media and Publicity Subcommittee of the event, William Swadi assured visiting delegates of world-class sporting facilities, memorable games village experience, spectacular cultural shows, and trademark Niger Delta hospitality. Let's hear from William Swadi.
85 universities are going to be here, and the highest number of universities that has participated in the past was about 30. And so the University of Port Harcourt will be a bigger template in terms of participation of universities from 14 West African countries, apart from Cape Verde and Mauritius that have not yet identified with the West African University Games. We have 16 events. It's going to stretch out for 13 days. Usually it lasted for about 7 days in the other universities. We're expecting 5,000 athletes. That was a record in terms of 400 coaches, 500 technical officials. When they arrive here, they will see world-class facilities, including an Olympic-sized swimming pool, which no university in the West African sub-region can boast of. The spectacles we have prepared for the games that have not been part of the games in the past.
All right, Wisdom, your school, they say they are set to host the best ever West Africa University Games.
True, they've been making a lot of preparations towards this. They even had on September 15th, had to ask every student that stay in school to actually, leave the city so they could arrange the hostels for incoming guests. And I do hope it's going to be massive, as he said. The structures are in place, but I hope also for Nigeria, we find a way to unearth talents also from this kind of competition. The likes of Nuga Games and Nipoga Games, I feel, should always be encouraged. And Waug is another one. I hope we'll be able to pick up 1 or 2 stars from competing from this tournament.
We hope so too. Talking tennis on the show this morning, Novak Djokovic continued his extraordinary winning streak as he clinched a 3rd consecutive tournament triumph with a straight sets victory against Bona Koric in the Shanghai Masters final. Having prevailed at the Cincinnati Masters and then the US Open in recent weeks, the Serbian added another title in style yesterday, beating Koric 6-3, 6-4 to conclude a stunning week in which he never dropped serve. Djokovic climbed to number 2 in the ATP rankings with the semi-final defeat of Alexander Zverev, and his victory 24 hours later was his 18th in a row.
Well, I'm very grateful to play on a high level. I think that I'm very close to my best, and the best changes day to day. So I can always strive to be the best I can be on that given day. Today's performance was pretty close to that.
All right, that was the Novak Djokovic there. Let's talk about the ladies now, because Karolina Pliskova's WTA final hopes hit a setback as she suffered a defeat to Caroline Garcia at the Tianjin Open final yesterday. The 2 top seeds faced off in China, but a tight opening set was followed by a dominant second from Garcia as she ran out a 7-6, 6-3 winner, ending the tournament without dropping a set. Still talking women's tennis, Sloane Stephens has qualified for the WTA finals in Singapore after it was confirmed Elena Svitolina will not play a tournament in the coming week. French Open finalist Stephens is 6th in the race to Singapore standings, just ahead of Svitolina, whose qualification now depends on how others perform at the Kremlin Cup in Moscow. Svitolina's absence sees the Americans secure her place, and she must now hope one of Karolina Pliskova and Kiki Bertens fails to make the semi-finals in Russia. World number 5, Svitolina and Pliskova are currently in 7th and 8th spot respectively to reach the season-ending tournament. Simona Halep, Angelique Kerber, Naomi Osaka, Petra Kvitova, Karolina Wozniacki, and now Stevens have already booked their places in the WTA season-ending event. Wisdom, let's talk about Djokovic for a while. Of course, this man triumphed again yesterday. He's now world number 2. He could even end the year as world number 1.
I think it's good for him. We all know Djokovic. When this guy gets on fire, he doesn't end. But fantastic season he has had already, 2 Grand Slams to his name, and also pushing for that number 1 spot going into the WTA finals. I think it's massive for him. As I always say, when that guy gets in form, it's as if he builds on it continuously. But great for him. All
right, let's talk basketball on the show, and we'll start from the NBA, where NBA player Richard Jefferson announced over the weekend he has decided to, in quotes, move on from basketball. The news on this 17-year NBA veteran's retirement came from an emotional Instagram post featuring a video of his late father, who was killed in a drive-by shooting in mid-September. The 38-year-old most notably won a championship with the Cleveland Cavaliers in 2016. Last season, he averaged 8.2 minutes in 20 appearances with the Denver Nuggets. Jefferson also spent time with the Brooklyn Nets, Milwaukee Bucks, San Antonio Spurs, Golden State Warriors, Utah Jazz, and Dallas Mavericks. And on a sad note, FIBA Secretary General Patrick Baumann has died at the age of 51. The Swiss had served in the role since 2002, while he was also a member of the International Olympic Committee, IOC. Baumann suffered a heart attack at the Youth Olympic Games ongoing in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Sad news there from the world of basketball. You want to say?
Very sad. Very sad news. But for Richard Jefferson, I think it has been coming. When they won that tournament in 2016, he almost retired, but decided to commit his future. But he has been the traveling man in basketball in the NBA. 17 seasons to his belt. Not the biggest of names, but has done his bit. Has played for the likes of San Antonio Spurs, Denver Nuggets now, where he ended his career, Golden State Warriors too, and with Cleveland Cavaliers, where he won the title. But I think it's a very sad one. Traumatically, maybe that's why he's actually ending the game. But I do hope it doesn't also affect him outside the game when he moves on.
At least he can boast of an NBA ring. Let's talk boxing on the show this morning, where Eddie Hearn says a potential heavyweight unification fight between Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder could be one of the biggest bouts in boxing history. Joshua defended his world heavyweight titles with a devastating knockout of Alexander Povetkin after overcoming an early onslaught from the Russian at Wembley last month. Joshua's promoter Hen believes that an AJ and Fury bout would go down as the biggest contest in British boxing history, but the potential unification fight with the bronze bomber Deontay Wilder would be more lucrative.
Biggest fight in British boxing history because we've just had one against Vladimir Klitschko. That was the biggest fight in British boxing history, unquestionably, and the most exciting. This one will eclipse that. We don't rule out a fight in America at some point as well. We know the money over there, so it's going to be very, very interesting. But I do believe that we're only scratching the surface of how big Wilder Joshua could be.
All right, the Matchroom boss further stated that Joshua is open to fighting abroad come next year.
Plans to box not just in the United States but also in other territories as well. So we've got a great thing here. I mean, unbelievable atmosphere today, huge numbers, and it's hard to leave Great Britain with this kind of support. But he has got plans, and we've got plans to take that legacy beyond Great Britain. And I think you'll see 2019 his first fight abroad.
All right, elsewhere in boxing, Deontay Wilder has apologized to a mascot he punched on live television that left the man with a reported broken jaw and has invited him to his fight with Tyson Fury. The WBC heavyweight champion appeared on ESPN to promote his December 1 bout with Fury and was asked to showcase his skills. But Wilder landed a heavy blow and knocked the mascot to the floor, with reports suggesting he suffered a broken jaw before the boxer offered an apology on social media. Of course, he said, "I sincerely apologize to the brave man that was injured," he wrote on his Instagram page. "I have the utmost high respect for him, his participation, willingness, and courage. If this is true, I personally would like to invite him to my December 1 fight." That's Deontay Wilder apologizing to a mascot he hit on stage. And of course, talking UFC now, Khabib Nurmagomedov has called out Floyd Mayweather Jr. after successfully defending his UFC lightweight title against Conor McGregor. Now, the Russian defeated McGregor at UFC 229 in Las Vegas earlier this month to retain his belt and a perfect record of 27-0, although the victory was marred by sins that followed the fight, as both men clashed with individuals from the opposing camps. Now, but as the dust continues to settle on the fallout from the bout, Nurmagomedov registered an interest in taking on boxer Mayweather, who improved his record to 50-0 with a win of his own over McGregor last year. Standing alongside Leonard Eleb, the chief executive of Mayweather Promotions, at an event in Russia, Nurmagomedov teased that he had handled McGregor better than Mayweather. Nurmagomedov and McGregor had temporarily been suspended by the Nevada State Athletic Commission for their roles in the UFC 229 brawl, with a meeting set for October 24 to discuss further penalties. And Khabib says he wants to fight Mayweather. He wants money or what? I don't know. Another crossover fight?
I think the match he had with McGregor has set his confidence very high, but he should also be very careful. The pretty boy has been known to dislodge opponents very, very easily. You might make it for him that he's not been in the fight also. The McGregor he even faced has been out of the sports for a while, but I think if that match comes to light, it would be a fantastic one for us to watch. But I don't know what's up with him, but maybe it's his confidence that is very high.
We'll wait and see. Mayweather himself says he will fight Manny Pacquiao before the end of the year. True. So lots of potentially explosive fights in the making. That's all we've got as far as other sports are concerned. Football will be up next after this timeout. Don't go anywhere. Sports Attack will be right back.
For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Sports Attack on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. My name is Ugeyi Onazi Eddie, assistant captain of the Super Eagles. I also listen to the show. Don't touch that dial. Thank you.
All right, time to talk football on the show this morning. And we'll start from the MPFL, where Plateau United are reportedly in talks with Aqua United head coach Abdul Meikaba as they seek a replacement for Kennedy Boboye, who left the club last Friday following the expiration of his 2-year contract. Meikaba has been in charge of Aqua United for the past 2 seasons and led the Promise Keepers to win the ITO Cup last year. He is rumored to be on his way to Plateau United with his number 2 at Aqua United, Ali Zubeiru, already installed as Wiki Tourist head coach. Meikaba, who is regarded as one of the finest coaches in the Nigeria top flight at the moment, is also an assistant coach with Nigeria under-20 team, the Flying Eagles. What do you make of this news of Maikaba being wanted by Plateau United?
I think probably they're looking at first the fact that he's a Northern and might be able to understand their gameplay and the style of the players, since they also have a lot of majority of their players are Northern players. For Nigerian League, I think it's normal. We see recycling. Kennedy Bobo is also a fantastic coach. Take nothing away from him. I've also been looking at the fact that he might be switching between clubs. But if Maikaba successfully goes to Plateau United, then I think it's going to be good for Plateau, who are looking for a renaissance, looking for a way to actually research themselves for the new
after
season.
Winning the league.
Winning the league, and so I think it's going to be good for them. But for Kennedy Boboye also, I think he won't be out of clubs. Clubs would actually be looking for this guy. He's one of the best coaches also in Nigerian football. All
right, this is just a rumor for now, nothing confirmed yet. We also hear that the Enyimba coach Usman Abdallah is wanted by no fewer than 5 different clubs in the MPFL. So we'll wait till the coming days. That will be clearer. Let's go to the camp of the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Super Eagles. No tension, you are winning by the grace of God.
All right, they are really winning. Of course, big win on Saturday against Libya. Super Eagles handler Gernot Ross says Odion Igalo has justified his selection to the team with his performance in Saturday's 4-0 win over Libya. The Changchun Yatai striker bagged a hat-trick as the 3-time African champions beat the Mediterranean Knights 4-0 in Uyo to brighten their chances of qualifying for next year's AFCON in Cameroon. Speaking after the encounter, the Franco-German tactician believes the forward has answered his critics appropriately.
We had again the confidence to bring Igalo. Even yesterday or 2 days ago in the press conference, one of you asked me, why do you maintain Igalo in this team? I think today he's giving the answer. And it's wonderful to see him scoring the 3 goals.
All right, Nigeria will face Libya tomorrow in the second leg of that double header right there in Tunisia. Raw further stated that there's still more work to be done as it's not yet Uhuru for the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
The 3 goals are coming, of course, from the team and for a good collective work. But, of course, now we have to do a second step. This is not finished now, because we have to win again. At least further draw. We want you to do at least 4 points in these 2 matches. And we still don't underrate this team. They play well, they are fighting. We had a little bit luck to score immediately this goal on a penalty. And then we had problems in the first half. We don't forget it. So we have to be stronger Tuesday if we want to win again.
No tension, you are winning by the grace of God.
It's a win. All right, Super Eagles defender Shehu Abdullahi and Ogenyon Nazi won't play a part in tomorrow's 2019 African Cup of Nations qualifying fixture against Libya in Sfax, Tunisia due to injury. Abdullahi picked up the injury in the early part of the Super Eagles 4-0 win against the Mediterranean Knights at the Gospel Akpabio International Stadium in Uyo on Saturday and was replaced by Olaino, while Onazi himself was not even dressed for that encounter because a day earlier he had suffered an injury in training. The Buza Sport player also missed the match against Seychelles as a result of injury. He joins Transfer Sport midfielder Onazi, who sustained an Achilles injury in training and over the weekend on the injury list ahead of the game, with the duo not expected to travel with the team to Tunisia for the encounter. Of course, Wisdom, Igalo, did he keep his critics quiet with his superb performance on Saturday?
Definitely. I think a lot of people who were not his fans actually became his fan after, that stunning performance. You don't want to take anything from it. A lot of people too are still criticizing him, calling it a one-day performance, but I think it was massive. 3 goals is no mean feat, and even if one of them was a penalty, the 2 goals were cut off for a striker. I think he did well. Good enough he's been able to translate that form. We heard of him performing in training, and we're just wondering
they said he scored 4 goals in training.
If he was going to replicate it, and the coach also did well to train him in terms of scoring, knowing that this guy is still a hopeful, who are the qualities to compete with him. But good one for him and good one for the Super Eagles. I just hope it continues even in the next game.
The coach says it's not yet Uhuru for the Eagles. So they still have a massive game tomorrow night in Sfax, Tunisia. That match is for 7 p.m. Can the Eagles be complacent at this point?
No. I think he's quite spot on. The majority of the first half were completely outplayed. I just think the second half was when the Eagles came alive again and were able to wrap things up. So I think they also know the parts where they had some challenges, the parts of the team where I felt they had some lacking, down to those two pivot defensive midfielders. That's what Wilfred Ndidi and Ogeneka Retebo. So the coach is quite spot on. I'm quite happy that he has seen those things, and he has also assured his team that this is not time to sleep up. We had some issues and we could work on it and get better.
Shehu Abdullahi and Ogenye Onazi will not play any part in tomorrow's game against Libya. Injury worries for the team. Any need to worry?
I do not think so. I think we won't be missing Onazi as much. We didn't miss him in the last game as much. So I don't think he would be. But for Shehu Abdullahi, he has been keeping it very clean at that right back position. Maybe that might be our worry. Ola Aino, who came in for him, didn't do quite a bad job also. So I think it won't be much of a worry. We can move on without them.
All right, Kenya moved closer to qualifying for the 2019 AFCON with the comprehensive 3-0 thrashing of Ethiopia yesterday. Elsewhere on Saturday, Equatorial Guinea lost at home to Madagascar by a lone goal. Senegal defeated Sudan 3-0. Morocco needed a late goal to beat Comoros Island by a goal to nothing, while Burkina Faso trashed Botswana 3-0. Tunisia beat Niger Republic by a lone goal. Namibia were 2-1 winners away from home against Mozambique, while Uganda humiliated Lesotho 3-0. Of course, we told you Nigeria beat Libya 4-0. And still talking national team football, NFF President Ama Jopinik has donated $16,530, about 6.5 million naira, to the Nigerian amputee football team ahead of this month's World Cup in Mexico. The Special Eagles, as they are fondly called, had previously missed the amputee World Football Tournament 3 times. The World Cup for amputee football will hold from October 24 to November 11 in Mexico. 46 countries will participate in the tournament, with Nigeria drawn in Group D along with Russia, El Salvador and Brazil. Only last week in Lagos, the NFF Supremo, Ama Jopinik, donated 2.5 billion naira to the Nigerian amputee football team. The money generated is for the team's preparations and travel expenses, and a further $5,000 contribution for the upkeep of the players during the competition. And it's now time to pay some bills. When we come back, more football stories coming your way on Sports Attack this morning. Don't go anywhere.
Indestructible, Super Eagles, your victory, Papa God, I say, don't.
The Infinix Note 5 stylus is for the creator, the one who's always drawing, writing, sketching, designing. The 3-day battery is for the creator who keeps going daytime or nighttime. With X-Charge Fast Charge, the creator with the most brilliant Infinix phone with Google Assistant and gets the latest Google updates first. The creator who can capture beautiful moments with the AI camera and never run out of space thanks to our limited photo storage with Google Photos. Because when the X Pen 2.0 meets the intelligence of Android One in the Infinix Note 5 stylus, your creativity comes alive.
The new Infinix Note 5 stylus, the intelligent creator.
All right, welcome back. The show is Sports Attack on Today 95.1 FM. More football stories coming your way this morning. We'll go abroad to let you know that Manchester City have firmly refuted claims they offered triple Lionel Messi's salary in an attempt to lure him from Barcelona in 2016. City chairman Khaldun Al-Mubarak was quoted in Spanish media on Saturday as naming Barcelona superstar Messi as the player he most regretted failing to sign. Now, the reports included suggestions that Al-Mubarak, who has been in the role since 2008, had revealed he asked Pep Guardiola to discuss the compelling financial offer with his former player. But the Premier League champions have rejected the reports. We deny the veracity of these quotes, a City spokesman said. Wisdom, back and forth on the Bosch-Messi deal to Manchester City.
I think at a point they actually wanted him very badly, and I don't know if his salary being tripled, but definitely they wanted to improve his salary massively, giving him a massive contract. That's what that would have lured him away from Barcelona. It was just the fact that Messi had this love and to stay back in Barcelona, and they weren't also paying him badly. So, but definitely I knew Man City did a lot of things then to actually lure him and a lot of players down to City. So this rumor might not be completely true, but there is some truth to it.
All right, from City to United, where Manchester United manager Jose Mourinho has shrugged off insinuations that there's a gang up of players against him at the club. The Portuguese gaffer has had a run-in with some members of his squad in recent weeks, but denied the rumors that the players are playing for him to get sacked.
You know, I think it's a ridiculous talk because the players, they don't play for the manager. If the players play for the manager, they are not good professionals. Because one day they like the manager and they play for them, and the next day it comes a manager that they don't like and they don't play for him, but they still get the money. So I think it's a ridiculous talk. I don't think in BT you work better because you like your boss, and if a new boss comes and you don't like him, then you don't do your work professionally. It's not about that. It's not about that.
It's a ridiculous talk, Wisdom.
Yes, for Jose Mourinho, he actually met with Ed Woodward first on the same professionalism. Let's clear the air, of everything that's been going on with the club. And I think it's definitely the same thing that he's trying to do now in terms of his players. Everyone has been saying, rumors have been, flying around. And from what we also had seen before that game where they came back from that 2-0 down, what we had seen was we saw players trying their best to impress, some playing with fear, some scared, and some just not even in the mix to play for him. So I think all said and done, there is some truth to the fact that some players were not happy with him. But then again, you're a professional. You should be able to put up your feet, being angry with the coach or not. But we've seen it repeat in the days when he was at Chelsea, where players also ganged up and played against him to get sacked. But for Mourinho, I think it's good for him. It's good for Chelsea, for Manchester United, that they are finding their balance and their rhythm. I just was looking at his past few seasons when he was also pushed at clubs because of his management with players, and I think this time he might be able to actually manage this heat now, the fire in Manchester, to actually be calmed down while he sees off his contract and also sees a way to actually propel them to another maybe Champions League qualification or trophy.
All right, Thierry Henry has revealed that he turned down, in quotes, some very attractive offers before signing a 3-year deal as Monaco coach. The 41-year-old was announced as the Ligue 1 side's new boss on Saturday following the dismissal of Leonardo Jardim 2 days earlier. Posting on Twitter, Henry said the lure of returning to the club where he made his professional debut in 1994 was too great to resist. I will quote him now. He says, "It is with great pride that I have accepted the position of manager of Monaco. I was fortunate to receive some very attractive offers over the last few months, but Monaco will always be close to my heart. Having started my footballing career with this great club, it seems like fate that I will now begin my managerial career here too." His first game in charge for Monaco is a visit to Strasbourg on Saturday in Ligue 1 before a meeting with Club Brugge in the Champions League 4 days later. Henry takes over at Monaco.
Yes, we wait to see how he actually moves with this team. Henry has been touted to actually perform very well as a coach after his stellar performance with Belgium at the World Cup.
As an assistant
anyway, where rumors even claim that he was the one that influenced Lukaku and changed his playing style, improved his game. So we hope to see. He's spot on when he says that he has received a lot of offers. Everyone has actually wanted to poach him, but good one for him. We hope to see how he performs with Monaco.
And former Italy international Antonio Castano has announced his retirement from football just a week after linking up with Serie C's Mino's Virtuos Ontela. The former AC Milan, Inter and Real Madrid forward had been without a club since a brief preseason training stint with Verona in July 2017 and last played an official league game in May 2016 for Sampdoria. And elsewhere, Gibraltar celebrated their first competitive international triumph on Saturday, winning 1-0 at Armenia in the UEFA Nations League. UEFA recognized Gibraltar as an affiliate in 2013, with the team entering to Euro 2016 qualification, but they have had to wait for a competitive breakthrough. It finally arrived in Yerevan, though, as Joseph Chipolina's second half penalty proved enough to defeat an Armenia team featuring Arsenal star Henrik Mkhitaryan. Looking at results of matches played yesterday in the Nations League, Italy defeated Poland 1-0. Russia beats Turkey 2-0. Elsewhere, Romania played at a goalless draw with Serbia. Azerbaijan, of course, drew 1-1 with Malta, with Faroe Island playing at a 1-1 draw as well with Kosovo. On Saturday, Netherlands thrashed Germany 3-0. Slovakia were beaten at home 2-1 by Czech Republic. It ended goalless between Ireland and Denmark, with Norway beating Slovenia by a lone goal. Bulgaria defeated Cyprus 2-1. Georgia 3-0 winners over Andorra. And later today, we'll have England taking on Spain. That's a massive fixture, Wisdom.
Very, very massive one. For England, they're going to be without Jordan Henderson and the certain John Stones, but I think that's still going to be a compact side, but I expect Spain somehow to grind out this victory. Player to player, I think Spain is still a very more competitive side to England.
We'll forget forgets what they did to Croatia recently. All right, Iceland will also be playing against Switzerland, to Bosnia-Herzegovina versus Northern Ireland. Estonia take on Hungary. Belarus will be up against Moldova. And of course, that's the side of the package, which was put together by Victor Kwame Sampong, the self-acclaimed ace defender and one true legend of the grassroots. Emeka Dines, my name. I did the show this morning with Wisdom Obinna. The sports crew will make a return after the news update at 3 p.m. for another exciting edition of Today's Sports Live. Until then, do have yourselves a wonderful day out there and keep it locked on this dial. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Murakosi. Thank you.
Hello, listeners at home. Today, we have a very important person with us on air. But before we introduce him, we want you to leave whatever you are doing right now and carefully pay close attention to what we are about to say. Because we believe this opportunity is rare, life-changing, and one of a kind.
Today is the day you'll be exposed to a lifetime profitable business. A unique and 100% profit guaranteed business.
I know many people will be wondering who is on air with us. He is a simple, caring, and multi-millionaire, the CEO of Whitech Consulting. He is here today to reveal to you his secret on how he became a multi-millionaire by doing genuine business and how you too can do this business safe and secure.
Welcome on air, sir.
Thank you so much.
Before you tell our esteemed listeners about this unique and profitable business, can you quickly tell us about the company?
Whitech Consulting is a seminar and webinar conducting company that teaches people on how to do real, simple, profitable, and genuine business. And I am the CEO of the company. Whitech Consult business is unique to the company.
Oh, that's really interesting. Please, can you tell us how you came about this unique, profitable business?
Let me just say, everybody always has a success story to tell. After my graduation at school, which is approximately 10 years back, things were not working out fine for me. No job, no income, and I was really frustrated and stranded. Back then, I could remember I have one old laptop I normally use to do research online because I believe big business websites like Amazon's, Apple, Facebook, and so on make billions of dollars. At first, I did not see good results until I stumbled across this lifetime business in which I made over $8,000 in my first 2 to 3 months.
$8,000 in 2 to 3 months. Wow, that's about 2 million naira, right?
Yes, that was my first breakthrough. This made me to do more research on the business for over 1 year.
Wow, but how do you do it? What's the nature of this business?
The business is an autopilot in which you require little or no job to do. This made it possible for everybody to be able to do the business. It doesn't matter whether you are educated or not educated, old or young, computer literate or illiterate. Once your business account is set up, profits start coming in.
Amazing. This is really becoming very, very interesting. Can someone like me do this business?
Yes, anybody can do it. In fact, the business have been simplified. We have put a seminar into place so that everyone can benefit. Myself and our experts will monitor and mentor people one-on-one till they can stand alone. We will teach them on how to make their first $2,000 on the business we will expose them to.
How can someone participate in this seminar?
The seminar fee is 40,000 naira with a free latest brand new Android Wi-Fi phone, tutorial videos, training materials, and item 7. Or you can pay 20,000 naira for the seminar fee only. Then later you can balance up and request for your Android phone.
Oh, brand new Android phone with Wi-Fi, tutorial videos, training materials, and I also believe the item 7 is a special food for the seminar day.
Yes, if you want to be part of this seminar, send your name to 081 64 124 756. 081 64 124 756, and we will reserve your seat. Payment can be made at the seminar venue, or you can make payments now on our website www.whitechconsult.com/seminar for VIP front seat reservation. The seminar will come up this week Saturday by 11 a.m. at Park Hotel, number 1 Waterworks Street by Rumola Junction, Aba Road, Port Harcourt.
Everybody wants a genuine profit guaranteed business that will pay them for life. And today, I believe you already have it.
Whitech Consulting is giving out free latest brand new Wi-Fi Android phone, training materials, lifetime profit guaranteed business, lifetime membership, and one-on-one personal coaching for just 40,000 naira. Send your name now to 081 641 24756. 081 641 24756.
Dear Lord, help my destiny.
Another hits jam from WebLoaded.com.
Let someone invest in me like $10, cause I wanna blow. Otikbelati SS3. I've been blessed with the melody, Lord. That was many years ago. Yeah, I don't pray, Baba. I don't tire, Lord. When only heaven knows. So give me one hit song, Lord. Let me blow like Olamide. Give me one hit song, Lord. Pick me up like Adekunle Gold. Lord, I want to blow like See Me or Small Doctor. I hope you see me. So give me one hit song, Lord. Let me blow like Olamide. See, all the people where they envy me right now for me sharing, oh Lord, where you did? Oh, that boy, they be calling me, cause I believe in Do-Re-Mi, dear Lord. Oh Lord, please show your face. I don't pray, Baba, I don't tire, Lord. Please, what do you think to me, man? Oh, yeah, give me one hit song, Lord. Let me blow like two Baba. Give me one hit song, Lord. Give my Akumbi, may Akumbi.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Would you also think, don't worry. This government
for that station, John.
Don't worry you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are
your number one talk radio station, 95.1 FM.
I mean, it's great if it's already in the curriculum.
My dad is happy.
Hey, stop slipping with that dial. Be faithful.
Remember, you can send your thoughts to 070-1933-9962.
Be faithful to 95.1 Today FM.
Good morning, sir.
My pikin, how are you this morning?
I'm fine, sir.
You dey go school?
Yes, sir.
Make sure say you read.
Madam, please, can I have one small juice and 2 biscuits there? Please be fast.
Okay, customer, pay no vex. I dey come, make her bring them.
Buy me toy.
No, you're late. You're late already.
Plantain, buy plantain.
See as this small girl dey cross this busy road anyhow.
Sweet plantain.
So, your mama no know say you too young to dey hawk?
Now one for mama, oh. I bet come on for it, make I cross road.
Made in China.
Oh, buy your plantain.
Leave
the road. The fact that you're not financially buoyant doesn't mean that you should abuse your child. Most times, These children don't have the capacity or knowledge to carry on these tasks. Education, they say, is an important aspect in a child's life. So do well not to take away that opportunity from them, as it will affect them later in the future. Remember that giving out your child for early marriage could also affect the child's life. So stop child trafficking. Avoid sending them out in the name of making money, because the children today are the leaders of tomorrow. Don't ruin their future with your ignorance. Say no today to child abuse. Say no today to child trafficking. Say no today to child marriage. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM.
We are the future. We are the dream. We are the nation. We are part of this. Yes, we are so amazing. That's the least we shall be.
They're saying that the explanation given by the military was not enough to say that he saved up to buy those houses or to buy. Man, let me just quickly get your thoughts here so that we throw that into the opinion program. I think I have a picture of what Fayose looked like on that day and what he was saying from that caption. It's not just giving him a certificate. We must see the
consequential order must be obeyed first, as to even those who have not attended the law class. Now you want that place. That place.
This is where it comes.
So why don't we start that first? You have that angle open now. Nothing is holding you from doing that now.
You look at it and make sure and understand that restructuring is what Nigeria needs.
Today's Quest from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Catch Annie on this frequency, Monday to Friday.
That is absolutely their position. Respect the law. Now the question will be which law?
Today's Quest, a sure way to start your day.
Because he hasn't really done anything here.
Yeah,
because both parties are contending. They're saying that the explanation given by the military was not enough to say that he saved up to buy those houses or to buy. Man, let me just quickly get your thoughts here so that we throw that into the opinion program. I think I have a picture of what Fayose looked like on that day and what he was saying from that caption. It's not just giving him a certificate. We must see the
consequential order must be obeyed first, as to even those who have not attended the law class. Now you want that place. That place.
This is where it comes.
So why don't we start that first? You have that angle open now. Nothing is holding you from doing that now.
You look at it and make sure and understand that restructuring is what Nigeria needs.
Today's Quest from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Catch Annie on this frequency, Monday to Friday.
That is absolutely their position. Respect the law. Now the question will be which law?
Today's Quest, a sure way to start your day.
Because he hasn't really done anything here.
Yeah,
because both parties are contending.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM. From 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
You don't wake up one day and say, okay, this policy is working, and then you expect it to crash the market in the next.
Cassava variety that takes 7 months. Do they know it or they don't?
What's his name again?
Because you can see they are involved.
They are involved, true.
So how can you solve it?
What will stop it? They're involved. Look at 1.20 billion special allowance, 1.2 billion special allowance, padding of budget, 4 billion, this billion, 400 billion. How can they stop
Hello,
it?
good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, what's your name?
Yeah, this is Mr. Zion. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Zion, go ahead.
I think I totally disagree with the man.
Today's Quests with Annie.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
All right, Port Harcourt, another week is upon us. Good morning and welcome to a beautiful Monday, the 15th day of October, first working day of a new week. My name is Andrew, and you are welcome to the newspaper review on today's quest on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM. As always, I'm not alone. I've never been alone, and I will not be alone. Mr. Emmanuel Lundukwe is right here with me in the studio. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Andrew. Good morning, Nigeria. Happy that you'll never be alone.
Yes, never be alone. And of course, we're quite aware that the political space in Nigeria is heated up. Over the weekend, something was signed and put into order, the Executive Order 6. And that has brought about a lot of talk, plenty of reactions from non-governmental organizations, from activists, from lawyers at different corners. And all of that would be talked about today, maybe not intensively on the newspaper review, perhaps on opinion poll. So yeah, just keep your dials locked right here. You're in for quite a ride. Quickly, we'll be going to the various newspapers now, and we'll be starting with the Vanguard this morning. And on the Vanguard newspaper, oh boy, I love this one we're starting with. It is very mild though, but I think it's something that we would really, really love to hear about. First of all, it says 2019 presidency, I did not endorse Atiku Oyedepo. Oyedepo is the Bishop of Winners, founder and Bishop of Winners Chapel, that's Living Faith Church. And I think this is coming because when Atiku went to visit Obasanjo, I think at Ibadan, at Oyo State, the pictures that surfaced on social media saw Bishop David Oyedepo in the midst of Atiku and Obasanjo and all of that. And that has brought about some speculations that perhaps the clergyman is saying he's in support of whatever plans this man has for the country. Well, he has come out officially to say that he did not endorse the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, for the 2019 presidential election. He was saying this on a Sunday service in Kenaland, Ota, Ogun State, I said Oyo State. Oyedepo said he was invited to former President Olusegun's residence for a peace parley. His words, and I quote, "I'm aware winners are in every political party in Nigeria, but I don't belong to any party. I was only invited to make peace. I don't force myself on people because I am too busy."
Yeah, he's too busy. His churches are everywhere in the country.
The world, in fact.
That should keep him very busy. But you see, it doesn't mean anything for me, or it's not news to me that he doesn't endorse Atiku, or he do endorse Atiku. But why I'm saying this is very simple. If he had stated his reason for not endorsing Atiku, that perhaps is against his belief, then I'll be curious to know exactly what he will say in terms of religion.
Quickly, because he said that many of his members or many of the people in his churches belong to both sides of the political party.
Of course, okay, you made it very clear.
Yes.
That means that he doesn't.
So he doesn't want. Yeah. So he doesn't want to be in any.
Yeah, he's just
neutral.
That himself is very neutral. He doesn't belong to any political party. I think it's very plain now. So everybody must not endorse Atiku. For Atiku to win and become the president.
Well, let's move on from that one quickly. I have little faith in UK judicial system, says Ibori. I have little faith in UK judicial system, says Ibori. Countdown to Wednesday's appeal court ruling continues for former Delta State Governor Chief James Ibori, and he has said the injustice visited on him in the United Kingdom has made him to have little faith in the UK judicial system. In a statement issued by his media assistant Tony Uluemuno yesterday, Ibori said, and I quote, "I have been informed that the British Court of Appeal will on Wednesday, October 17, 2018 in London, rule on the challenge I mounted against my conviction." Many Nigerian journalists who have been following Mr. Lambertus Deboa on Twitter have also for days now been contacting me concerning the ruling. Let me state unequivocally that just as I stated in the legal appeal against my conviction, I have been a victim of political persecution instead of judicial and legal persecution, as untold quantum of lies were heaped against me, even in the United Kingdom and by our officials too. Would we have to believe what he's saying? I mean, we learned from them and they colonized us, and well, we practice what they practice. Is it possible in any way that the flaws in the judicial system and what Ibori is suggesting might be in any way true?
Well, I think it might be true. It might not be true. He just made the statement, and then those of us that didn't go to that particular prison with him will not have the full details of the experience he had, because yes, the British could have bequeathed the principles of the judicial principles for Nigerians. However, the execution of such principles, there could be a variance between Nigerian execution of it and that of the British execution of it. It may have even the same headings, as it were. So for me, Ibori was there and had first-hand information, but who could also say that he will not in any way try to justify whatever he says. So it is only those that know much about what happened to him that will be able to say. For Emmanuel Ndukwe, I do not know what Ibori experienced in the UK and all that.
He said, owing to this, I have since lost faith in the British judicial system, having been through it and observed firsthand the politics, desperation, and wicked mechanizations inherent in the process that rigged the trial against me and against all judicial wholesome processes, which differentiates the modern era from the dark ages. Well, like
but then there's something I want to say. There's a hand that will touch a pot that is balanced to fall and make a noise. What do I mean? Whatever that visited the Ibori there in the British court and the judiciary of the British, nobody can say with certainty
100%
what Ibori himself did that warranted all those actions.
So if you're 100%, you had nothing to do with any of that, there was no way they can just make it up completely.
I don't think the British people will just change the patterns of execution of their legal principles because Ibori is involved. However, it is also noticed to hear what Ibori said. He was a victim of political something there, either victimization or whatever he says.
Yes.
There's something he mentioned.
Yeah.
So it's very practical.
He was victimized.
Yes, that politically he was victimized.
Well, let's get away from that quickly. We'll just try as much as possible to cover so many headlines today. And away from that one, Buhari committed to Niger Delta development. Jogbe is saying this. Executive Director Projects EDP of the Niger Delta Development Commission NDDC, Mr. Samuel Ajogbe, over the weekend restated commitment of President Muhammadu Buhari to the development of the Niger Delta region. Okay, so one quick one will be you're going to clean up. Let's not talk about other things. And people have said it's a sham. Like, elections are coming, so now they're saying we're releasing monies. Serap is giving statements upon statement upon statement. High Prep is saying, High Prep is giving statement upon statement. And we haven't really seen any structures or movements on ground to see that this process is on. With all of this going around, does one have reasons to believe this particular statement?
Well, the statement, first of all, the way I understand issues in this country, the man that made that statement is a staff of NDDC, is he not?
Yes, he is.
Good. And he's gainfully employed in there. So whatever he's saying, we want to keep his job. I tell you, that's to start from.
Yes.
However, on the side of going to clean up, have they been very much emphatic in mentioning the date it will take off? From now that they've been
emphatic with the amount of money, but not the date.
Good. So until the date is mentioned and they watch on that day whether it will take off as promised. If not, for now, all these are speculations. And I have also mentioned that the monies as mentioned, have they reached the stakeholder, the due stakeholders, to take off with it?
If it has, who would have heard? But that we heard that the monies were to
So
were
as
to be
well
released.
as they will diplomatically say something is in the pipeline, or we'll get back to you. So let us keep our hands and watch exactly what will transpire.
Ajogbe, who spoke on behalf of the commission in Asaba during the 7th annual National Dinner of Government College Ugeli Old Boys Association, said the NDDC would soon embark on the renovation of 2 hostel blocks in the college. That's commitment there. So if you don't see that one,
he's an NDDC staff.
He on his part has been committed in his own little way. So, well, let's get away from that. Still on the vanguard, debt servicing. ULC urges Senate to reject federal government's request for $2.78 billion and $87 million loans. We just heard the report from the IMF saying Nigeria is about, amongst other countries, going to suffer more with what they are foreseeing as regards to global economic crisis was to really come down on us. Plus, in Africa, they have said that with the rate of borrowing, countries that might face certain level of challenges, Nigeria is also among that because we are owing a lot. And now we're hearing that the federal government might only make a request of $2.78 billion and $87 million loans. So the United Labour Congress of Nigeria over the weekend pleaded with the Senate to reject the federal government's request to borrow the said amounts of monies from foreign loans to refinance existing foreign debts, saying it is unacceptable to us as it does not make economic and common sense at this time. Do you borrow to pay for what you borrowed?
Well, I don't think so. I don't think so very much. But then, what I have to say on this is, if you listen to this headline, I got it this morning. It says, debts. Nigeria has room to borrow more. A certain minister says this. So it's
an encouragement.
With this statement, it means that federal government is highly encouraged to go on and borrow
as much as they want.
So, and I listened to the new finance minister I think it was 2 weeks ago or just a week ago, where she mentioned that either 3% borrowing is allowed, and the federal government has not even gone close to that. I don't know. So, whatever be the case, they still have commodious ground to borrow more, according to what the minister is saying.
It's allowed
here.
to
maybe that particular one, people are jittery, because if you overborrow, remember, you are going to pay back what you are borrowing.
And with interest.
Good. If you overborrow, that means part of the things you should have used in doing something
you would have
to
to
your
use
country,
that to pay for what you
have
borrowed.
to service the debts always. But they are very happy because they are saying they have not even reached this.
Exhausted. Well, in a statement by its president, Joe Ajaero, the group, while condemning the plan to borrow such sum to finance part of the 2018 budget, contended that, okay, I think I should pause first and get to this. If you're saying borrowing this money would be to finance part of the 2018 budget, how do you borrow to finance? We've had plenty of monies that have been recovered from looted funds. We've had plenty of monies that have been collected from various ministries and some that say government monies that were hidden here and there and there and there. All of these monies have been coming out, amounting to trillions of naira or billions of dollars. We've had internally generated revenue. It has been at its peak from agri sector since the government focused more on diversification. We've made plenty of gains as regards to revenue. How come we still need to borrow this huge amount of monies to finance part of the budget? Are we saying that all the other monies that are coming out is just to finance one part and we can't really handle the budget? Then why not plan according to what we have available instead of putting us into more debt?
Well, Andrew, budgeting is not certainly you have certain amounts in cash or in hand. You don't. It's a proposal.
It's a proposal.
Good. And so you could project on what you expect to receive and then draw up your budget. However, I always want people not to believe everything they hear. I think it's a wise statement.
Yes.
Not to believe everything once here. We've been hearing about loot recovered and all that. Have we ever heard that, yes, this one so much has been recovered and is going to be injected into this and we see it as promised injected into that particular sector? No, so I always tell you that seeing will be believing. It's better that way because, yes, we've recovered so much. It's still in the till wherever. So until it's brought out and then released to a sector, then we believe truly that they have truly in the first place recovered the loot and of course are going to use it for them. You remember, not too long, they promised about 5,000 something.
Yes, and I think that came back up again. I think about last week. Said they were planning to do that to poor families, the poor in 3 states: Nasarawa, Anambra, and one other state in the northeast.
Until we see that happen, then we know truly those particular looted funds, as stated, have been recovered and brought back to Nigeria. For now, they are in the realm of speculation. Only those in government, perhaps, in that sector who are supposed to know, should know.
Well, the president, Joe Ajaero, said this, and I quote, "Remember that this year's budget is predicated on a crude oil benchmark of about $55 billion. But the current international price of oil is around 88 billion mark. This is clearly about $30 US dollars in excess $30 billion in excess that accrues to our excess crude oil account. Fortunately, since this year, these prices have remained consistently well above this benchmark." So we're supposed to have surplus. That's what is, in other words, he's trying to say. If the price has been, well, what you budget, what you aim, like we said, a proposal, and you project. So if you made a projection for 55, and it has been around 88, it means you have an excess of over 30 something there for you. So why are we still going to need to borrow the said amount of money? That is the concern of the group, and that's the statement from the chairman. Well, let's move on from that and get onto another headline. Still on the Vanguard, Governor Ambode holds media conference for 2019 race. I don't know what race. I would have to look into it to find out. Well, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Akinwumi Ambode, will today at his office in Alausa, Ikeja, meet with journalists to unfold plans for the 2019 Access Bank Lagos City Marathon. Okay, now we know what race it was. Yeah. We would have said
no, it couldn't be the one that it couldn't be the race that technically sidelined from. So I don't know.
Okay, now we know the race that he is talking about. If you're in Lagos State, you might want to be part of that race. But then again, quickly to more headlines on the Vanguard. Ezekwesili challenges Buhari to 20 hours debate. Ezekwesili challenges Buhari to 20 hours debate.
It doesn't mean anything to me. A challenge can be thrown at somebody and the person will accept or refuse. Simple. So that has been stated. But Atiku also may accept and then tell you, like, I want 5 hours
rather than 20
and
hours.
That settles it. So
but what is she? Well, to be honest, which debate ever in the world have we seen for that position that goes for 20 hours?
That's why I'm saying I think Ezekwesili has a right to make a pronouncement, and she has done so. So it's settled. It's now left for the person that is challenged. The challenge is thrown to accept in the first place, or to reduce even the time placed on that challenge.
Yes.
So he also will have his right to reduce the time. And if OB accepts, or if OB is hinging her own brand of debate on 20 hours, Buhari has a right to say, no, I don't want that far because I have some other things doing. Remember, Bobby is not the president.
He is.
I might not be as busy as
So she
Buhari.
might have plenty of time to give out. Well, she is the flag bearer for the ACPN. The Obi Ezekwesili, she's challenged President Muhammadu Buhari to a 20-hour debate to defend his achievements or lack of it, affirming that debate by proxy should not be accepted by Nigerians. She said that those who shy away from presenting themselves before the people do not deserve to take the position of leadership. Ezekwesili further stated that nothing less than 20 hours of debate is acceptable to a country of approximately 200 million people. She said that the debate should be... That's stopping people from working and doing anything.
I think sometimes we push our maybe intelligence to...
Too far.
Too far to an indecent border, the way I look at it.
How can you, out of 24 hours in a day, we're spending 20 hours standing and talking?
Which law makes it mandatory that it must be 20?
Because we're 200 million people, she said.
You see, I think let's leave it. That's what I've said. Buhari is very much at liberty to choose or to reject.
Well, let's move on from that one. And this is the one that's very interesting. I think people are waiting to hear. Travel ban. Negative consequences far outweighs whatever gain federal government has in mind. The NBA is speaking.
That's very serious.
Yes. Before now, at the conference that the NBA had, the president made a statement that ruffled a couple of feathers and raised a lot of dust when he said they don't really, sometimes you don't need to follow the rule of law. And then those thoughts came in. Now, people are even referring to the decree, executive order 4, decree number 4.
No, decree number 4.
Rather, he had with
when it was a military
with Odiagbo, that was his name at the time. But they said that focused mostly on the media. It was more on journalists. And this now is alleged corrupt Nigerians, 50. And also the presidency has also come out to debunk the list. A list has been circulating around social media, about 50 names, and saying that those were the people that were but they've come out to say no, that nobody should take that too seriously. But back to this, the NBA now, the chairman, Abakaliki branch, Barrister Festus Nweke, stated that the negative consequences of the action of the federal government outweighs whatever gains it intended to achieve. The statement read in part, and I quote, "This particular action of the federal government is obviously not a plus, as the negative consequences far outweighs whatever gain the originator has in mind. In the first place, listing deceased Nigerians as part of prominent Nigerians who are restricted from traveling abroad is an indictment that this government is not diligent in handling its matters." This is not the first time we're having a situation like this where people who are dead make a list. Remember, was it last year?
The alleged looters. No, yeah, it's this year.
This year, we had some people who were dead and their names.
Okay.
No, it wasn't the loot. It was this year. This year. It was this year. Sometime this year. Yeah. And now the presidency, in its defense, has also said this list or this did not just come because they wanted it to. It has been a process that these people have been investigated from previous administrations, and now they are deciding this is how they want to go about it. So the quick question would be, let's just get your thoughts first. I don't know how to put the question to you directly now.
All right. Whichever form it takes, I'm ready. You see, the truth is that when we had this proposal by federal government of this executive order and all that, I was worried, and I made my worry very plain then that I in my understanding, not as a lawyer, but as an enlightened citizen of this country, I believe that it's the court that has the power to pronounce somebody guilty, and that person, it sticks on the person. The person could go ahead on an appeal until it reaches the heaven of it, that is the Supreme Court. And I don't see the president or the presidency as a court, a competent court of jurisdiction in this country, even though it's called an executive order. I also stated then that I believe that if we are to have such thing that will be embodied in the law, the National Assembly should reserve that kind of responsibility. In other words, to bring out such order. However, then I stated that this is number 6. Executive order number 6.
Yeah.
That could mean that there have been previous orders.
Yeah.
So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good. So why are we now looking at these as perhaps a black sheep of the executive
all
orders?
The others.
Now, so what I feel is that, yes, desperate time needs desperate measure. In as much as I appreciate very much the kernel of this administration being corruption and a few other things, this is the major kernel of this administration, fighting corruption. And I have said clearly several times, whether they're fighting it rightly or wrongly, but there have been moves made, rightly or wrongly, I keep on emphasizing, on saying that some individuals are this and that. Are you wrongly charged? Go to court. So I'm only saying now, the NBA, the way they caption things, I thought it was the president of NBA in Nigeria.
Yes.
But now it seems to be coming from a Boy State NBA chairman or so. That doesn't mean that he won't understand his onions. But for me, I am still thinking that it looks as the thing is arbitrary. It's not coming from the court. Neither is it coming from the National Assembly. But we must have at the back, one side of our mind, that other executive orders have come. So how do we now reconcile these? Whatever be the case, I will say, as I always do, that anybody that feel aggrieved, because a lot of people have come out with their reasons, I think still that court I have in mind will be where to go to. Go there and challenge it. let's see exactly how it comes out.
Well, Robert Clark, who's a son of Nigeria, I think I was watching him on TV debating on this, and he had his own opinions. He also said some of these names, let's alert some of them, like for the list that was brought out, for the president said we shouldn't look at that list or take it seriously, are already in court. And for the fact that you're already in court on trial, there are certain limitations, restrictions that follow naturally already. Some of them, you cannot travel out. Your visas have been held back, and all of that. So he said, if the government feels like they want to do this, the right thing would be to go to the court and get an ex parte order. So why isn't that being done? Because it's not like the court says we're not going to give this to you for the reason you're trying to get to do this.
Oftentimes, I said, even one doesn't need to be a lawyer to understand certain issues. I think anything that is coming out from the court is given, assigned by natural circumstances and understanding, the aura of validity and subject to appeal if it's from a lower court.
Yes.
I do not understand, I stand to be corrected, how federal government have not had any pronouncement of a court of competent jurisdiction on these individuals, except perhaps a few of them, I don't know.
But the list that was released by Lai Mohammed, we haven't really heard any convictions on that one.
We've not.
Any pronouncement from the court to say, okay, this person has been found guilty. And the reason, and then the president is giving a reason, says it's because these people have access to funds and all of that. That's why they evade justice. But we've also heard in the past, accounts have been frozen and people have been prevented from having access to their accounts. And all of this have happened because they are standing trial in court. So why can't all these mechanisms be used rather than having this order, which, of course, violates the international, according to international law, which Nigerians signed to with some of the recognized international bodies, freedom of movement of individuals from one country to another at will, without restrictions.
You see, again, there's something I just remembered. I think whether it's last week or so, one court in Abuja, I think one judge
said that it is yes, the order is not bad.
Yes.
I think even Senator Sam Clark said it's not bad. It's a good idea, but it should be done rightly.
Thank you.
That's the point.
That is where Emmanuel Dubois always bases his own argument on any issue at all. I can never align with you so long as due process is not followed. Now, if, for instance, federal government is saying they have, maybe they are affiliated to funds and all that, does two wrong. Can it ever make a right? Two wrongs. So for me, I believe that a court should make a pronouncement on Emmanuel Duque that he is guilty. And up and down, it will. I will now be looked upon as guilty. Then if I desire to challenge that, I go ahead. For now, I don't think the presidency or even the president of Nigeria is a court in this country. But I believe that there are some executive power the president has. Now, does it agree with what the law stipulates? I think this should be the battle between the constitutionality of it and otherwise. So, as it started, when you stay at the honest nest, the dance starts immediately. It will finally end in the same court. Perhaps that seemed to have been neglected.
Further on the statement, it says, coming from the Barrister Festus Nweke, Abakaliki branch of the Nigeria Bar Association, said, secondly, some of the affected persons are already facing trial in court over the same subject matter, which which is the reason why we're having this order, Executive Order 6. And it is unthinkable for a democratic government to delve into a matter that is sub judice. The question begging for an answer is the circumstance in where lies the cardinal principle of separation of powers in this government. That is the question that, not me can answer at the moment. But let us move on to another headline and an entirely different newspaper. This time it is The Nation. And we have Wardy Chimelem with us in the studio already. Good morning, Wardy.
Good morning, Rivers people.
Okay.
Good morning.
Thank God you're a barrister, so I think you'd help us a lot more in this angle. On The Nation, Buhari defends travel ban on 50 VIPs as row grows. Buhari defends travel ban on 50 VIPs as row grows. The presidency...
yes, that thing you are saying, I think there must be a defense they have, because I believe it will be difficult for me to believe that they don't have legal department, which I know they do.
I mean, we have the chief judge, the attorney general.
So let them come up with their own understanding of whichever sections of the Constitution that support their action.
Yeah, that's what
it is at that time that we'll be able to make comparative analysis. Yes, and understand.
Well, let's see. By the way, Wadi Chimedem Esquire is the spokesman appraisal for good governance and a member of Civil Liberty Organization. Quickly now, back to the headline. Buhari defends travel ban over 50 VIPs as row grows on the Nation newspaper. The presidency last night was fending off blows over the controversial Executive Order 6, which imposed a travel ban on about 50 prominent citizens facing corruption and money laundering charges. Rights will be respected, the presidency said, adding that the executive order is neither political nor is there any political gain behind its activation. The clarification came amid the growing row over the executive order, which President Muhammadu Buhari ordered the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami to implement the letter. Atiku campaign organization joined the People's Democratic Party to castigate the action. The organization said the implementation of the order could lead to capital flight and return the economy into recession. A Lagos lawyer, Femi Falana, advised the government to withdraw the executive order and allow the court to stop suspected looters from traveling. Some lawyers have argued that since the court has okayed the order, a travel ban under it is not out of place. The Alliance for New Nigeria described the order as dictatorial, adding that there are enough safeguards in the Constitution to take care of corruption with the guarantee for freedom of movement for citizens.
Let me just say something there. There's either they say some lawyers say that as the court has okayed that, you know, the Abuja High Court we are talking about.
Yes.
You see, that's the problem. My understanding as a non-lawyer is that any ruling or judgment of the court, let me put it that way, they have a right to correct me, whether it's judgment or ruling, whichever. The fact is that as the court has come up with its verdict on that particular executive order and accepts it, for now that it's not been reversed by any other higher court, it's time to be a law.
Yes.
That's a precedent in this country for now. So perhaps that's where federal government rely on to say, okay, let's push it to the highest level. But I am thinking that whether its reliance is on that particular pronouncement of the court or otherwise, the fact remains that if a court does not pronounce me guilty on issue, presidency, even with the executive order, cannot come and do the job of that court. So for me, I don't know. And I think the legal department in the presidency should furnish Nigerians with their reason. And as there is a flurry of battles from other lawyers.
Let's get to that part.
Get us clear.
This one is from Garba Shehu, the spokesman of the president, said, and I quote, "This is the first time any government is taking such a key decision to fight corruption." He said the Executive Order 6 is not only revolutionary to the efforts to rid Nigeria of corruption, but a manifestation of systemic changes that are required to make necessary adjustments as we carry on with the war against corruption. He further said, the very essence of the order is to make for speedy trials and conclusion of graft cases. The order is not political, and there is no political gain behind its activation. These high-profile cases we are talking about have been going for between 7 and 10 years with no end in sight. These cases were mostly originated by administrations other than this one. I looked at the names, even if they've said that those names we shouldn't, not what we should look at coming from the presidency. We've had Olisametu, most of them from the past administrations of the PDP. I think, majority of the people on that list. So they're saying that some of these cases have been for like 7 and 10 years. But don't forget, they've been the part of political witch hunt, which is also coming into play on this matter. Let me finish the statement. He further said, what is clear is that the process to these resources by the suspects has enabled them to be in a position to sometimes compromise investigation, prosecution, and trial. In most of the cases, the courts are held in a helpless position by legal acrobatics paid for from corrupt enrichment by the suspects. Really, we haven't seen a legal point of view, as in defense, in defense from coming from the presidency as to why they are doing this legally. That would oppose. It's always been this same excuses. I had to go over it over and over and again to find a legal point of view coming from the presidency. Still not found one. Wadi, quickly, what's your thoughts on that?
I think the legal industry has been segmented and with this position. The reason is that the law is very sacrosanct. But what makes us to be lawyer is our positions and submissions. But the final arbiter of whatever rhetorics that emanate from a lawyer will be from the judge. I think the confirmation of the order 6 of the executive order is a confirmation of the law. We must not, denigrate that fact.
Yes, true.
It's a confirmation of the law. The reason is that we begin to look at the factors that, enriches both of us, or that empowers us for our fundamental right. If you look at the sections, this executive order cannot override it. It is a law. But we must look at the letters of the law, which is the ground norm, that empowers you and I to own property and to move
freely.
Now we begin to look at what that executive order negates. It tends to have some military might. Sometimes you begin to look at, it tends to preempt the fundamental human right of you and I.
Are you saying, in other words, the law, with this law, it's almost like you are already pronounced a criminal, so we're treating you in that manner.
The order has taken the position of the court. Now, what we are saying is that some persons like I have been, seeking the ideas or wisdom of some higher learned people within the citadel of law, and they are saying it's not right. It is not right. But at this point, the court has pronounced. But we must look at it in the other way around. Is it appealable?
The court didn't say it's of course it's not wrong to want to fight corruption in that manner, but the court said it is right. But in a situation where, but it said the presidency must also go back to the court to get an ex parte order. To limit someone from traveling or moving or doing anything.
Let me tell you, if you look at section 5, it tends to give the president the power to arrest and to do other such powers, to do other such things, all right, as the case may be. But I think solely if you look at the words of Falana,
yes,
and if you look at the words of other lawyers, you see that it limits the power of the court. Because it is only the court, not just a court of competent jurisdiction, that can only, restrict, and not to restrict your movement, if such properties and other opportunities that may have been involved in any crime, or you may have been pronounced, having committed a crime. It is within the ambit of the court to say, look, all these things within so time has been seized, or they could sequester it. There are other ways, but that executive order tends to. There is a presumption that it
relegates the courts to the back.
They are suspending the right of the Constitution. Because if you look at the letters of the Constitution, you will see how the fundamental rights have been enshrined. And that is why you and I are here today. That is why there is Today FM. It's as a result of, you and I have the right to own and to build and to even work freely. So that order, executive order, tends to preempt the right of
certain people from doing that.
The right of the right of the fundamental human right that has been enshrined to you and I to exercise.
Okay, quickly, because of the time, we have a special interview coming up shortly. So in the next 3 minutes, let's look at this. On the nation, still concerning the order. Travel ban. I've been acquainted, says Bafarawa. His name was on the list. And former Sokoto State Governor Atahiru Bafarawa yesterday said he cannot be on the travel ban list because he has been discharged and acquitted by a Sokoto State High Court on the case in which he was involved. Via telephone chat, he said, and I quote, "In respect of the case listed against me in the Executive Order 6, I have been discharged and acquitted since July 31st, 2018 by a court. I stood trial for almost 10 years. I was not found wanting by the court. I also need to put on record that my accounts have not been frozen by any of the anti-graft agencies. None of my properties have been confiscated till date. I have tried to live above board in public service and in my private life." His name is on that list. The order, he says, so he's coming out to make a statement. I was acquitted by the court.
You see, that's why I said it is within the ambit of the court to do sumoto, to do what is necessary at this point. If somebody has been alleged to have committed an offense, it is within the ambit of the court to look at it prudently and give pronouncement, or where there is no such this thing. It is still within the ambit of the court to say, look, this man or the accused is innocent. Now, it is assumed that if I'm alleged to have done something wrong, it is not within the ambit of that executive power or Mr. President to assume the position of the court.
Yes.
Because what it means is that he has already taken place. That executive order is like crucifying the accused.
Already saying they are guilty, whereas constitutionally you are innocent on the proven guilty.
Because even within the ambit of it is the right of the court to look at it, to look at the document before the court. So it means that if you have executive order, then what's the essence of the court? Then it means that the courts have been indirectly, they have no such right to investigate or to even make matters like this.
All right, Wadi, I wish we could allow you go on and on, but we don't have adequate time.
We're
Possibly
going back to the days of the
Wadi, on the other side, you would continue and say more. We have a special interview coming up, and Mr. Lukwe, I hope you pardon us for not giving you a chance to lay your thoughts on this. But we'll be right back. We'll be right back on the other side with Annie in the studio. In the meantime, stay tuned. We have a special interview coming up with Odibola Properties. Don't go anywhere.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Okay, Port Harcourt in the studio at this particular moment is Bolaji Odibola Properties. Happy New Week, happy Monday. You're welcome.
Thank you. A wonderful Monday indeed.
Yes, it is.
We believe that this Monday will bring good things to all of us.
Of course, and I'm very sure after now people would come to buy landed properties. If you don't know, Odibola Properties have been in the business of selling landed properties to the citizens of this country residing here in Port Harcourt. Started here in the state, and they're doing great things. So he's here to tell us how you can be part of a promo that they have ongoing. It's still on, I'm sure.
Well, Odibola Property is still doing their promo, and in a short while, every promo will end for December sales to start.
Okay.
Now, like you know, one of the reasons we are into this business is to ensure that people get properties that are not encumbered, in as much as everybody is trying to save.
Yeah.
If you're saving your money, you should know that at least where you're putting your money is secured. So that when you think you have something to hold on to, it shouldn't be a time you start hearing stories. One of the reasons Odibola is out to assist the individual out there listening to me right now is to ensure that you have an encumbered free property, a property that you can hold on to in the next 50, 100 years.
Without any fear of community disturbances or family worries.
Of any kind. And in doing this, we've gone as further as getting our properties registered with the authority, which is the Greater Port Harcourt City Development. These are the bodies that regulates whatever happens within the Greater Port Harcourt Axis, which is the Omagwa, the Ipo, the Grutali, and all the rest. Now, you don't have anything to fear because these properties are registered, duly registered by the government. Like in Lagos, they will ask, does it have a governor's consent? Does it have an excision? Does it have a CFO? But what we have in these properties are Greater Port Harcourt approval, which is the usual approval given for properties within this area. Now, if you want to do business, another way you can find out if these particular properties are problem-free is to walk down to the Greater Port Harcourt City Development
and ask questions.
Ask about Odibola if we are authorized, developers within the state to sell properties to you. That's another way to clear your doubts, because I know most people have the right to doubt. The trusted developers, they've put their money in things, and you hear stories. Like I do tell people, we are in River State. We are indigenous. We are, based there. We didn't come from anywhere. We didn't come from Abuja.
You were born here.
Come from
the
Lagos.
Company was born here in Port Harcourt.
In Lagos, in Port Harcourt, in River State. We know how the real estate business works here. So we are encouraging you not to have an excuse why you shouldn't invest. Like people who always say, when will development come? Development is coming. You can't buy property when development comes.
Now it's like the perfect time with the flood situation. You get to see that, what you're buying cannot go under that.
That is the truth. Our property are flood free. You can access them anytime, no matter how much the rain falls and all that. You can access our property.
Nice.
Come and invest. It's not. I understand that the decision to invest is not so easy. But especially young guys out there within the ages of 23 and 35. I know it's not easy because you have things that takes money from you. You have these things that tells you buy the car so that you will tell your village winch that they didn't attack you, that you have made it. You want to show to the lady that, I've arrived. But I want you to understand that there is nothing wrong in buying the
investment.
Car. But you can't buy a car when you have not had when you don't have a property. It's a wrong one. Invest in property and you will have no regret. We are coming to tell you this because we are sure that your property we appreciate and you.
Last time you were here, you were saying the Olu Obasanjo roads and all of those areas sold for 700,000 at the time, and now
people can confirm. You know, when you come on air to lie, people will know. They will just laugh.
Yes.
Look at that liar. I am telling you categorically that 10 years ago, land was sold at Odele Road for 600,000 naira. 10 years ago. Today you can't get the land for 20 million.
So the same thing is going to happen for the Greater Port Harcourt region.
This is the same thing. This is the same. Now, where is the development going? Is this area? Is the area, the Obrikore houses now, land there was sold just 4 years ago for 1 million. Now you beg to get for 5 million naira. You know, so this is reality. It's not something we are coming to wash you to come and invest.
Yes.
We are coming to encourage you because our duty is to reach you so that you come and invest. So that you not say, oh, they didn't tell me. If I had known, oh, where were these people when I was wasting money? Someone has told me that, you know why I'm investing? Because I've had money before and misused the money. Now I know what money is. Now let me tell you one thing about money. If you don't lock money somewhere, money will disappear.
It will run away.
Let nobody tell you that it's the winching your blade. Nothing is winching anything.
It will run away.
If you don't lock money somewhere through investment, money will disappear. What makes a man is the level of asset he has, not the liquid cash you have in the bank. So join the Odibola group today and invest in landed property. We have an ongoing promo that is ending this week. Payment of 350 down payment and you spray 600 within 3 years. It's ending this week and you will never get it again from Odibola. As you know, the 780
so it's ending on Saturday or Friday?
It's ending on Friday.
Okay.
You will never get it again. We did that so that the low income earners can access land. That same land we've sold for 950. And as soon as we stop, we increase the price immediately. Now the 780 land we are selling, the Quiet Heaven layout, we are ending this month end.
Okay.
You will never get it from Odibola.
For that
again.
one, you pay a down payment of how much?
That one, there is no down payment. It's full payment.
Okay, you pay full payment.
You pay full payment and you get your allocation. We are starting with the phase 2 soon.
Okay.
And that will be sporadic too. So take advantage of what we have. You know, they don't push people to invest. They only encourage people to invest. But in as much as we are coming to be encouraging you, you know that friends will be telling you, you sure?
This one not going to be mistake.
So many things. And so you take the decision and take the right decision. Nobody forces you to invest. Nobody will push you to invest. But you will only be encouraged to invest.
All right.
And Odibola is coming to encourage you.
All right. So people that would want to invest would need to get in touch with you. So let them have your numbers.
For those of you who want to take advantage of what we have, call Fortune on 0708 100 9888. 0708 100 9888, or you call Ifoma on 0806 496 2757. 0806 496 2757. You can also call Bawa Rasaki on 0803 484 5609. 0803 484 5609. Odibola Properties is located at Nyenwele Inserim Layouts in Tombia Extension, GRA, Phase 3, Port Harcourt. I'd like you to come and take advantage of what we have for you. You can also visit our website at www.odibolaproperties.com to get more information.
All right, don't miss it.
Thank you very much.
All right, quickly again before we go, let's get those phone numbers for those people who may just be coming in.
For those of you who wants to reach us, you can call Fortune on 0708 1009 888. 0708 1009 888, or you call Ifoma on 0806 496 2757. 0806 496 2757. Finally, you can call Bawa on 0803 484 5609. Thank you for being part of this program. Take advantage of what we have on ground at Odibola Properties. You can do business with us and go to sleep.
All right, I like that part. Yes. Thank you very much, Abolaji, for coming.
Thank you.
All right, stay tuned now. The news update is next.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
All right, good morning and welcome to the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Ifeyemi Andrew. The federal government has come under severe criticism as Nigerians speak out against the travel ban imposed on 50 prominent citizens under Executive Order No. 6 signed by President Muhammadu Buhari. Leading the verbal onslaught against the government and Lagos-based human rights is Lagos-based human rights group Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP. The Deputy Director of SERAP, Timothy Adewale, said the travel ban against the individuals allegedly involved in high-profile corruption cases is arbitrary, repressive, and illegal. In a statement circulated on the media, Adewale maintained that the action by the Buhari administration was in breach of the constitutional rights of the individuals affected. The SERAP Deputy Director also argued that the ban on overseas travel on the group of 50 Nigerians was against the spirit of the country's international obligations, which protect the rights to freedom of movement, privacy, and due process of law. The rights group is of the view that the travel ban would undermine the government's expressed commitment to combat corruption and violate Nigeria's international human rights obligations. On his part, human rights lawyer Femi Falana also faulted the government ban on 50 high-profile Nigerians from traveling out of the country. Falana, who is a senior advocate of Nigeria, therefore called for the immediate withdrawal of the ban, which he described as a reminder of the days of military rule. In a statement in action to the development, the legal practitioner cautioned the Buhari administration to wage the war against corruption within the ambit of the rule of law. You will recall that a federal high court in Abuja had last Thursday upheld President Buhari's Executive Order 6, which allows for interim seizures of assets linked to investigation, ongoing criminal trials, and other related offences. The executive order also empowers the Attorney General of the Federation, acting together with relevant investigative agencies, to temporarily seize properties linked with corruption to prevent the dissipation of such assets. However, Justice Ijeoma Ojukwu held that the federal government cannot seize assets of any Nigerian citizen based on suspicion of corruption without a valid order of the court. And now, South and Southeast states have been advised to watch out for activities that may lead to the pollution of their areas. An advocacy group, Environmental and Pollution Prevention Foundation, EVIDAP, gave the advice following what they say is the constant pollution of southern states as a result of legal and illegal crude oil activities. Convener of the group, George Bucknor, while speaking with newsmen in Port Harcourt, said measures have been put in place to ensure that every community within the South, and Southeast understand their right to protect their environment.
If we stop emission of gas flaring, if we stop affluent discharge, we will not suffer much of the hazards we are suffering today. And that's why we put EVIDAP together, to be able to reach out to the MDAs, which is the ministries, federal ministries or state ministries. The process is, it's not our trade. Africans are farmers and traders, or fishermen. Exploratory activity is the white man's own. And they have a criteria, but this criteria has never been complied with. That's why EVIDAP was conceived, to ensure that we drive those who are supposed to drive the process to drive it effectively.
On his part, National President of EVIDAP, Clement Mbechi, told newsmen that a marshal group will be set up to monitor activities, international oil companies, and ensure that they are in compliance with international best practice.
The agenda is to stop gas flaring, pipeline vandalization, petroleum product adulteration, put people in field and make sure that the people involved stop it. Conjoined with security, army, navy, and police and civil defense. We are already doing the process.
And on the foreign scene, a second wave of the Ebola virus has been confirmed in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, where an initial outbreak has already killed 125 people. DR Congo's Health Minister Oli Ilunga said the latest wave is centered in Beni, a town in North Kivu near the border with Uganda. Ilunga said the second wave occurred as a result of community resistance to measures taken to tackle the disease. The latest outbreak is the 10th in DR Congo since Ebola was first detected there in 1976. And that's it on the news update for this hour. Thank you for your time and stay tuned. Listen to this announcement. Clifford University screening exercise for admission into first-degree programs comes up at Seventh-day Adventist Church Headquarters, Rumokuta, Port Harcourt, on Tuesday the 16th and Thursday 18th of October 2018. time 9 a.m. The exercise will also hold at Seventh-day Adventist Church in Che Eleme on Wednesday, 17th October 2018, time 9 a.m. All interested candidates should come with their JAM and O-level results. Clifford University officials will be at the venues to handle all qualification challenges, including the admission process into JUPEB program. Application form costs 5,000 naira only. For more inquiries, call the following numbers: 0803 338 7087 or 0703 932 5141. This announcement is signed by management.
Hello, Auntie.
Jennifer, how are you?
I just called to remind you about the loan you promised me. Hello, Auntie. Are you still there? Oh, let me try, my dear John.
Hello?
Studio of Life. Can you give me a loan for my business? Hello?
Sorry, the number
Hello? John, are you there?
Are you an entrepreneur looking for capital to turn your business idea into a reality? Development Bank of Nigeria now provides sustainable financing to support your business. Now you can enjoy yet another access to loans to scale up your business and a long-term repayment plan of up to 10 years. DBN loans can be accessed through participating financial institutions, which include commercial banks, microfinance banks, development finance institutions, and other financial institutions. Talk to your bank today to get a DBN loan. For more information, visit www.devbankng.com. Development Bank of Nigeria. Financing sustainable growth.
I'm T-Range calling from Imo State.
My name is White calling from Bayelsa.
Hello, yes, this is Udwa calling from Akwa Ibom.
My name is John calling from Bayelsa.
Amaka calling from Abia.
This is Toya calling from Bayelsa. I'm Divine calling from Port Harcourt.
With over 8 million listeners glued to this dial, why not take advantage
Showcase your product
and services to the world with rates that wouldn't break your back?
Visit us at number 1 Today FM Drive off East West Road, Rumekini, Port Harcourt, or our city office, 21 Orobom Crescent, GRA Phase 2, Port Harcourt.
Give us a call today on
0803 35 57 986 or 0810 128 2937.
We are your number 1 talk radio station. Today, 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such
a unique dial.
Corruption is a dishonest action that destroys people's trust. Corruption takes many forms and can be interpreted by many people in many ways. It is hard to enter into any sector in Nigeria without observing one corrupt practice or the other. The faces of corruption ranges from political, universities and college, bank sector, the civil service, even the religious bodies. In Nigeria, factors like greed, poor youth empowerment, poverty, unemployment, etc. are said to be responsible for corruption. However, no reason is good enough to be corrupt, because corruption is capable of crippling our economy, raise poverty level, bring about national crisis, as well as poor national development. Stop the embezzlement and misappropriation of public or government funds, bribery, malpractice, man no man, and treat all citizens equally today. A corrupt-free nation is possible. This message is powered by your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Every child deserves to be happy. Every child deserves to laugh. Years after Nigeria adopted international prohibitions on child labor into law, millions of children in the country are still engaged in child labor activities. The International Labour Organization estimates that about 25% of Nigeria's 80 million children under the age of 14 are now in the workforce. Every child deserves a childhood. Let us all rise in every hood to give every child, regardless creed, belief, or tribe, a pleasant childhood filled with laughter. This message is brought to you by the voice of the people. Today 95.1 FM.
You may wonder why we chose to double into broadcasting. It is because on Today FM, we understand the right of every person and every group to fair coverage. In bringing you the news, we give you a platform to share your views. We give you a voice. Your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, the people, the people.
Crying out loud, why do you leave me at this point in time? Oh my God. In my life now. How could it do a thing like that to me? What on earth did I do to this?
Suicide is a practice that is fast gaining dominance in Nigeria. Suicide is the intentional act of taking one's life. Within the first quarter of 2017 alone, many Nigerians have subscribed to suicide as a means to escaping depression, severe anxiety, acute stress, terminal diseases, lack of money or hope for survival, mental disorder, or even a heartbreak. The World Health Organization revealed that no fewer than 1 million people die annually from suicide, which represents a global mortality rate of 16 people per 100,000, or 1 death in every 40 seconds. It is also a fact that approximately 10 to 20 million people attempt suicide every year. But is anything worth dying for?
Oh my God.
Suicide is a major public health concern, but it is preventable. Talk to someone when you feel depressed. You can also prevent others from a suicide attempt by contacting the Nigerian Suicide Prevention Initiative on 080-621-06493 or 080-921-06493. Choose to live today because life is beautiful. This message is powered by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
You also say this government.
For that station, John.
Yeah, don't you worry, you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are.
Your number one talk radio station, 95.1 FM.
FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
They're saying that the explanation given by the military was not enough to say that he saved up to buy those houses or to buy. Let me just quickly get your thoughts here so that we throw that into the opinion program. I think I have a picture of what Fayose looked like on that day and what he was saying from that caption. It's not just giving him a certificate. We must see the
consequential order must be obeyed first, as to even those who have not attended the law class. Now you want that place. That place.
This is where it comes.
So why don't we start that first? You have that angle open.
A sure way to start you down.
Because he hasn't really done anything here.
Yes.
Because both parties are contending.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
Good to have you all here with us. It's 20 minutes after the hour of 9, and it is your premium talk news and sports station, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Annie Abdul Salam. Welcome to a great show and a great week, by the way. It's the 15th day of October 2018, a lovely Monday morning. And the show, The Quest, starts off with the newspaper review. I wasn't part of it, I apologize, but here I am fully for the opinion poll segment. And for the opinion poll, I have quite beautiful list of names here that are going to be part of the show with me. I have Wodi Chimenem Esquire. He's a spokesman appraisal for good governance and a member civil liberty organization. Wodi Chimenem, good to have you. You've been saying something about your birthday. You said it's on the 26th.
Christ was born on that day.
Yeah, I know. Christ was born on that day. Wodi Chimenem was born on that day.
Good morning, Rivers people.
And then we have A.A. Sado. It's good to have you with us there. Good morning.
Good morning. Glad to be here again.
And then Dr. Kenneth Nweke. He's a political analyst and an associate professor of political science at the Ignatius Adjo University of Education, Rumo Lumini, Port Harcourt. Good to have you with us.
Thank you, and good morning.
And as always, Emmanuel Udukwe.
Good morning, and welcome Nigerians to today's quest.
And for the quest, or should I say the opinion poll, we're looking at the 50 men and women on Buhari's travel ban list. It says here that 13 former governors and 7 former ministers, all facing corruption trials, were among the 50 men and women that make up the travel ban list on the Executive Order number 6 issued by President Muhammadu Buhari. The restriction followed the judicial affirmation of the constitutionality and legality of the order. The watch list and restriction were put in place pending the conclusion of the cases against those affected. The former governors barred from leaving the country are Saminu Turaiki from Jigawa, Murtala Inyako from Adamawa, Adebayo Alao Akala from Oyo, Gabriel Suswam from Benue, Rashid Ladoja from Oyo, Oji Uzokalu from Abia, Danjuma Goje from Gombe, Atahiru Bafarawa from Sokoto, Muazu Babangida Aliyu from Niger, Chimaroke. Oh, do you know what? Sorry, it just crossed my mind that he's been very quiet of recent. Babangida Aliyu.
I think he's in
the people's servant.
He's in
I never.
school.
He's in what?
In pastoral school.
Muazu Babangida Aliyu from Niger State, Chimaroke Namani from Enugu, Sule Lamido from Jigawa, Benga Daniel from Ogun State, and Ibrahim Shehu Shema from Katsina. The affected governors belong to both APC and PDP. On the list also is the former National Security Advisor, Colonel Sambo Dasuki, retired. I mean, where could he possibly go? He's still locked up. Others include the former Chief of Defense Staff, Air Marshal Alex Bade, ex-Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral A.D. Jibrin, a former Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Mohammed Diko Umar, a former Inspector General of Police, Sunday Ehindero, and a former Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Adeshola Mosru. Chairman Emeritus of AIT and Ray Power, Chief High Chief Raymond Tokwesi, Waramope Dudafa, a former special assistant domestic to ex-President Goodluck Jonathan, a former Chief Judge of Enugu State, Justice Innocent Emezulike, a former Judge of Federal High Court, Justice Rita Ofeli Ajumogobia. Also on the list are a former National Publicity Secretary of People's Democratic Party, PDP, Olisa Metu, Chief Jide Omokoro, Ricky Tafa, and Dele Belgore-san. Most of the affected persons are currently facing trial for alleged corrupt practices in different courts. So it's an executive order, executive number 6. And then he says, in pursuant to his anti-corruption fight and the need to make sure that those who have been found wanting are prosecuted, I beg your pardon. They have therefore placed a ban on this group of persons, and that the immigration should, of course, have a heads up on this, and these people should not be allowed out of the country. Some people are wondering why now. The big question will be why now? Is it that before the elections, some of them might leave? What is the need to ban these people now? And does this not infringe on their rights to the freedom of movement? Emmanuel, let me start with you on that.
When the proposal was made by federal government, we talked about it on this particular show. And at that particular time, I explained my worries in terms of it looking like the federal government is coming out to use up the position of the courts. And for me, he's still on that track, because I believe that it is the courts that has the right to pronounce anybody guilty on an issue, and that will be with the facts presented before the judge. And as it stands now, it looks as a usurpation of the responsibility of the court for me, because federal government is now coming to do this, even though they say it's in affirmation by the court, by the High Court. Yes, I believe that, yes, that High Court, so long as his verdict has not been vacated by appeal or so through a higher court, it remains as it were a law now until otherwise. But does that particular court position justify the usurpation in terms of a competent court of jurisdiction that is supposed to render such a pronouncement on an individual, and it sticks as stated? For me, and maybe I do not understand the legal issues very much, it doesn't seem so. And so I also at that time raised the issue of the National Assembly. If it's something that should become a law, it should come from the National Assembly. I agree that they say it's an executive order. And where I put a caveat then was that if it's number 6, that means we had previous ones. And so this is not the very first executive order. But my worry, I keep on this track of worry. I believe that if you are saying that you mentioned these people, and most of them, or let's say even some of them, have cases already in court. Like Femi, what's his name? This FFK. Let me just put it on FFK. He said, yes, he says it's not something of strangeness or so for him, because either his passport has been seized since many years. That means for him, it's not anything a surprise. So I am saying, when you are already in court, I think such restrictions are already on you if you have such serious cases. Now, if the executive comes out with this order, are we now having two courts, as it were? Because I know that the presidency, even the president, is not a court. So are we now having a double, that the executive comes out with this order and issue that same restriction that would have applied so long as you have a serious case and you are in court? So for me, that's where it is difficult. And it becomes difficult also for me not to believe that. No, but I doubt if you have a serious case and you're in court, that automatically the courts ask you to tender your passport. No, it reaches at a stage, and this.
So perhaps it hasn't reached that stage.
Well, if we look at it that way, we still have a right. But what I'm only feeling is that people like Sambo Dasuki and all of them, I don't know where they will even, how they will even live. Now, if you are coming up with that, is it not duplication of duty? But whatever be the case, I know that desperate time needs desperate measures. Perhaps the executive order, the president has such right to confer such order on people. But is he not taking away the jobs of the courts?
All right.
That's so far I understand that.
Okay. All right. Let's get your thoughts on this, Dr. Kenneth.
Executive order. I think the way it sounds is it sounds ordinarily dictatorial, you know. But I think, like Emmanuel Dugwe said, that this is number 6, and so that means we had 1 to 5 before the 6, and so why the worry about number 6? I also think that probably we may not have raised issues on maybe the 1 to 5, and so why this particular order? Of course, I also do not think that it's an issue going by Trump. Trump had issued executive order, you know, restraining certain persons from entering the U.S. Some
And the
months
people
ago.
of the United States had to take that.
They went to
case
court,
Yes.
and at some point challenged it up to Supreme Court, and at some point it was upheld. You know, it was upheld even by the Supreme Court, and so it means that Nigeria does not exist in isolation. Quite all right. And so if we also talk about international best practices, so to say, probably may not be in our laws, and but some countries like the United States that we want to emulate or copy in terms of certain practices, and also and these are the leading world powers in, as far as democracy is concerned. And so I don't also always subscribe to the fact that because one country is doing this and then we must also do that. We must also look inwards and see what is important for us and all that. But now that the matter has been tested in a court of competent jurisdiction, and the court has so far, affirmed that the order is in order. So, except upturned by a superior, court, it remains a law as it is today. And so, what I would want to, I think that it is based on that the president has directed the Attorney General, to enforce that order. And I also think you want to also look at what the order intends to achieve. If I am not, if I don't misunderstand that some persons who are being investigated continue to have access to resources, and then that maybe invariably affects the outcome of such investigations or trials. And so when that is allowed, so it becomes problematic, and as a result of that, the president thinks, or the presidency thinks, that there will be some measure of seizure in terms of either properties or the human beings, so that that would not affect the outcome of such trials and all that. Not that probably the executive order is an end itself, but a means to an end. And so, having affirmed that the order is in order, and then the presidency has directed that the Attorney General enforces that that. And so I don't think that is an issue. If anybody thinks that it shouldn't be in order, then it can be further contested, at the appellate court, and then taken to the Supreme Court. At the end of the day, we'll know who is in order or who is out of order.
All right, we got your thoughts on that. Let me get to Dr. Sado.
Yeah, I think if we were to look at it, at least a fallout from the analysis of Dr. Nweke, one executive order is an administrative procedure for government to deal with certain issues, not just to bar people, to deal with certain issues in the interim. And in this circumstance, like he said, in the United States, there were some of the executive orders that Trump gave that the court turned down. and they upheld part of his executive order. So I think in a democratic dispensation, administratively, the executive branch could execute executive order. But having said that, if you look at that list and see the number of people, you'll be wondering what the government has been doing in the last 3 years for them to be coming up with a banning of these people at this time. Maybe I should just remind us that Justice Nwokolo died on the 26th of June in London.
And he's on that list.
He's on that list.
The Enugu man.
Yes, yes. He died on 26th of June in London. And before you take people to court, the way I used to understand is I'm very careful because I say I used to understand. We are in such a dynamic environment in this country. People are usually innocent until they are proved guilty in the court. In Nigeria, many of these people are guilty as charged until they prove themselves innocent. So I think there's a reversal of role now, and that's what I think that is playing out here. If you look at that list and you see that somebody like Ojo Zokalo left government in 2007, and a governor had been there again for another 8 years. Theodore took over, Diochendo took over from him before the present governor of that state. And you are telling me that for 11 years, you have not done investigation to deal with the case of Ojo Zokalo, even if you claim that PDP messed up the system since they came in. Where did the case stop at? How did they treat it, and what have they achieved with that? You can go on and see a number of those. So I don't think that, I think that it's a political card that the government is playing. And what I just think that this is serving to achieve is to make the people feel that this government is fighting corruption. I just think that that's what they are trying to put in the psyche of Nigerians. You see, there are corrupt people. We have put a ban on them. They cannot travel outside the country. But I don't think it is intended to achieve anything more than just a semblance of a similitude of fighting corruption in this country. Then if you also add to the fact that there are people, even in the advisors and subordinates of this present president, that you will have expected that their names should also be on that list, and their names are not there. So even if they are right,
for instance,
don't worry, everybody assumes a lot of people should be there.
No. You know the grass cutting business. Is he new in Nigeria?
No, it's not.
So what are we talking about?
Go on and on.
No, what surprises
you know, the point has to be made that if you have this list and you don't have some of those people, even when you make it political and make people think that you're working, Nigerians are getting wiser by the day, and I just think that it's a mere political gimmick.
All right. What did you know?
Each time I wake up, I realize I'm in this country. You know,
each time you wake up, maybe you should go back to sleep.
I realize I'm in Nigeria. It pains me because it gladdens me to even move to Niger to naturalize there. You see,
what has held you?
I have some businesses that
okay. So there's still something Nigeria is offering. There's still something that Nigeria is offering you.
They are not offering me. It's my services. They've not given me anything.
But your business is here in Nigeria, so Nigeria has given the opportunity for that business.
Have you asked
Nigeria has given opportunity for that business.
If I'm even contracting it with Nigeria, I'm only using the atmosphere.
So it is still Nigeria's own.
So let me say something. By virtue of Section 1 of the 1999 Constitution, the principle presupposes the principle of constitution and constitutionalism. And if you look at in the words of A.V. Dicey, who is an authority, I respect him so much. He said, everything that we must think and do must be under the rule of law. And the last time I checked, the president is not above the law. And that everything, if you look at what that principle presupposes by virtue of that Section 1, you will see that every other thing, including you and I, we are not above the law. And so whatever we are doing must be in tandem with the law. I think if you look at that order, it presupposes the dark days of Abacha, you know, and the killing and the Ken saga and how he died. We saw how that Decree 4 and all the rest played. It was not done within the ambit of law. It was done by decree. So it presupposes decree. Impliedly, I think what we are beginning to see is that we are beginning to immortalize the days of decree. Now, the essence of erosion of court is to ensure that matters that of this kind, where the accused or persons who may have been fingered to have committed one crime or the other, allegedly, are taken to the court. Now, how do you pronounce that a man is guilty? It is still within the ambit of the court to pronounce, because the court, the essence of creating court is to ensure that these persons, their matters are looked into and they have equally the right, to be given fair hearing. Now, if you look at the fundamentals of our fundamental human right from section 36 down to 48, you will see that there are avalanches of rights that is enshrined for you and I to exercise. We have the right to own property and to move from one point to another, freedom of assembly. Now, when you look at that executive order number 6, one begin to say, what is the essence of having the AG of a state or the AG of the federation? The essence of having an AG is to ensure that matters of this kind that tend to create gray areas are being interpreted before they are, being pronounced or taken to the court. Now, I will not just say that the AG owes the citizens of this country an apology, and including the legal teams, because before you create the president, there's what we call presidency. And within the angle of the presidency, we have institutions that are saddled with the responsibilities of looking at most of these illegal laws that are being enacted. Now, what I'm saying is that this law is obnoxious. The reason is that if you look at these persons, these are persons that have been moving from one place to another, whose matter have been in court for quite some time. Now, looking at the slowness of our legal system, because what we are running here is analog system. Some lawyers, with due respect, some judges are not good with computers. What we do here is we do more of juristic writing. And sometimes the process of investigations are being, delayed. And if you look at the electoral process, the act governing the criminal act, you will see that there are gray areas that even empowers the accused, gives the accused time for fair hearing, time to ensure that, look, you hire your own lawyers. And I'm sure that if you look at the number of years that these matters have been going on, that these accused persons equally have the right to be heard in court. Now, that number 6 executive order negates the right of court. Mr. President is now assuming the role of court. I was listening to the words of Falana and Serap. And if you look at what Falana said, thank God he didn't take side this time. He said, please, His Excellency, let him withdraw that order. Because Nigeria is becoming a constituent of a place where people are African countries are beginning to mock at us with most of the laws that are emerging laws that are coming out every day. Now, if you look at, I think that law should be looked at. You begin to ask yourself, what is the essence of creating court? Because it tends to negate the right of a court. It tends to negate the right of the right of a constitution and the right of the citizens. Now, as a citizen, you have the right. Why we are here is because we have the right to speak. Apart from the FOI bill, if you look at that fundamental human right, it empowers you and I to speak. And there are limitations. In terms of speaking, you shouldn't slander. There are some words you shouldn't use. But it empowers you and I, the fundamental human right to speak. Now, the essence of that order number 6 disenfranchises the court from making, the constitution. It tends to frustrate the powers of the constitution. It tends to even restrict you and I from moving from one place to another. I think that if you look at several pronouncements, if you look at that fundamental human rights as enshrined from 36 to 46, you will see that even Mr. President has no right to stop whoever, not even one citizen. It is only the power of court. It is only the court that can sequester. It is only the court that can say, look, seize your document where necessary. But they cannot say stop moving from this side to this side. So I think that order has to be looked at. It has to be checkmated. It has to be, should I say, it shouldn't be appealed. It should be thrown away. Because one, it frustrates the right of the constitution. If you look at the ground norms, it makes me even feel I don't even have the right to move. Though if you look at section 5 of the 1999 constitution as amended, that place empowers the president, where there is every reasonability that somebody has committed an offense, a criminal offense, that he has a right to arrest or to place a ban, but not as in putting an executive order. Because one, you're not telling the court, preempting the position of the court, making the court look as if even when they pronounce that these people already are now guilty. What right has the president to pronounce any citizen guilty? It is the ambit of the court. In fact, impliedly,
that's impliedly saying if you're restricting the travel.
You are telling the court impliedly, you're telling them that they shouldn't exist. The court should close.
No. I mean, if like this ordinance says, look, you cannot travel now, does that in itself mean that you find these people guilty?
Yes, you're finding them guilty because one, it's like what happened.
But do we also know that it has become some sort of a pattern here in Nigeria where you have certain elements who have not been banned and who should be having cases in courts find themselves outside the shores of Nigeria and never come back?
It is through the pronouncement of court. We have seen their lawyers, even on Nnamdi Kanu's case. There was a time they had even Ganifa Emi against MBA. We saw cases like that where he was having a case of health issue. And we have seen people, they will tell you, bring the doctor's report. They have every right to go to a clinic and, the doctor can issue them.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But we have seen a lot of that in recent times where everybody brings there and said, look, I'm ill, I can't come.
Even at that, if you cannot produce, we have shorties. If you cannot produce the accused, there are processes of subpoenaing whoever that may have, shorty. Because before you do all those things, we have seen the case of shorty. The court is not blind. There are processes. And that is the essence of creation of court. Before an accused must be, we have seen cases, we had the case of Evans. You must allow them take their medicals. You must allow them travel. As Mr. President not be traveling, we have seen cases of where they accused him of several other things, like affidavit, his result and all. Those things are criminal offenses. So we have seen people in his cabinet.
But does he have any case in court?
We have seen people in his cabinet.
But does he have any case in court?
You mean Mr. President?
Yes.
No, I'm only telling you we've had cases where...
when you say cases, I want to know. When you say cases, is it the case in court?
We have seen where the matter was taken to court about his affidavit.
Does he have a case in court now?
No, we don't.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
He doesn't have a case in court.
We saw the case of, the Minister of Transport, where he was accused, or the court here in Rivers State, Labed, came out with a white paper. Now, these are people within his cabinet. We've seen Adeosun, the former Minister for Finance, moving freely in London. 2 days ago, she had to come out and say, look, I discovered that this thing was forged. But she's moving freely. Nobody has banned her. Later she will come back. Who knows? She may have, crept into the country. So I think that we must balance this thing. In fighting corruption, there must be an egalitarian thought in moving this thing. So our Nigerians will say, look, indeed, Mr. President is fighting.
Okay, good.
And I want him to explain that.
We have understood that.
Thank you very much.
About time you did something like that. And I will remind you this word next to see, because you have a penchant of saying I will do this and you never do it.
We have moved.
You have never.
No, you should. You're holding brief for these people.
I'm holding brief for myself. And then the people who listen to me.
Please don't be empathizing with Mr. President.
Twice you have come here and said I will do and you never did.
Do you know what they do?
I will bring the River State budget. I will bring this and you never did.
Each time you make this move,
I will show you here. I just read it here now.
No.
What was that thing he said he read? On
You
said I said show me right here in the studio.
And you see one thing that happens in
now
this
the third one you have
most
said
evidences that will come with here disappear.
No, hold on.
Each time I come in here they disappear. So I don't know what. Each time I come in here with evidence, one thing will take it away.
Oh dear, clown.
He needs to appease the god in the village.
I don't mind.
So I'm even holding one now, so I'm sure it won't slip away from my hand.
You're just a clown. All right, moving on. Yeah, let's also look at the timing. Why now, Emmanuel? Because I mean, most people are focused on having an election in February. What is he trying to say? That he believes he's going to return as president, or does that mean that if a new president comes in after the elections in February, that this executive order stands nonetheless? Or can the new president, if there is one, revoke the same?
Yeah, it's issued from politicians. So there's no other thing. For instance, if he should win the coming election, I don't think another one will come up. That one will be returned. The executive order number 6 will be returned. But you see, timing always is not a problem for me. The reason is simple. If you are walking, you cannot run away from your shadow. I think that's at the level it is, accused. And as you are accused to have done something, it requires a competent court of jurisdiction to make it stick on you. as much as I understand law, though not a lawyer, I do not think that any other institution will supersede the court. So if the president is coming out now, for instance, or the presidency or whoever, federal government, and then is issuing this order, are you one of them? Are you innocent of the accusation? Please go to court and clear yourself. Challenge that order. If it doesn't matter, even if it's a day to the election, that order is rolled out. That's not where I have my problem. For me, it looks autocratic somehow, except of course explained otherwise, because I read this morning in the papers, I can't be exact whether Vanguard or so, that NBA says the disadvantages of this particular executive order number 6 far outweighs the advantages. And if that is coming from NBA, well, I really don't know whether Emmanuel Ndukwe will say better than them. So for me, timing is not, because if you commit something 1 million years ago, and so long as you are alive, it's hanging on you. Any day at all, you could be brought to.
Are you also unbothered about the timing? Also, Weke.
What's wrong about timing? What's the issue about timing? For me, the president has a time frame. Okay, and so what he's doing is also within a time frame. A time frame. Everything, time. And so nothing to worry about the time. After all, his administration is predicated on 3 major objectives. 1, tackling corruption, security, economy. If I listened well, the former U.S. ambassador to Nigeria, Campbell, when he was trying to assess the government based on these cardinal objectives, and said, well, the man has done well in corruption. That's his own perception, which is entitled to. And then in the area of security, he's still struggling. And then economy, the same thing. That means for corruption, there was a huge pass mark by Campbell. For security, well, 50-50. Then economy, 50-50. After all, in the economy, we are still surviving. We are in the studio here, and that means we are not yet dead. Yeah. So when you say the economy is not doing well, it's understandable. I've not also seen or experienced at any time where Nigeria said, "Oh, this economy is so robust." I've never seen that. I've not experienced that since 1999. Or even the past, it has always been. The economy has not been, even during the military and all that, economy has not been well, and everything is wrong about the economy, and that's why they want to do a turnaround. And so the only thing that is happening now at the moment is that, Nigerians had experienced, are experiencing some kind of hardship, and then they tend to compare their experience now and what it used to be before 2015, and so there appears to be a sharp difference, and that is why the cry about where we are today, and then why there should be a new government, so to say, in order to maybe alleviate Nigerians from these problems. So if not for that, I don't think that at any point in time as Nigerians that we can say of a truth in terms of infrastructure that we have done well. In terms of economy, we have done so well, and all that. In terms of security, if in terms of security we had not had this level of insecurity that we have now between 1999 and 2007, and so after that, because of this issue of Boko Haram and all that, the level of insecurity has heightened and all that, even from 2011 up till now. And so that issue has not been properly dealt with, and it is not synonymous with this particular government that we are talking about. But by and large, the essence of government is to, secure the lives of citizens and then provide welfare services. And so nobody can excuse any government if you fail to live up to your statutory responsibilities. And I cannot hold brief for any government if you fail on these cardinal objectives of government. And so, but what I can say vividly is that if the government came on the altars of fighting corruption and all that, and it's so like my colleague has said here, that it's a semblance of fighting corruption and all that, probably a political card. No problem. Let every government that comes on board, come up with its own political card of fighting corruption. If you, like Emmanuel Lugbe will always say, if you come on board, you fight your own. Then if I come tomorrow, I also fight my own. Probably we'll get to somewhere where, fighting A versus B and all that. Then we'll get closer to somewhere and all that. But you must understand one thing, that corruption is the bane of where we are today. And when you also talk about corruption, it's not about government businesses and all that. We must talk about corruption in all forms. Even in the institutions where we are coming from, we must also fight it. Even here where you are, in this radio station,
but
you must also fight it.
Mustn't we fight it according to the law?
Of course. Is anybody fighting against the law? All that the president has done is to say, look, please, that if you allow people gallivant all over, have access to
I don't think there was a please inside that. All he said was you've been banned from traveling. Okay.
No. That if you have access to moving around the globe, then you could that could compromise your trials and all that. Stay one place, stay here. Do you understand? Stay. And then if your properties, are also involved, the government can also confiscate those properties so that you do not have access, to resources to compromise the trials and all that. What I have said here is that for now, a court of competent jurisdiction has affirmed that this order, number 6, is in order. And if any Nigerian feels that is not in order, then you have a right to appeal the judgment. And then if at the level of court of appeal, if it also fails, you can go further to the court of, Supreme Court, which is the finality. And so when that case gets up to that level, then every Nigerian will rest. Whether for or against. And at the end of the day, as it stands now, the government has just directed the Attorney General to enforce it. And so all in a bid to, I have said here clearly that the executive order number 6 is not an end itself. It's a means to an end. It's just a temporary administrative procedure in order to, make the government get focused on ensuring that maybe it gets a verdict or maybe judgment, And so you can also attest the fact that most of the cases that are being prosecuted by most of those corruption cases, government, loses or has been known to have lost a number of them, either because of the manner in which these cases were being, prosecuted and ordered, or probably the government has decided to, do a rethink on some of these, the procedures of prosecuting these cases, and probably this is one of them. And so, so be it. So the issue of timing, it couldn't have come except now.
Okay, let me get to Dr. Sadri. Well, do you agree to that time is of no consequence here, and the fact that you have a court that says, well, this is proper, but there are several other groups that might represent the lawyers of the NBA, SERAP, and a few other people who are lawyers who have also condemned this by the federal government. What would it take to have that reviewed? Do we have to have maybe the people who have been banned now seek this interpretation in court, or can that be done by citizens? At least, what did Chimedem already here says he would like to go to court?
Well, before I get to that point, I think it's important that we clarify some issues. Dr. Nweke has raised some very serious issues. Honestly speaking, I think Nigerians should count themselves lucky that we still have something to eat. Like, people now think that because people are struggling to eat, that the economy has been the same way. We are all within our living memory. I don't know if Dr. Nweke intends to say that people who could go home with 500 naira in 1980 as salary, that they are the same thing as 18,000 naira today. What's responsible for that? It hasn't always been this way. Things have gone bad, more so since this administration came on. And I have no problem with whether people are bad from going out or not bad from going out, because these are the principal actors, these are the perpetrators of the evil in this country. I'm sorry I have to use that word because, like we always say, the court must determine guilt on people. But the political class as a group, including the president, the political class, they have been the group of people that have held this nation hostage. And so if there's anything through the use of law that we could do to rescue this nation from their stranglehold, I will actually support it. Nothing that is outside the law. So you're asking, is there anything that we could do? I think that the process of litigation, the process of determining guilt is when somebody has done something and a court, or even if it's a court of that has jurisdiction over the matter, you have the appellate jurisdiction. You can go to a higher court to seek further intervention. And until the Supreme Court of this country determines that what has happened is right, we will live with it. In the process, we will continue to try it. And I don't think that any person who does not have a locus in this matter, like I don't think I do have a locus in this matter. I leave that to lawyers to interpret.
What did you mean?
But I don't think I have a locus in this matter. But any person who has, including the individuals, and maybe their relations, maybe if the man is incapacitated by health reason and he has a family member who can take up that matter, I'm sure those people will have locus to deal with that matter. So I think that the procedure will be to challenge this in the court. And those who are lawyers, when they say the law is an ass, I think it is nothing. It's not for any no reason that they say so. If you have a bad law in a country, the bad law will work as a bad law until you change it. We are only concerned that people in Nigeria are not disposed to determining or trying out issues in the court. So let them go to court and let them try to upturn this. If they succeed, it will enrich our judicial process. It will enrich the rules of engagement in our country, and people will live with it. Whatsoever the court says, there is nobody, particularly when it gets to the Supreme Court, nobody can say this is no longer law. This is no longer something we can live with. Until that time, I believe that there are many more people. Actually, I am now speaking as an emotional Nigerian, that there are many more people who should be barred, including people in this office. I have always said it every time. Any of them who has headache, they go to UK, they go to America, they should bar themselves from going to UK for treatment. You heard what World Bank said in Bali about Nigeria. We have shouted about this in a long while, that the government, these people in governance are not Nigerians because they don't think about Nigeria, they don't think for Nigeria. And they think about building infrastructure, and that enriches them more, and yet there is no development in human capital. And now the World Bank has come out to apologize that they have misled Nigeria. Does it mean we don't have Nigerians who can think? Have we not brought this matter before them? So they should stop going to hospital. They should stop sending their children abroad. They should stop going for any kind of checkup. Let us all remain here. This country is ours. And I've said this repeatedly. I don't think there are many countries, or any country for that matter, outside Africa, and maybe Nigeria, where the president of a country will subject himself to medical examination of medical officers from another country. I don't think it happens anywhere outside Africa. We have doctors in this country that can take care of our president. If I were a president and I'm sick, I would never allow a foreigner touch me. If members of my country, medical persons in my country cannot deal with the situation, just like they cannot deal with the situation of the downtrodden Nigerians, I would prefer to die with that situation.
All right, you won't.
There are many issues.
You will not die. We are
about.
going to read the news.
And you're exempting me.
Yes, I'm exempting you. We'll be right back.
Every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdul Salam. The federal government has come under severe criticism as Nigerians speak out against a travel ban imposed on 50 prominent citizens under Executive Order Number 6, signed by President Muhammadu Buhari. Leading the verbal onslaught against the government is Lagos-based human rights group Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP. The deputy director of SERAP, Timothy Adewale, said the travel ban against the individuals allegedly involved in high-profile corruption cases is arbitrary, repressive, and illegal. In a statement circulated to the media, Adewale maintained that the action by the Buhari administration was in breach of the constitutional rights of the individuals affected. The SERAP deputy director also argued that the ban on overseas travel on the group of 50 Nigerians was against the spirit of the country's international obligations, which protects the rights of freedom of movement, privacy, and due process of law. The rights group is of the view that the travel ban will undermine the government's express commitment to combat corruption and violate Nigeria's international human rights obligations. On his part, human rights lawyer Femi Falana has faulted the government's ban on 50 high-profile Nigerians from traveling out of the country. Falana, who is a senior advocate of Nigeria, therefore called for the immediate withdrawal of the ban, which he described as a reminder of the days of military rule. In a statement in reaction to the development, the legal practitioner cautioned the Buhari administration to wage the war against corruption within the ambit of the rule of law. You recall that the Federal High Court in Abuja had last Thursday upheld President Buhari's Executive Order 6, which allows for interim seizure of assets linked to investigation, ongoing criminals, and other related offences. The executive order also empowers the Attorney General of the Federation, acting together with relevant investigative agencies, to temporarily seize properties linked with corruption to prevent the dissipation of such assets. However, Justice Ijoma Ojukwu held that the federal government cannot seize assets of any Nigerian citizen based on suspicion of corruption without a valid order of a court. Kano State Governor Abdullahi Ganduje is immersed in alleged contract kickback scandal in a sting of investigation by an online tabloid. According to a string of video footages purportedly recorded with hidden cameras over a period of 10 months, Governor Ganduje is alleged to have collected up to $5 million in kickbacks from contractors. A report credited to the publisher of Daily Nigerian, Jafar Jafar, claimed that the sting operation began 2 years ago with the consent of one of the contractors. However, the Kano State government has debunked the purported video allegedly showing Governor Ganduje collecting bribes, saying the clips were cloned. In a statement, the Commissioner for Information, Mohammed Garba, said there was no iota of truth to the allegations, adding that such video does not exist. Garba assured that the government of Kano State was taking the matter seriously and will explore every appropriate and legal avenue to ensure that it gets to the root of the matter and bring the perpetrators to book. The Plateau State government has reinforced the ban on public procession in all parts of the state in the aftermath of last week's local government elections. The people of Plateau State are therefore reminded not to engage in any form of protest until further notice. The Commissioner of Information and Communication, Yakubu Detti, disclosed in a statement that the measure is to prevent miscreants, unpatriotic elements from hijacking any protest to further inflict pain and hardship on innocent Nigerians. Yakubu Detti also disclosed that the State Chief Judge, Justice Yakubu Dakwak, has set up a local government election petition tribunal and an appeal committee to deal with disputes arising from the local government elections in 13 local government areas. Detti advised any candidate that feels aggrieved over the results of the election to approach the tribunal rather than resort to self-help through protests. Nigerian troops have repelled an attack by Boko Haram terrorists at Arige in Borno State. The Director of Army Public Relations, Brigadier General Texas Chukwu, confirmed the development in a statement, as well as the killing of undisclosed number of suspected terrorists. The Army spokesman said one vehicle was recovered from the terrorists, while 3 gun trucks were destroyed by the troops. However, Brigadier General Chukwu said 6 soldiers sustained various degrees of injuries and are currently receiving medical attention at the military facility. Having failed to secure victory for his preferred aspirant in the recent PDP National Convention in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Governor Nyesom Wike has pledged his total support for the presidential candidate of the party, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Speaking at the Thanksgiving church service held at the Government House in Port Harcourt, Governor Wike declared that he would wholeheartedly support Atiku Abubakar to ensure his electoral victory next year. Governor Wike acknowledged that he had at the PDP convention promoted the candidature of Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal, and he had no regrets doing so. Wike said he has accepted the choice of the party as the way forward, and as a loyal party man, he stands by the choice of the party and will support Alhaji Abubakar to victory in 2019. And on the foreign scene, a lorry conveying migrants has crashed on a road in Turkey, killing at least 22 of the occupants, including children. Local media reports that the lorry crashed through a barrier and landed in an irrigation canal 65 feet below in the western province of Izmir. However, the nationality of the migrants was not immediately known, but the tragedy in Izmir happened a day after 11 people thought to be migrants died when their car burst into flames after a crash in Greece. And that wraps the news update here on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you for listening and have a good morning.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Hello, Auntie.
Jennifer, how are you?
I just called to remind you about the loan you promised me. Hello? Auntie, are you still there? Oh, let me try, my dear John.
Hello?
Studio of Life. Can you give me a loan for my business? Hello?
I'm sorry, the number
Hello?
you dialed is not
John, are you there?
Are you an entrepreneur looking for capital to turn your business idea into a reality? Development Bank of Nigeria now provides sustainable financing to support your business. Now you can enjoy yet another access to loans to scale up your business and a long-term repayment plan of up to 10 years. DBN loans can be accessed through participating financial institutions, which include commercial banks, microfinance banks, development finance institutions, and other financial institutions. Talk to your bank today to get a DBN loan. For more information, visit www.devbankng.com. Development Bank of Nigeria. Financing sustainable growth.
The Infinix Note 5 stylus is for the creator. The one who's always drawing, writing, sketching, designing. The 3-day battery is for the creator who keeps going daytime or nighttime. With X-Charge Fast Charge, the creator with the most brilliant Infinix phone with Google Assistant and gets the latest Google updates first. The creator who can capture beautiful moments with the AI camera and never run out of space thanks to our limited photo storage with Google Photos. Because when the X Pen 2.0 meets the intelligence of Android One in the Infinix Note 5 stylus, your creativity comes alive.
The new Infinix Note 5 stylus, the intelligent creator.
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
And we're back 11 minutes after 10. You're still listening to Today 95.1 FM. All right, before the break then, Wadi thought I was going to sideline him. I'm back to you now. I hope you have the information. You said you didn't want to forget.
Yes, you were about asking me a question.
No, I wasn't going to ask you a question. You were the one who wanted to say something and you said that...
No, I thought you were asking around. But okay, I have a position.
You didn't want to forget what you wanted to say.
Okay.
So go ahead. I don't want you to forget.
What I'm saying is that they'll put a JSC in his judgment. In that judgment, that was I think it's reported, Nigerian Weekly Law Report. He said, where technical justice prevail, natural justice will prostrate. What is going on now is that we have seen the extent of the level of, with due respect, executive rascality because of the level of the powers within the Nigerian Constitution. And if you look at the powers given to Mr. President, it's like that of God. And that is why each time, there was one communique that was heard some years back where lawyers were, a conglomerate of lawyers had to come together, and at a point they were exerting the power of Mr. President, the President of Nigeria particularly. And they saw that he even have the right to restrict. Like I said, that Section 5 is so big that the President can do anything. The only thing he cannot do is to create a being. And what is being exercised now is that I think, if not checkmated, it will lead to a level of executive rascality. And I'm sure the whole world will be laughing at us. What I want to say is that number 6, that executive order, tends to limit the right of the court. And if it limits the right of the court, people will resort, of course, so many crimes, people will resort to self-help. People will not even rely on the court judicial system. So I think I will advise, I'm not holding brief for him. I would even want him to go more so that the whole world will be looking at what Nigerians are crying for and is beginning to, play. I think in order to expunge this decree, might of decree, I think I will advise that let the legal team within the presidency, come out with a more reasonable, they should allow the court, have their say. Because in a country like this, where the democracy is still nascent, I think they should allow the legal system. The industry is still vibrant. The judges are vibrant. And if you look at what is going on today in the ICC, the Nigerian person has been appointed as the chairman of ICC. That is to tell you the level of the echelon that the Nigerian lawyers and judges have got into. So I think that Mr. President shouldn't assume the right of the court. Right now, in a democratic settings, I think that the courts still have the powers. And if we ride on with that number 6 orders, I tell you, there will be a lot of legal tussle. And before it will end, it will take some years. We have a lot of litigations. Mr. President should allow the court. Let him not preempt the powers of the court. Because if you look at that executive power, it's totally, it ties, the hands of the courts are tied. Right now, judges cannot, it is assumed that when you have been accused, you're already persecuted. You have to be persecuted. What they are doing, they are not prosecuting. They are persecuting accused persons. And these persons could be innocent within the same court of competent jurisdiction. So I think in order to allow the right of court, let them, in exercising this executive rascality, let them look inwardly and know that the essence of creation of this court is to look at and visit, guilty persons, because it is assumed they are guilty, not until they have been proven innocent, not until they have been proven guilty. So within the, ambience of, within the balance of court, it is still within the right of judges to look at what have been front-loaded to them. If Mr. A has committed a crime, it is still within the ambit of, the police or whoever that is responsible to sue and say, look, this person have committed a crime. And we have been seeing it from time immemorial that crimes like this have been saddled within the ambit of the court. We have not seen, even before Jonathan left, we've not seen any of the executive assume the role of the court. Even as big as, even as big as the right of Jonathan, how he exercised his right, we never saw this kind of rascality. And I'm sure these executive powers were all there. So I think it should be advised accordingly before it, it snowball into judicial rascality.
Executive powers on its own, are you saying that they're wrong if at all they decide to exercise that right? Because I will be wondering why at all they have been allotted that opportunity to wield such if we deem it wrong.
Like I said, it's the confirmation of court. It's the right. It's there. It's enshrined. Mm-hmm. But what we are looking at as Nigerians is that
it's enshrined because we know that there's a time when it's necessary for the executives to step out and do certain things like this.
It is there. But what we are saying is that it shouldn't be done in a bad light. Now,
all right, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Is this done in bad light? I mean, everybody sees this through different prisms. I read something recently in the news, real quickly. Let me just take you back. And it will have some tints, or shall I say, a hint of restriction of movement like we have here. Even though this is international. What I'm going to read now had to do with just within, where Plateau State government has reinforced the ban on public procession in all parts of the state. In the aftermath of last week's local government election, the people of Plateau State are therefore reminded not to engage in any form of protest until further notice. Meanwhile, the people have a right to gather and they have a right to protest.
The freedom of assembly is
So at this point here now, the reason why the government is doing that, the government of Plateau State says, because of in recent times the clashes they've had, and they
you can see the volatility of
and the need to have stability enshrined in the state. And that is what the argument some people have for why this is okay, regardless the fact that it's infringing on the rights of the people. Now, for those who are also arguing the restriction or the ban on this 50 individuals from traveling is because of the way we have also seen in the past those who will jump the processes and then never come back to fix whatever wrongs they have done, or to come back and have their day in court.
I want to tell you that we have not seen.
Well, yet somehow this in Plateau is okay, but this year is not. I'll get to you, Doctor.
Let me tell you what happened in Plateau. If you look at the Public Act, you will see that the right to protest is a right of individual, the right of assembly, the right of. Now, if you look at what is happening in Plateau State, you and I know that Plateau right now is a harbinger of crime. People are dying. The crisis has grown up. Whether you like it or not, the government has every right to put, the essence of the governance is to ensure that there is peace and properties and life are protected. At this point, measures, necessities, doctrine of necessity must be applied at this point. At this point, the government must be very careful, even in application. If you watch out, I'm sure there is a time limit upon which, because it will be challenged. At this point, the right to even declare public holidays, the right to declare what he has just declared now, restricting the people, is the right to ensure that lives and properties are not lost. I believe I stand to be corrected that in the past we've had protests going on in Plateau where it was hijacked and lives have been lost for quite some time. So in this area, the governor can as well. It has happened here in Rivers State.
So can you attest in the past that we have had court cases where the accused have decided to stay in UK and never come, or the accused have decided to be perpetually ill? Have we had cases like that?
I've not seen it. I've not had cases like that. What I see is that people tender, before you even leave, one, you must tender your medicals. First of all, you must have a shorty. We saw the case of Nnamdi where the shorties are running helter-skelter. The accused cannot just leave. You must tender your documents. Something must be tendered. There must be something mortgaged. The court must secure one of your properties. That is what has been going on.
So
we saw where even not just while he was traveling, they collected his traveling passports.
In securing these properties, and then they decide not to come back to Nigeria, what happens?
The shorty bears or whoever that is.
Okay.
We've seen where shorties are being arrested.
Let me quickly get back to Dr. Sandra. You wanted to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say that from what I've read in the papers today, I'm seriously worried. In fact, I think we've been talking in abstraction. This government has come out with a release. They came out with a release yesterday to say that this executive order emanated from the previous administration, and that the very essence of the order is to make for speedy trials and conclusion of graft cases. I can't understand that. These high-profile cases we are talking about, in their words, have been ongoing for between 7 to 10 years with no end in sight. These cases were mostly originated by administrations other than this one. What is clear is that the access to these resources and blah, 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 in most cases, the courts are held in a helpless position. This is a dangerous thing to say from an administration. In most cases, in most of the cases... But
I don't understand. Hold on. Are we saying here that... Because we have seen that happen a lot of times.
Yes.
When the accused won't be in court because they had gone to seek medical treatments outside the country. And for some cases...
No, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that the very reason, the essence of this executive order portends danger. They said the essence is to help the court.
And that's what I was trying to tell you. Hold on.
Okay.
What I was trying to say there will be that because each time cases like this do come up in courts, the accused probably has to be somewhere outside the country attending to one ailment or attending to something else other than appearing in court.
Yeah.
So if they're saying, okay, good, you can't go anywhere until we sort that out, until we sort these problems out, because we have seen a pattern in existence, what in itself is totally wrong.
That's usurpation of power. The court has the jurisdiction to limit the movement of people, and they have been doing it. My worry is, if this administration says they are helping the court, it means that the courts have been ousted. and it's not a military regime. There is nothing in our constitution that can oust the power of the court. And they are in black and white that they want to help the court avoid legal acrobatics.
That is misunderstood.
No, it's not. I'm
hold on.
exactly
I'm
copiously.
just trying to understand how, if the federal government says, well, you can't travel because I have noticed, or we have found out that this case has been going on for 10 to 17 years, and it can't keep going on without conclusion. It can't go on like that. Who is at fault here now? If you have 10 to 17 10 years to 17 years cases ongoing, and then the judiciary seems unable to get to a conclusion.
Yeah, I mean the government of the day should be blamed.
The government of the day will be blamed.
Yes.
So if they're saying, look, we don't want this blame anymore. We want to be able to put our foot down and fix this thing.
So how are you going to help the court?
You amend the letter.
How?
You amend
You're
the
going
criminal
to ask the power of a judge to make pronouncement by helping? No, what are you talking about here? You said we want to help these people achieve. Just a minute, please. I'll give you time. You want to help these people to achieve an aim, which is inherent in their own power, which is outside your own power, and you want to help them to achieve it.
Is it outside their own power? If they have an executive order, I want to know how it is outside.
How will they overcome the legal acrobatics?
I understand the part where you say it's like usurping the courts, right?
Yes.
But then when you say it is outside their power, that's the part I don't understand.
No, what I'm saying is that it is within the power of the court to determine cases. The president cannot. At best, what the president can do through the Attorney General and the police and all other investigating agencies is to investigate a matter, get a lawyer to prosecute it. And at the point where the president, through these officers, are prosecuting the case, he is a party because he represents the state, a party against the other person. So if he takes the responsibility of determining guilt on the people against whom he stands at the court, then there is a problem.
Is this guilt now?
Yeah. Because you are saying that the courts are incompetent.
No.
The courts are unable to dispense justice.
But you have a case going on 10 to that years.
Whose responsibility is that?
Exactly. That's what I want to get
and
to.
I'm asking,
whose responsibility is it? If the government feels that they have the responsibility to make sure that...
How will stopping people from going overseas achieve that issue? That's the question I'm asking. You said the court has been going on, and part of the reason, you and I should know that part of the reason cases are not moving fast in Nigeria is because we don't have enough judges, we don't have enough courts. The investigation is slow and clumsy.
Most of the time for these cases, it's either the judge himself has gone for something, or the accused is not around.
Is there any case
in most of these cases that I have of recent times of these high-profile cases? It's usually on the third day. Maybe the judge himself is indisposed.
Sorry, Annie,
or
is there
the accuser for one reason or the other is not
Annie,
there.
Is there any of these 50 people, apart from Justice the dead one from Enugu, apart from him, is there any of these 50 persons that is outside this country?
None.
Fine. So what will this achieve?
None that I know of.
Fine.
I'm not following that.
Fine. So the point is, in their own words, in the last 10 to 15, in the last 7 to 10 years, they've been dealing with this matter. These people are within this country. They are not fugitive at law. They are within Nigeria, and they have been going to cases. Do you hold them responsible for slow dispensation of justice? Do you think that any accused will want to be in court for 10 years? It still goes down to the president.
Though. What you just said makes sense. I mean, why should the accused be the ones to be blamed for slow trials?
That's the point I don't understand.
Which is the reason? Is it my fault? Why am I the one who doesn't have to travel?
Which is the reason I'm saying that if they say they want to help the court, it is an aberration. It should never have come from any government.
Let me quickly get your thoughts on this here.
It is not an aberration.
All right.
That's where I'm coming from. You see, who is prosecuting? Government.
Good.
It's at the office of the Attorney General. Probably with other security agencies, depending on, that will go on with the investigations. And then the office of the Attorney General does the prosecution. And so, and most of these cases are being reported that, so some of them are being lost. Is
there any of these people outside Nigeria?
Hang on. Most of them are being lost. Either due to the way the prosecutions were handled. Hang on. It's the government now. What else? They are telling you that, yes, that over the years, that these cases have been there, not just they didn't emanate from this particular government. Is a continuation. After all, government is a continuum, and so and when you talk about corruption, I have said severally here that this government came on the platform of fighting corruption, securing lives and property, and then turning around the fortunes of the economy. And so now, if the government says it came on the premise of fighting corruption, and it has also looked at certain corruption cases that it has lost over the years, and has decided to, look inwards to say, look, probably the way these cases were being prosecuted, had issues that brought about the loss of these cases, and then there is a need for there to be a rethink in terms of handling these cases, and that one of the reasons may be that some people evade, going to court and all that. You can attest to the fact that even when there were shorties for Nnamdi Kanu, for instance, where is he at large, and then the persons who, or one of the persons who succeeded him, raised the alarm of being handed and all that. And so, what has happened to that in the first place? And if that person is being, or those persons have been prosecuted tomorrow, it will amount to witch hunting and all that. And so government, in its own wisdom, maybe feels that there's a need to improve on the process of prosecution, and that one of those measures will be to restrict the people. One of those measures will be to confiscate properties, because having access to these properties would compromise or could compromise the trials and all that. And so, like I have also said, that restricting people from moving, or restricting them from having access to their properties, is not an end in itself, but a means to an end. And so it's a temporary measure, administrative measure, in order to not that the government is usurping, the responsibilities or the powers of the court. No. And again, if you look at that judgment by that court, it also affirms the fact that if you must do this, government must do this, you must also seek the consent of the court in doing that.
I guess the argument here will be, if indeed it's because the government of the day says we have had cases in courts from 7 to 10 years ongoing, and we need to do something about it, will the best step to take be that the so-called accused persons are restricted from traveling? Isn't there a means whereby the government of the day can expedite action on the case, and then we can find out if these people are accused or not? If they're accused, they go ahead and serve term.
They should flog the to expedite case. Expediting case does not mean what? To expedite case. Or cases. There are a lot of processes.
If you ban, I'm just imagining, if you ban these people and yet the case is still going in the manner it is, so we're looking at another 7 to 10 years, these people remain banned.
No, hang on. Annie, you should understand it, like you said here, or you pointed out. If I have a corruption case, and probably I have access to Globetrot and all that, and I evade, I don't go to court for one reason or the other, the court is unable to proceed with the case. That has also put a clock in the prosecution of that individual. And so again, the government also came up with the fact that, look, if you have access to maybe certain properties that you are being investigated, and that having access could compromise, the outcome of that trial. And so in the meantime, hang on, if I have a property and it's being contested, and I still have access to the proceeds of that property, even if the law says that you are not guilty except you are being pronounced guilty by a competent court of the judicial. But then the process of prosecuting you goes on, does not mean that you have been found guilty. And so if government decides to say, look, this property is confiscated, and that your movement is retreated, within the country until you finish the case. So what has government been able to do? Government is not usurping the powers of the court, but probably, maybe the judiciary may have raised some of these issues as part of the problems that have hindered it from concluding these cases. Probably it's government. They interact there is cooperation, there is cordiality, and then a way forward about finding a lasting solution to this long, protracted years of prosecution. And the government has come to this, and then you want to, kill the government for doing that.
We got you. What for? I get you. Thank you. All right, thank you. Emmanuel, quickly.
Yes. In fact, what Dr. Sado raised, I saw that heading in newspaper this morning, but I didn't read it. If that statement is made, that government, the cardinal reasons of coming up with this executive order is to help out courts, then the question I want to ask is this. If you are helping the court, now, let's say it's been up there for 10, 12 years or whatever, and it's not been able to be achieved by the courts, and you have come in now to help the court. In the first place, what does it mean? It means usurping. As far as Emmanuel Ndukwe understands that statement, it means usurping the powers, the systems of the court. You are taking it over. Now, I want to ask, what is going to be the procedure? Does it mean now that they have taken over because they want to shorten the whole thing, which has been intractable to be shortened all along? They've taken it over now. Are they going to apply unconstitutional means to rein in these people? Or what? So for me, that's what I said from day one. It looks to me very glaringly that it amounts to usurpation of the power of the court, because now, as federal government has taken over via this executive order number 6, does it mean that one day now they could rise up and take these people and accuse and say, yes, you stand accused? It must still go through the legal process, which the court has the overriding power on. So if you are coming back, are we going forward or backward or standing in between?
All right, then.
I think...
quickly.
Yes, I think the process of sequestering a property is through a writ. It has to go through the court. And we have learned that over the years, the legal system, Nigerian legal system, have told us that even in the magistrate court, if a man has committed an offense, you hold him. What is the rex? Do you go and hold if a man commits a financial crime? Do you go and seize his properties? And are those things the subject of litigations? And even apart from that, when does the court, can the executive pronounce? When have they started making pronouncement on, assuming the role of the court? So I think that we must not start shooting ourselves now. I think there are processes of doing this. And these things are settled with the responsibility of the court to decide. Because with what I'm seeing, what Doc have just read now, they have usurped, they have taken over the right of court. It's as if the court is so quasi that, the judges are so quasi that they can't give judgment again. Now, Mr. President is now a judge. So I think that we must look at all these things and look at the demerits. How do we come to this level? We must expunge that number 6. I look at it as an executive. I look at it as one of the decrees we've had in the past. We must expunge it and look at the demerits. Now, if we have seen people here. These are people that are living in Nigeria. They've not gone out. I think it has a political coloration. From what I'm seeing, from what Dr. Weke have just spoken, it has a political coloration. And if we start digging deep, I'm sure they will extend it to innocent people. And if you look at the names of those people that are in the list, you will see that these people are scapegoats. And you can see the sacred cows working as disciples of Mr. President.
Okay.
So I think that it should be all encompassing.
Exactly the assumptions. That particular angle.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we'll take a break from this. When we'll come back, we'll be looking at something else for opinion poll. Another story that we'll think we'll just take a few moments on before we get your thoughts on the issues of today. Stay on the dial.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. The voice.
You don't wake up one day and say, okay, this policy is working, and then you expect it to crash the market in the next.
Cassava variety that takes 7 months. Do they know it or they don't?
What's the beginning?
Because you can see they are involved.
They are involved, true.
So how can you solve it? What will stop it? They're involved. Look at 1.20 billion special allowance, 1.2 billion special allowance, padding of budget, 4 billion, this billion, 400 billion. How can they stop
Hello,
it?
good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, what's your name?
Yeah, this is Mr. Zion. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Zion, go ahead.
I think I totally disagree with you, man.
Today's Quests with Annie.
You're still listening to Today 95.1 FM. It's 37 minutes after the hour of 10. And, we have here another story, and this has to do with Atiku picking Peter Obi as running mate. You've had people across the country who have said, well, that's a master stroke. I think there was one particular headline somewhere I saw over the weekend. And you have others who have now gone further to evaluate what this stands for the group of people who will think that this could have been they couldn't have been a better candidate for an Atiku presidency come 2019. And for Peter Obi, I would think that for most people, they've been looking on the sides of tribe and say, well, I mean, he representing the Igbo people might just come on strongly for the Atiku candidacy. He's perhaps going to get the votes en bloc from that region and help an Atiku who will be coming with whatever strengths he's coming with. But others are saying, look, away from where he comes from, we should also look at his competence and what Peter Obi means. We've heard him several times, especially on the program platform, not here on Today95.1 FM, of course, no, the different one they do in Lagos, where he's gone on to talk about his economic policies, his government while he was governor of Anambra State, and then he left very credible figures behind, and he says, look, this is why we are one of the states with the least debts across. I think if nothing, when he left, we weren't even owing. Yes, and then look, people were saying, look, aside the fact that he's going to represent the maybe Igbos, if that's how you want to look at it, or represent a certain bloc who might feel marginalized, he's also such a great candidate because of what he understands and what he's able to have done in Anambra State. But here's also the catch. There are lots of people who say, well, he's still just going to be a VP. And from what we understand from the Nigerian scene, VPs don't do much. Atiku himself suffered the same fate when he was with Obasanjo. He said he had glowing ideas and things he wanted to see, but the president, as at then, never allowed him to have those plans brought to bear. Emmanuel, let me get your thoughts. Starting from, well, Peter Obi made it. On what premise are we excited about that? And then, how much can a VP contribute?
Well, excitement is completely out of it for me because I don't know, or even if the person becomes a president, the fact remains what he is going to do himself. Now, for P2B, his emergence, if eventually, because I'm hearing the leaders of PDP in the Southeast saying that they were not consulted.
Yes.
I don't know. If they were not consulted, I think it was very wrong indeed for anybody to have chosen one of them without consulting them, and that apart. But his emergence in the first place is this. He's emerged. He's going to be a VP. What is the power of the VP? I listened to Festus Keyamo this morning on channel saying that Atiku, in fact, showcasing the history of Atiku in terms of having been in government and all that. Then I was asking myself, was Atiku the president then or a vice? We all know that maybe, I think even the local government chairman, if it is true an election that the local government is freed, has more power because he will be the chairman than even the VP. The VP, let's check it practically. Ever since Osibajo assumes office as the VP, has he ever taken a decision on his own, if not when the president is going out and then hands the reign of power to him? Through legislation, the legislative wing that will give him, confer the power of commander-in-chief as it were on him. He acts then. But on his own as it is now, the president is in town and Osibajo is, what concrete step and pronouncement has Osibajo made? So for me, Obi is going to be there. Well, you can't want before two. Those who are looking for the substantive president, you start from perhaps the VP. I think that's the way those who support the Obi's emergence there. But whether you support him or not, if there is agreement, if there is a consensus by the PDP stakeholders in the Southeast and of course across Nigeria, that Obi is going to be, and he becomes there, anybody that is looking for anything so concrete from him, I don't know whether the person has given him power to do so.
Okay. All right. Let me have your thoughts on this, Dr. Kenneth.
Well, choosing who becomes a running mate is
Very critical.
Internal,
and it's very critical
it's
too.
internal to the particular political party. And then it's also the prerogative of probably the candidate that is flying. And but be that as it may, or all of those would maybe come when the party discusses. But the party could discuss. It could be the prerogative of the candidate himself and a few others. After all, in Nigeria, they have
let's
leaders.
move away from that because of time. Let's get to the core of what essence will a Peter Obi bring to an Atiku candidacy. Is it just on the block of he's from the Igbo part, or that he was a great governor?
For me, if he was a great governor, I have not seen Anambra, transform more than what I see Anambra. Even if yes, it's his capacity. I've read his profile. There's no doubt. I don't have any doubt. But if he was such a great man, then Anambra would have been small Dubai. That's one. Two, on the side of the Igbo bloc votes and all that, probably maybe if you ask me, if they had consulted me as a political advisor, then I may have discouraged them from going to the southeast at the moment, because the southeast has you have more than 90% support for the PDP, and so the votes are not going to ordinarily change in 2019. Ordinarily, I said ordinarily, change in 2019. The worst that can happen is that probably the APC may have a ground, to woo the southeast, that if you support us for 2019, then we would be returning power to the south. Probably you may have a more advantage to ask for the presidency. So it is a choice of the southeast whether to go or to opt for number one or to opt for number two from 2019 to 2023. And so again, if you ask me to advise them, if they had consulted me, I would have said they should have gone to the west, to battle the votes of the west, having the southeast intact. Or probably they could also go in to understand, have an understanding that look, that if they go, if they are Atiku, for instance, is elected, for instance, he could go for just one tenure, and then concede the 2023 to the southeast. Probably that could also.
So which block do you think will have been better for
the southwest, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, but for political calculation,
hold on.
southwest.
No, I'm not done yet. Southwest, yes. Okay, good. So apart from him being for you important, the importance is what block he could bring. You don't think he was much of a fantastic governor? You don't. You say you've read everything else, but if he was that fantastic, it would have been a small Dubai, right?
Of course.
All right. I got your thoughts on that.
Yeah. First and foremost, I want to declare my interest. And so Nigerians will judge me from my interest. I am interested in the person of Peter Obi. I am, and I have to declare it so people can see my emotion. You may not accept
when you
what
say
I'm
interested, I'd like to know what you mean.
Now, the reason I'm saying that is that since 1999, from what we have seen in our political environment, Peter Obi has distinguished himself. If we don't have, if not for the broken system we have in Nigeria, I don't think there is anybody amongst these people contesting for office based on his antecedents who has a more credible record than Peter Obi. In fact, if you have traveled and you met Peter Obi at the airport in this country and anybody tells you he was the governor, given the show of power that people show in this country, you will never believe that Peter Obi is a governor. So that's why I say I'm interested in him. It does not because of his political party, his achievements. And of course, I lived almost the better part of my life in Anambra State. There was a time when schools were completely shut in Anambra State for more than 1 year. I schooled also in Anambra State. There was a time when it was a terrible thing, even security-wise. When Peter Obi came in, I don't know the magic, but that man transformed that state. Anambra State, in the last 3 years, check the records in education, check the performance of students from Anambra State. It started under Peter Obi. because he did a lot to reposition the schools and even the medical facilities.
Well, what
in
were
that
the
place.
policies that he put in place at that time that you say he did a lot?
No, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Now, if you listen to one of the things he said at platform, he said he was advised once that he could take 12 billion naira a year for security vote. And he asked the advisor, how much have we given to primary school? So he refocused spending into education and into health without, of course, sacrificing the infrastructure. Anambra State, if you go to Anambra State today, is one of the well-linked up roads in terms of internal roads, if that is anything to go by. But for me, he did something in agriculture. He turned around agriculture in Anambra State. He turned around the education of Anambra State.
So you think he was a super governor?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Well, maybe not super, but I think, for paucity of other
credible candidates,
he is an outstanding
leaps
governor
and bounds ahead of so many.
No, having said that, yeah.
Right,
so having said that, I also think that it is not, when they said Southeast governors, I am wondering the type of political system we operate in Nigeria. Because all the Southeast governors are not in one political party, are they? If they are not in political party, on what platform?
No, not Southeast governors. PDP leaders.
No. The news was Southeast governors.
Did what? I don't understand.
Did what?
Southeast governors did what?
Who said they were surprised that they were not?
No, it's not Southeast governors. PDP state.
The news I read yesterday was Southeast governors. The news I read, yes. The news I read. No. Please don't interpret. When
I didn't see that. Southeast governors.
It's okay. No, you can check it out.
The news is still over here in front of us, so we can always find it out.
It's not today. I'm talking about yesterday.
If it was yesterday, it was yesterday to still be there.
I think they were having a meeting on Friday. Southeast governors, and they said that Atiku said he was going out of the country, that they tried to reach him, he was going out of country, that when he comes back he will get back to them, and that so they were shocked that Obi was announced. That was, go back to the news. So
no, it's possible, but PDP
just a minute, please. I don't want to lose track of my talk. So the point is,
we don't have time either for that.
If the leaders could say that, then it means that we begin to ask those leaders, if it is either Southeast leaders or PDP leaders or whatever, we will ask them. A community, a group of people that have been talking about marginalization, and you have one of your best food, one of the best candidates, in fact, in Nigeria, given the opportunity to be vice president, and you contest that, then we'll begin to question the interests of these people who are questioning that.
Okay, good. Then to the third question here, as to how much a VP can do anyways.
Well, whatever a VP can do depends on the temperament of the president.
Yes,
and if you have a president who believes that you can assist, you don't have to be in the news to help the president. It's not a contest of popularity between the vice president and the president who is more popular. Of course, the buck ends on the president's table. But if a president believes that you can help him achieve his mandate, nobody should belittle the capacity of P2B to help the governance of this country.
All right,
either as vice president or as president.
Let's get to you. What did you mean?
God, this is the first time I'm seeing a vice president with more than 20 degrees, and this is what we want. I'm not talking about the one he obtained from Harvard. Let me just be reading about this man.
No, don't read about it.
No, I want to read about it because that is what we are lacking.
No,
that is what we are lacking now in this country.
I don't have time for
that.
that.
So many of our leaders are not educated.
Everybody knows.
Let me tell you what we need.
Hold
why are you not allowing
No,
me?
because you want to go one by that list you have in front of you, I don't have that time.
I want to just tell you what is going on in this country. Where people will be asked to present their primary school
certificate. What is I've been talking about here? Okay, we're arguing over what you want to talk about.
Okay.
Tell me, for you, how much of a governor you think he was when he was the governor of Anambra State?
He did so much. He did well. In fact, I want to tell you that I have a friend who was in Anambra State University. And he told me about the incentive that was how they were able to ameliorate the hike in the fees. And remember, when you reduce the hike, of course, education will be encouraged. So many persons were able to
go back to school,
get admission and all the rest. And if you look at the Anambra State now, whether you like it or not, Anambra is one of the economical inputs If you talk about Nigeria, if you talk about Nigeria economy, you cannot relegate Anambra. Anambra is a business, should I say business, Nigeria business hub. And you can see when they say sit at home some months back, you saw what happened. The market was frustrated, and we had some losses. So I think that during his days, I could remember those times. I shuttled down 2006 to 2014, thereabout. I was shuttling down that road down to Kano. So I was seeing most of his policies in education, which is the best. If the people are educated, of course, it will reduce crime. It will mitigate most of the vices we are seeing today.
Don't make better
If you look
choices,
at this man's rationale, academic antecedent, for God's sake, as I speak to you, none of the politicians, none has that qualification. Okay. Even the president, even the people that are ruling us now. In fact, he has a degree. When somebody said in business that they don't think that Anambra was doing well, he has a degree in Harvard
No, hold on. I hope you know that having a degree is different from how much
practice. I'm telling you, in
that's
practice.
What I'm saying. You're saying somebody said he didn't see anything done business, and then you want to tell me he has a certificate. That does not match.
No, what I'm saying is that in practice, he obtained it, and in practice, if you go to Anambra, you will see what has been manifested there.
Okay, all right.
So I want to say that
hold on.
We are yet to see the type of P2B, the people with that such qualification.
Okay.
Up till now, we are yet to see them.
All right. Then. So how much of an impact do you think he can have as a VP? Because I mean, everybody says, look, he's just going to be a vice president, and we've seen how the office of the vice president has been in the past. Not much. I think it will perhaps be in this Buhari administration that we saw Osibanjo one or two times, I think twice as acting president.
Yes.
They say that at that point maybe they saw a bit of what Osibanjo could do, but if you're looking back in history, VPs just were glamorous.
Well, seen during the days
more or less.
Let me just refer.
They are silent contributors.
Let me not refer during the time of Jonathan. We saw, I think, to the best of my knowledge, when Yaradua was not around, we saw the doctrine of necessity, gave rise to. We saw how the right of Jonathan exercised his right, even though there were limitations. Now let me go to the recent.
The VP then was Namadi Sambo. I didn't hear you say what we're trying to say about him.
Is that what?
Namadi Sambo, or when Jonathan was the VP then?
VP then. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
We saw how he exercised the power, even though there were skirmishes. At that point, he was just the president.
Yeah, but now when Yaradua was around and he was VP, how much of an influence did he have then? Is what people are questioning. When the president is fully around and then you have a VP, how much impact is that VP doing to that administration?
Let me tell you, there are some implied activities going on, even advisory position. Look, sometimes what is going on now is like when Buhari left the country. You saw how the VP was acting. We saw how the removal of the autocracy of the former DSS director how he was sacked. At that point, the powers, immediately the president leaves. It is the right of the vice president to delegate and to act where necessary. And I tell you, not only that, even in the presence of Mr. President, the vice can as well make some influential positions or opinion. Look, there are policies that could hinder the policies of the nation. Say, look, please, that is the essence of having a vice. At that point, he advises. There are advisory rules that may not be expressed, but impliedly, the president will seek for his opinion. Say, please, look at these things I've written. How do we go? It does happen. Most of the things you see today as national policies are opinions from the vice president, and sometimes they delegate this duty to them. And that is why you see sometimes the vice president is in Dubai, these are the policies that are the drive. So there are influences. Sometimes it trickles down to where he's from. So Peter Obi is not the quasi type. Looking at the pedigree, the avalanche of the degrees that is appended to, I think he can do something that is meaningful. I tell you, like I said, I'm yet to see his match from south down to the north. Nobody with his qualification in practice and in all ramifications.
Okay, if only
he will do exploit.
Okay, then, well, that's about it. 56 minutes has gone past the hour of 10, and would like to say you can be part of the program now. You have been listening and watching, because to watch us, you can do that on YouTube. Simply search for Today 95.1 FM on YouTube. Click on the live button. Don't forget that you need to subscribe too. You can also follow us on Twitter and Instagram. We are at Today FM 951 on Twitter and Instagram. And follow us on Facebook. Our page is Today 95.1 FM. What did Chimene see going around with a list of? This is something like I deserve my accolades.
I think that what Nigerians if I have 20 degrees,
we are here to at least the president should be able to
follow us on Facebook. Follow us on Facebook. Please like our Facebook page, Today 95.1 FM. And then let's get your thoughts. Don't forget that to be part of the program now, you need to send your thoughts on the two issues that we've discussed to 07019339962. That's 07019339962. That is for text message and the WhatsApp platform. We spoke earlier on the ban on 50 the executive order number 6 banning 50 Nigerians, and we wanted to know what you thought about that or what you think about that. And then we went on to look at the candidacy of Atiku for president, and he's picking his VP as Peter Obi. What potentials does this bring to his ticket, and how much of Peter Obi's essence will we see in a government if at all they do win, seeing that he's going to be VP? So many says, well, look, VP, we know what VP is. But then at least one thing that Dr. Sadi said, and Emmanuel, you concord, is that they could be silent contributors. We really never could know how much of an impact they have is if all they do is play at the back. I don't think that
we can also see the efficacy of their contribution if their principal accepts them.
But the truth is that in governments all across the world, we never really see any strong showing from VPs. I'm looking at Donald Trump and Mr. Pence, even though at times where there are times where he speaks and you like, oh, so Mr. Pence still is in this government. He's almost sometimes overshadowed, maybe by Trump's very mega personality. I don't know. But Pence sometimes can get missing. The same thing, too, with the Prime Minister of UK. You probably will hear more of her than you hear of who...
another thing that, another thing that goes around is that if you look at the kind of administrative system we run here in Nigeria, you can see that you look at the pedigree of persons involved, the likes of Atiku will not be that influential. You can see we will run...
I don't know about that. We'll wait for what... And let me tell you though, still in the United States though, during Obama's presidency, we saw a lot of his VP come to play. There was Obama, but his VP was very strong in some government policies, in pushing certain agendas. We saw that happen. So it's not going to be...
I think it's
determined by the president.
I guess so. It's determined by the president, I say. But then we would also like to understand why most presidents, in some cases, would say there shouldn't be a good showing of their VPs. It's the administration, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think it is.
Or they just want to enjoy all the...
I think it is, but I think selfishness should not be applied in government. Contributions should be accepted.
All right then. So it's 11 o'clock. Let me read a few text messages. This says, good morning, presenter. Is it the travel ban is the travel ban not embedded in the executive order 6 that the court affirmed? If yes, why are we making it sound as if it's dictatorial? This is Dixon from Dixon Fear. But yeah, it does sound like it's dictatorial, but the court has affirmed it. And I think the presidency and the government, I think the spokesperson for the government have already said, well, for those who feel that this was done in error, can proceed to the courts and seek redress.
I agree.
So as long as they're concerned, it's enforced. The Attorney General has been ordered to go ahead and enforce that. But if anybody's aggrieved, like what did you mean them, they may as well approach the courts and seek interpretation. Annie, please tell Chimedem to go to court if he doesn't like the Executive Order 6, just like his fellow lawyer, and stop speaking grammar on radio. Again, you and I don't know if the president has gotten the court order to do what he did. He has. So for me, I think a proper investigation should be done instead of lambasting the good intention of the president. FBE from Port Harcourt sent that in. And another here says, about Peter Obi's appointment, it means nothing to me. How many Hausa and Fulani persons have been president and vice for Yorubas? or Yorubas did not change the life of the majority. This is from IG. And here, the guests were not surprised. Nigerians already used to arrest, detention before investigation and trial by the police. Why the noise from presidential order? Because big men are involved. Let's make it right by overhauling the whole justice system. That's from Richard Obu in Alu. Good morning to you all. I am Ebere Engineer from Port Harcourt. The ban on 50 Nigerians, let the truth be told, does court grant the ban? Yes. Annie, why is it that PDP supporters are always opposed to the fight on corruption? All PDP supporters, when corruption is mentioned, they'll refer to the grass cutting by the former SGF. Meanwhile, in 2014, Pius I'm former SGF under Jonathan, cut grasses at Abuja Centenary.
Nigeria has a problem.
I want to understand who this person, Jonox. So because if I did it, then this guy too, after he's all SGF. They should be doing it. Every SGF that comes in. There's already a precedent set in front for them. It's an agenda. They should do. No, come on. That's not argument. That's not good enough an argument to justify why the former SGF to this administration should get away with, well, those cases of corruption if it has been proved. And the thing about it for me is that after the inquiry done by the government itself and then the removal of Babachir, what happened to going to court?
That's what I'm asking.
Okay, so after that,
it has gone back to where
they
flipped it off.
This is in my town, Tombia. During a masquerade display, the big mask comes out towards the tail end of the play. The travel ban by the federal government is the last masquerade by the current administration, winding up its activity towards the end. This act is unpalatable and retrogressive. OG Charles sent that in. Good morning, presenter. The choice of Peter Obi as running mate to Atiku is the right step in the right direction. Articulate Emmanuel. This is from... He's sending this from Gokana. And where will Atiku and Peter Obi get their votes from? Already 60% of the votes from Cross Rivers belongs to Donald Duke of SDP. In Akwa Ibom, Akpabio is there for APC. In Edo, Shomole is there. In Imo State, Okorocha is there. In the Southwest, PDP is not inexistent. Atiku is dreaming. He should have taken a candidate from the Southeast. That's Okoro. Well, you know, everybody has a way to evaluate these things these days. They'll sit down here and then calculate. But sometimes, you know, you might just think that because a certain personality comes from one state, they should be able to make a good showing for whoever they support or whatever party they support. And then you find out that it didn't turn out that way.
Yeah, and I want to tell you, with the fracture that is in APC now, right, in Lagos State, I think the people are, the Ambode side are saying, look, we will not vote. That will not vote for APC. So nobody can tell. The PVC will tell. So I think that
the PVC will tell. I like that. I mean, for a very long time, I haven't liked what you say, but I like that. The PVC.
This should go into the account. I'm telling you.
My name is Christian Onyechi from Anambra. Anyone more, especially some of you in the media houses who is against EO6, and any man of God that is against Buhari. All right, Christian, you can say what you actually feel about the issues other than wanting to call names. Annie, good morning. Chimene will not kill me with those vocabulary grammars, but I like him because he's vocal and outspoken. My name is Samuel from Port Harcourt. Annie, please tell Chimene that Peter Obi has only one degree from UNN, a BA in philosophy. The rest are certificates of participation from different universities and research institutions based on 2 to 3 days workshops, seminars, and conferences. They are not degrees. Chimene, stop deceiving the masses. This is from Edward in Port Harcourt.
I think you didn't read through.
Annie, Peter Obi is an error. I.e. Uchebeke from Ekpeye land. The selection of Peter Obi as the VP's candidate, in my opinion, is a political technical error. That's Uchebeke from Ekpeye land. And if it is the courts that have affirmed the executive order number 6, then it has shot itself on the foot by forfeiting some of its powers. That's from James Opongoa from Uzoba. morning, Annie. Are you saying that EOs that existed before, I want to ask 1 to 5 of it, did it deny people their human rights the way number 6 has done? And the oppression to one is oppression to all. And the more we try to give this government a soft landing, the more they commit more deceitful matters. And he tell PMB that it's not military government but a civilian one. I'm sure he's far more aware of that than you think. Why is it that Buhari likes banning things? And please allow the barrister acquaint us with Peter Obi's qualifications. It will help us make a rational decision on his eligibility as vice president. This from Festus Debani. I'm sure that if you check on Peter Obi's bio anywhere online, you find it. And this here says, my name is Kristen Onyechi from Anambra. Anyone more, especially some of you in the media. Oh, you said this again. Annie, good morning. Annie, Peter Obi, what Nigerians need now is economic growth, jobs, and businesses to thrive, and he represents that. Peter Obi's choice as VP will further unite Nigeria. Peter Obi understands both the international and local business community. When they win, he will be a great asset to Nigerians. That's from Ken. And another here says, good morning, Annie and others. The emergence of Peter Obi as running mate to Atiku is a slap and affront to the Igbo leaders. Annie, do you remember the case of Samuel and Jesse? The people were consulted even when God was involved. Consultation is important. Apostle Paul is my name. Well, in politics, that's the truth with politics, Emmanuel. As much as we want to say, look, you have claimed to have been a repressed people, and therefore this is an opportunity for you to shine, and therefore once one of you has been picked, we'll come on board. But there is also the issue of politics to play here, where even though we feel that we have been a repressed people, we don't understand why there was no consultations between us as political blocs or representations of our different peoples to the one person that you wanted. And then our thoughts on that. Because sometimes it is the person you want. You might still go with the candidate you want, but you might just give them that showing or feeling that they were all part of that process.
Of course, for me, I say, even though it might be the prerogative of the person, the substantive flag bearer to choose and all that, but you must liaise with the political leaders in wherever you are picking any candidate. And that's why I said, following what they do, if they do not, if Atiku didn't consult with the PDP leaders in Southeast, I doubt if he did it right. And I don't think he could have just gone and picked Obi. Perhaps all of them were not consulted. A few of them were.
This is a falsehood on peddlers, political peddlers, rumor peddlers who are bent at scuttling what has been organized and done. I think the appointment of Peter Obi, it was not done unicamerally. It was I think it was a collective decision of the people. I have never seen within the arrangement of party where parties unicamerally just take decisions. PDP as a party has existed for more than 16 years. I think it would be erroneous to come out with saying that Peter Obi was. I think he was well searched for, and I think as soon as Atiku
the leaders in that do not believe
no, they are having interest. I think this is the time for.
And it's always like that. There's always interest, but they should have it. There's always going to be interest.
The party have
decided.
Whether
the party has decided or not does not mean that they should be quiet.
They have consulted.
Then they will make if they feel aggrieved for. After all, they're the bloc who has said they were aggrieved for such a long period, and they made known that. So if at this point again they believe something was done and done behind their backs, they have every right to speak up.
Have you seen the caliber of people that are crying more?
Well, are they any different from Peter Obi?
If they don't want to vote,
are they any different from Peter Obi? We have already
counted them. They have 2 votes. So
are they different from Peter Obi? The caliber of people, yes.
There could be modes. So we have modes in the party.
Good morning, Annie. There's nothing much Obi can do as VP except he's acting. For a long time, notes that Atiku will never make the mistake OBJ made in 1999. Nigerian politicians don't like their deputies to shine in any way, even if the person rule. Make things work in USA, he'll be frustrated in Nigeria. Ayo, you send that in from Port Harcourt. Annie, please, why on earth would you allow Chimenem so precious time dancing Makosa? Okay, well, let me just keep that.
No,
I
let
doubt
them come and dance
I
with
doubt
them.
the authenticity of that list because government said it will not release any list. Nations world over have reasons to ban or restrict their citizens from traveling. Why the hue and cry? We know that the judiciary has been heavily compromised. We're crying that there are pains in the land, yet we do not wish to assist government to solve our problems. When you are denied access and restricted, you're compelled to push for the determination of your case. Ojuku PC in Port Harcourt. You know, sometimes I've always said it. To get some certain things done, sometimes we will find out that a lot of pain is involved in it. But is it for the greater good? Are we going to get what we want out of it in the end?
Yes.
So it's an issue of does the end justify the means?
Does it?
And if this type of executive order were in existence between 1999 and 2007, Chief Alamesia wouldn't have left Nigeria for London as a man, only to come back as a woman. Please, I need more names in that list. If possible, add Chimenem's name to that list. The EO6 is legal, and Ike Ekweremadu for me is a bad loser who thought he would be picked, so he mobilized his loyalists against Obi's choice. Obi is the man. This is from Sam. Well, I mean, Ike Ekweremadu, he gets to go back to the Senate, doesn't he? So, I mean, if he doesn't get to be picked as VP, he goes back to the Senate.
No, he has already, like I told you, these people are with multitude of interest.
If you look at
I said with multitude of interest, they have their interest.
The likes of Ike Ekweremadus have, have played their own role very well. Okay, and maybe they feel that maybe somehow they ought to be consulted, but in politics, it's not always that way.
All right,
or
then.
Whichever way.
Atiku and Peter Obi is a big mistake. This is a walkover, a big walkover for PMB and Osibajo. My man, Dr. Nweke, is on point. This is John from Bori. Well, the phone lines are open now. Let's hear your views via the phone line 0817 000951 or 0810-951-0951. Those are the numbers that you need to call to get through to us here in the studio. Hello, today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, my sister. How are you?
Very well, thank you. What's your name and where are you calling from?
This is Jeff. How are you?
Okay, Elder Jeff from Oibo, go ahead.
Do we imagine or whatever this is? I think picking a P2B.
Yes.
Actually, I'm not a fan of P2B or even of Atiku, but I'm beginning to see that Atiku is really making a wise decision. You see, so just the last week, I was in the north. My sister, I was shocked to the kind of support I think we just gathering. I could not believe my eyes because the area I went is an area that.
Okay, hold on. Let me just quickly direct this. We're not looking at how much of a showing Atiku has now. We're looking at Peter Obi as his VP. Just to direct you on what we're talking about.
Excuse me, I am trying to land somewhere. You are just.
No, I can't allow you to land somewhere where you're not going to where we want.
We have the whole time.
We don't have the whole time.
We don't have time.
Now I want to let you know that with Atiku taking P2P, I bet you he has made the best selection so far. And anybody who is saying maybe any other person from the south, it's a great mistake. I am from the southeast. I know why I'm saying so. I'm landing so well with you.
No, just this. What you said now is perfect for us. The landing is. You have landed. We appreciate it.
Landed well.
Hello, today 95.1 FM.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is George Jordan from M1 local government.
Good to have you, George. Go ahead.
The traveling ban alleged high-profile people in Nigeria. See, I want to tell you something. Do you know that last year there was a submission that the federal government made that they will set up a special court to handle corruption cases? You understand? And we were happy that if they should set up that special court, those corruption cases will be handled. The government did not do that. Why this thing is still lingering? Like this traveling ban is still lingering is because of the government is not proactive enough for them to make sure that they set up corruption court, a special court to handle these cases. And you can see there are a lot of compromises. And on that list, go back to that list, you see innocent is one of the is late. Why is it that man name is still there? But they don't get information before they list people.
Well, you know, they started seeking this before the man died. So I guess what they didn't do was change or shall I say alter what they had presented before after his death.
Let me just tell you, you are not going back to degree, understand me? And that is infringement of human rights.
But you have a court that has already said that it's okay, it's legal.
The higher court is going to take its case.
Until it happens. It hasn't happened.
All right then. Thank you so much for calling to the show. Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Annie.
Morning. What's your name?
Andy is my name. Calling from Mama.
Go ahead.
I did get good morning to you all.
Good morning.
Yes, thank you so much. Picking Peter Obi as the running mate of Atiku. It's a very welcome development as far as I'm concerned, because the little I know about Peter Obi is putting him side by side with others. I'm not saying others are not good. Peter Obi, I will always choose him any day, any time as one of the best from the East. I followed his government when he was the governor of Anambra State. He did very well, very intelligent young man. And I don't know what the Easterners are looking for from a man that Obi does not have. If there is no personal interest, they should have accepted quietly those governors and those people who are leaders in PDP that are trying to say they were not consulted. If there's no personal interest in it, they just accept it. Just Peter Obi is popularity is there, intelligence is there, corruption free, is not being investigated. He's there. He's just a good and very fantastic candidate that I don't think, in spite of all that, even if an Easterner is not picked as running mate to Atiku, PDP will still get a very great vote from the East. That is clear. So I think as it stands today now, the people there that are complaining should see no reason to complain. They should come together and help us improve the country as it stands now. We are all dying.
All right then, we got your thoughts on that. Thank you so much. Phone lines are still open, but then I'm also going to take a few text messages. This is Annie. Yesterday at Ayodele, Fayoshe sent forth by PDP governors. You could see from their speech that the Southeast governors have retraced from their earlier stand against Peter Obi. What they did is what politicians do. No surprises. Annie, both men are advocates of restructuring. I see a restructured Nigeria. That is from Kenneth. And he also said what Nigerians need now is economic growth, and Peter Obi is such a great choice. This says here, if you are emotionally attached to your tribe, religion, and your political leanings every day to the point that truth and justice become secondary to your consideration, then your education is useless. Your exposure is also useless if you cannot reason beyond PT. Oh, I'm sure what you meant was party, I don't know, or PT sentiments. Then you're a liability to mankind. All right? That's from Kristen Onyechi. You sent that in. Annie, why you and your analysis are busy about executive order and candidacy of Peter Obi? We supposed to be busy about the issue of flood that sacked the whole of Ahoda. And NEMA DG that came from Bayelsa said he was surprised that River State does not have an emergency management on ground. Please help us. That's from OJ. OJ, I'm sure that the other segments that we have on the show will be addressing issues like that. Good morning, Annie. I am Mayor Buhari. Buhari is now the chief judge of the federal government. That's not true. The travel ban for certified looters is commendable. They're not certified Festus Digbani. No, they are not. That's where you get it wrong too. Good morning, Annie. To me, the executive order number 6 is in line. The failure of PDP just started for picking their VP from the Southeast. I think Southwest will have been a best bet for the PDP. My name is Destiny Nathaniel. Destiny, thanks to the FM. All right. My name is Sowari. Annie, tell what did you my name? That we will resist him. If he's still nursing the idea of kidnapping you, we have not forgotten. What did you my name? Malam Inua Meshanu Daura says, Annie, it's not Peter that betrayed. Is it not Peter that betrayed Jesus? Wait, let me read again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The choice of Obi is the best for the country. I'm a Hausa man from Daura, born and educated in Anambra. Mr. Obi did a fantastic job in Anambra. And is it not Peter that betrayed Jesus, who said he's not corrupt? I don't know what you mean by that. Any executive order is for good of the courts and Nigeria at large. The order did not stop them from moving, but not to travel outside Nigeria, because we have seen how many escaped to foreign lands. Also, many of the tempers, most of them temper with properties and cash under litigations. Besides, there are people who already have cases in court. Why is Uche Secondus not in that list? Why bother about only 50 persons when millions of good Nigerians are in detentions and prison? Let every man answer his name. All right, there are so many. I mean, if you give a chance to everybody, they'll tell you why is this person not in that list. They'll all think there's a need for one person to be on that list or be removed from that list. What we should concentrate on will be on the legality of the order itself.
Hello?
Yes. Hello, Today 95.1 FM.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good morning.
My name is Oze. I'm calling from Oyibo.
Oz from Oyibo, go ahead.
Please, in that list, I'm 18 names included.
That's why, and just before I picked your call, I said something. I said, that is not what we're looking at. The names of the people is not what we're looking at. We're not interested. We're looking at the legality of that and what it portends now towards the elections. End of story.
So, why is
Anne?
Go ahead, I'm listening to you.
Let me tell you something. If your chicks is eating, the other is not eating, how will you feel? You will feel bad. I don't know if you're getting me. So when you want to do something, you do it openly. Don't do something backyard. Things are not done like that. At least to please the Nigeria's heart. You know the people that surrounded you there. Before you execute that order, you know the people that surrounded you. And you know who they are. So let him don't just.
But the people that surrounded him don't have court cases. All right, we got your thoughts on that. Thank you so much.
For him, Amechi's name is all that is required to be there.
That's all. And then one chicks will not be okay, and the other chicks will not. All right, we got your thoughts. This says, I doubt the authenticity of that list because government said it will not release any list. Nations world over have reasons to ban or restrict your citizens. Okay, Ojuko, we read that already. Atiku's choice of Peter Obi is okay, but my question is, where does he place the Southwest? How does he intend to get the votes of the Southwest divide? Chuks Onye, maybe because, well, maybe he believes that he's such a great businessman, and maybe some of his business interests within that area would be able to.
Okay, speak for him.
Another thing you should look at. I think another thing you should look at is when you talk about Lagos and looking at the metropolitan place, you will see that who are the people there? Are they not made up of in fact, when you talk about Lagos, who are the people living there? Half of Lagos is made up of Igbos, whether you like it or not. Half of them. When how many are the Yorubas?
They can't be more than the Yorubas.
Some Yorubas.
I'm just telling you that they can't be more than.
Some of the Yorubas.
And some of the Igbos will join the Yorubas.
Do you know that? No, hold on.
Calm down.
PDP will get a lot of votes. Do you know that PDP won the election in 2015 in Lagos?
It could work both ways. I don't understand.
They won the election.
Which election? But it was rigged.
It was rigged.
Yeah. All right. Today 95.
It was rigged.
I knew you were going to say that. They won, but it was. I just knew you were going there.
It was rigged. The facts are there.
There are no facts. Leave that thing. Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning. Honey.
Morning. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Naka from Rumba.
Naka, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Chimenem and Ogema, God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Annie,
why? You don't want God to bless
God to bless you, Annie.
No.
You. Yeah.
You didn't mention your I have to remind you. Me and Dr. Weke, we are not agreeing.
No, sometimes, Annie, sometimes it sounds you're partial, but sometimes you're strict.
So that's why God will kind of bless me or kind of. Dr. Weke, God will not bless him.
Dr. is not being straightforward.
So God will not bless him.
Can you imagine Nigeria?
Okay, go ahead.
Let me talk about P2B's Atiku's choice of P2B.
Yeah.
P2B is one Nigeria that I've not seen any Nigerian so far in his kind of humility, his gentility, uprightness, and the way he does things. This man was the governor of Anambra for 8 good years. And he never borrowed a dime for 8 years. The first time in history in this country that a governor will not borrow 1 naira for 8 years and left 75 billion naira for the incoming his successor. You understand? This man did more than 800 kilometers of roads in Anambra State. This man returned school back to the missionaries and started funding them.
Okay.
He funded the school. Not to missionary. And Anambra State became safe in Waye, Logo, and Jam. For the condition that he was there. You understand? So P2B records speak for themselves. The man has been so exceptional. He has been so humble. If you see him go to the airport, he buys his own ticket himself. He used the cost of governance, makes it to zero level. Something that was due to when the government house of Anambra was destroyed and it was for 420 something million. He did it for 41 million.
Okay, we got your thoughts on that. Moving on. We don't have enough time.
And I'm saying the Southeast governors that are saying, or be the elders of PDP that are saying that should be conducted, are they oracles to be conducted? Are they oracles? They should go and sit down for Christ's sake.
And you're laughing. You're laughing at my party. Why are you laughing at my party?
I can't take this. I want to wrap up the show. It's okay. Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody in the studio.
All right. Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from? Okay.
The vice president, the appointment of Peter B.
We can hardly hear you, please.
The appointment of that Peter B. as a vice is in order. They ask me is in order. But they already thought they should look for a person at South West because already they have a block vote in the Southeast. We have that vote is for PDP. But that West want to share the vote of that West. But whichever way, be that as it may, the issue of the executive order of Buhari, we know the antecedent of APC. But I don't want anybody to blame Buhari. It's just the people who are working with Buhari. That is people. Even if you ask Buhari will tell you he doesn't know anything about that issue. Somebody push him to try to do something. Even though it's a fake Buhari, we don't know it's this original Buhari.
I don't know what you mean by that. The fake Buhari original. Are there fake people and original humans? Anyways, that wraps it up. That's it on the show this morning. I'll take this last call here, this text here. And this here says, picking Peter Obi is in order because Peter Obi left office as governor, leaving over 76 billion for his successor. Our present leaders should emulate him. Alison Chika, you send that in from Port Harcourt. Good morning, Annie and Tiku. Peter Obi are incompatible because Peter Obi is a saver and doesn't have big lever for corruption. I don't know who has big lever for corruption. I'm forced to Lomo Kono Ivan. Well, if you picked him, they'll find a way to work together. Peter Obi is not the first running mate to a candidate and will not be the last, so I see nothing new. Few years, Peter Obi said on national TV that he wore one wristwatch for 17 years. Recently, pictures of him with multiple wristwatches, expensive ones, is trending. So how different is he? That's from Frank. Please tell Chimenem not to start saying what he did not know. How can he say half of Lagos is Igbo? You should take that back. That's from Ayo. Ayo said, take it back.
I'm saying the truth.
Nah, it's not. All right, you can't. It is so not true. Don't even start.
You
have a large group of Igbos there, but do you know how many other states, Yoruba states, surround Lagos? And then it is easier for them to move there.
To even extract there. My position is that we are going to get a very large.
So take it back. You don't have but okay. Well, show me what are the stats for you to say that they are half of the population there. Well, show me the stats.
Please, have you
show me the stats? Is all I'm asking.
Right now, as I'm talking to you, the population we have.
Less.
I'm telling you the truth. We have more than 2 million Igbos here. More than.
Show me.
I will bring the facts for you.
Oh, the facts will
don't
change.
You ever?
Very soon.
Don't you ever?
No.
All right, that's it. We're wrapping up. Thank you very much. We heard that's your last word.
Yes, I think Mr. President should understand what is called he should read about the principle of constitutionalism and constitution. Nobody is above the law. Let him know he's under the law. And in the words of Evidaisi, the rule of law must prevail.
Okay.
And you see, when technical justice prevails, natural justice will prostrate.
All right,
so let him allow the court rather than usurping the power of the court.
The courts just told him. The courts have told him he was right. He was legal. So if like they said, if other people feel that there's something illegal about this, they should seek redress in courts.
That is what I'm. Let him, for once, remove the mind of decree and allow the principle.
The court said what he did is okay. You're saying he should remove his mind. How?
That court should be a mini court. I don't think that court exists in Nigeria.
What did you mean? You can always go to court. It's okay. Thank you very much. What did you mean? We've got you on the show today. He's the spokesman, Appraisal for Good Governance, and a member of Civil Liberty Organization. Dr. Kenneth Weke.
Yeah, according to the judgment of the High Court, Federal High Court, that the executive order number 6 is in order. So except is challenged, and then we get another reordering, then the order remains in order.
Legal and stands.
And then on the choice of P2B is a prerogative of the party and the candidate for the PDP. And so it's also the right of the leaders of PDP to also say they were not consulted. That is politics. And so the issue of either making a choice or from the southeast is also part of political maneuvering and all that. And so it can be gained, it can also be lost. And that is all about politics.
All right, then. Dr. Kenneth Weke, political analyst and an associate professor of political science at the Ignatius Adjei University of Education, Rumolumini, Port Harcourt. Thank you for coming. Emmanuel Ndukwe.
Executive order number 6, certainly for Emmanuel Ndukwe, looks usurpative of court powers. However, if your name fall in there, go to court and challenge it.
And that's about the much we can take. We'll challenge Chimenem in courts. We here, we're taking him to court. We want to find whether he's legal or not. But that's it on the show. Thank you for being part of it. We'll do this again tomorrow. Make it a date. I am Annie Abdusalam. See you tomorrow.
Never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Lift up your hands and worship God. The God of Jesus, baby, the God who called me. The God of evidence. Good morning, good morning. I remain Reverend Dr. Uche Juliet Ajurison, aka Jesus Baby One. I bring greetings from Bethel Evidence Assembly, Home of Evidence, aka Arena of Praise. I am here to talk about tomorrow being Tuesday is our prophetic and deliverance service. And don't forget that the anniversary is still going on. Tomorrow is a prophetic and deliverance service by 9 a.m. in the morning. Tell somebody that God is ready to manifest His glory in their life. It's 7 days of manifesting His glory. Don't forget we started on Sunday. Tomorrow is prophetic and deliverance service. It's going to be tomorrow, on Wednesday, on Thursday, on Friday, and on Sunday. My tomorrow will be greater than my today. With our brother Gozie Okeke, Evangelist Prince Gozie Okeke will be there live. Don't forget to invite somebody tomorrow at back of SARS, Jesus Baby Road by Obiakpon International Market, back of SARS, opposite Happy Bright, Rumboko, Port Harcourt, River State. The contact number you can call for direction for address 07067755402. Again, 07067755402. I call the number again, 07067755402. I call the second number, 08034038127. It's 7 days of manifesting His glory. Team, my tomorrow will be greater than my today. My tomorrow will be greater than my today. Don't forget that there is no how your today will be greater. Your tomorrow has to be greater than your today. And I will be here live. The phone line will be open live on Thursday by 11:20. Same time by 11:20. Tune your phone line, open your phone, tune your radio to 95.1, same station, same time by 11:20. I will be here live that Thursday. to talk about the program also. And I will be here on Saturday, being on 20th of October, on Saturday by 10 a.m. I will be here live to talk about the Thanksgiving and the book launch. I'll be launching my first book. I'm inviting the general public to come and encourage, to come and hear what the God of Evidence have done. The book is titled God of Evidence. God of Evidence. And remain a prophetess of evidence. God is going to do wonders in your life. God is going to do great things in your life. Your life will never remain the same. If I see your face tomorrow, definitely I will prophesy. And you must testify. Your enemies must be put to shame. I don't know who have been thinking that something good cannot happen in your life. But I want to let you know that God is going to manifest His glory in your life. That when people see you, they will see the glory of God all over you. When people see you, they will know that indeed God is indeed a merciful God. That when people see you, they will know that for sure that your tomorrow will be greater than your today. It's a place of evidence. It's a home of evidence. Invite somebody. Our brother Gozie Okeke will be there, and so many other artists, and also my graduation, the Jesus Baby Foundation, they will be graduating also on this very program that is going on. It's 2 years anniversary. Join us anywhere. Join us in any of our branches. Join us in anywhere. Every Thursday is our prophetic service in Abuja branch, and every Friday evening and Sunday is our service in South Africa branch. God is going to bless you. Every Tuesday and Sunday is our Port Harcourt, the headquarters. God is going to bless you and change your story. You can never remain the same way you are. You cannot know God and still remain who you are. God will change us and change everything that concerns you. So shall it be in your life, in the name of Jesus.
Prophesy to you. I prophesy to your life. Whatsoever case you came here with, you will never go.
Jesus, baby, the God of evidence, evidential God, we hail your name.
He said I should declare to somebody that is here.
The Infinix Note 5 stylus is for the creator. The one who's always drawing, writing, sketching, designing. The 3-day battery is for the creator who keeps going daytime or nighttime. With X-Charge Fast Charge, the creator with the most brilliant Infinix phone with Google Assistant and gets the latest Google updates first. The creator who can capture beautiful moments with the AI camera and never run out of space thanks to our limited photo storage with Google Photos. Because when the X Pen 2.0 meets the intelligence of Android One in the Infinix Note 5 stylus, your creativity comes alive.
The new Infinix Note 5 stylus, the intelligent creator.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
You got a fetish for my love. Been waiting for a lifetime for you.
Listen to Entertainment Today
every weekday
at 11:30 a.m.
And I'm so I don't even mind.
Every weekday
at 11:30 a.m.
Only on Today 95.1 FM.
Voice of the people.
If you had 6 months to live, what would you do differently with your life? What would you do differently? If your life is not what you want it to be, if you're not living the way that you want to live, if you're not experiencing what you want to experience, if it's not giving you what you want, you've got to ask yourself, what have I sold my soul for?
A real man in the dark, when nobody's watching, he putting in work. A real man, when coach ain't even watching, he's studying film on his own, because he loves the process. Everybody want to be a beast. Everybody got tattoos of lions. Most of y'all think that a lion is who he is because of how ferocious he is when he catch that gazelle, when he catch that zebra. If a lion see an animal that's wounded, or a real hunter see an animal that's wounded, what do? They don't kill him. Why don't they kill him? He already herds, and they beast. A part of being a beast just ain't eating a gazelle. A part of being a beast is the hunts. It's the hunt that they're excited about. Because real lions like to hunt. They love the process just as much as they love the prize. And some of y'all just want to score. You don't like the process. You're not in love with the process.
They say when people take the courage to journey into the center of their fear, they find nothing. It is only many layers of fear being afraid of itself.
You put in 120% every time.
All right, guys, entertainment today. It is a motivational Monday, and you just heard the Eric Thomas and the man LeBron James motivating us this morning. Like, when you look at your life, do you feel like you're not getting enough? And if you feel like you're not getting enough, what are you doing about it? Believe in your process. Like, everything is a process. Nobody woke up one morning and just became, boom, a billionaire.
Yeah. There
is a story to it. There's a process, and you should believe in that process and work through it. And at the end, you see the light.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guys, so welcome. Entertainment Today, Motivational Monday on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM. I am the coolest kid on radio. The guy you just have to laugh, call me Trey.
And I'm Naomi.
Yeah. And we are together on the show. Quite a lot to talk about, people, man. I know it's a new week and we're excited. It's Monday. Sorry when I say we're excited, some people aren't. But I didn't generalize because I am happy. I don't know about you. Like, you're happy it's a Monday, yeah?
Yeah. It's
great.
a new week.
Fantastic.
My birthday is just drawing closer and closer.
Yeah. So. A few days from now, like let me give you a hint, towards the end of the month. Like, so it's a birthday. Anyways, guys, plenty of stuff to talk about. Internationally, Prince Harry and Meghan. Yes, they are making the news in the UK at the moment. Why? Meghan is pregnant.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. So they actually made it known to the public on Twitter handle. They wrote, their Royal Highnesses, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, are very pleased to announce that the Duchess of Sussex is expecting a baby in the spring of 2019. I like how they do it.
Right.
In the spring, you know. It's like towards the end of 2019, we're going to get a baby, like in the spring of 2019. Why don't you just say 9 months from now? Like, we're doing it here, like, you know. Anyways, that aside, Kanye West is in Africa.
Woohoo!
Yes, and there was a video of Kanye rocking to Immediately Maestro featuring Wizkid.
Yeah,
like Kanye could. I don't know, Kanye's got moves.
He was even dancing to it and everything. I was so surprised. I was thinking,
yo, Kanye, come on, take it easy. The last time we saw Kanye do that was with the band when he was listening to the band's Oliver Twist and some other song. Went to bands, met him in Dubai, but now he's in Africa, and a lot is going on with Kanye. Yeah, they said he met Trump. Many people don't like it. I don't understand why people are hating on my Kanye. No, like Jay-Z met Obama. Yay, it was cool. Kanye met Trump. Okay, no, dude.
But Kanye also met Obama.
He did too, but it wasn't like Obama.
But
Obama,
now it's controversial because a lot of
people don't like Trump.
Yeah, people don't like Trump. People don't like him, and people don't want to be seeing that he's meeting the celebrities and seeing that they like him.
Whatever, Kanye likes him. I like Trump.
Okay.
Personally, I like Trump. So whatever anybody says, Kanye, I got your back. When the hit's too much, call on me. Anyways, he said something, and Seun Kuti actually took shots at him. Kanye had a video where he was saying that the spirit of Fela and Bob Marley and who else did he call? Tupac. Yes, flows in him. All right, he was making. It was kind of like you, not like he was, like me saying, for instance, like someone saying,
I'm inspired by these people.
Yes, and then Seun Kuti came out.
No, but really, the spirit of Fela does not flow in Kanye.
It does not flow in Kanye. He's speaking out for people who have been held in prison, like wrongfully.
Please.
Which other? Jay-Z was with Obama for a long time with Beyonce. What social, impactful program or stuff did they move for? Like none we heard of. They were always going to the White House every time, like every now and then. What did they really use that opportunity to do? We didn't hear of any.
Okay.
No.
So what does that have to do with Fela?
I think he feels like speaking out for people. Sort of like Fela always stood for the people. He was always a voice. He was always speaking like for the people.
Okay, so he just said there are a lot of people that speak for the people, but then why Fela? Why Fela?
He's a musician. Like Kanye is a musician too. So
no, I get it. But then I don't see the connection really.
The connection is in Africa, and Fela is like
the African voice.
Yeah, because he mentioned Africa. He mentioned that's Fela. He did the Jamaican part of it. That's Bob Marley, and then there was the
Black
Tupac.
American part
You get
of
the
it.
point. It's like the icons of all of these areas. So I think it was said anyways.
Okay.
Seun Kuti said on behalf of the Kuti family, I want to state that the spirit of Olufela and Nikolakbo Kuti isn't anywhere near Kanye West. And then he tagged Ziggy Marley, that's the son of Bob Marley. He said, okay, over to you. Say something about your father. Like this guy said your father. And then Old Man Ebro is also an OAP related to Tupac in the States. He said, okay, yo, come and get your boy. Old Man Ebro is like, that guy's straight. Like, he's a Tupac fan. He's like that. He's straight. He's got harsh words. He even said things about Kanye because he was angry Kanye went to the White House. Anyways, let's leave all of that talk and say happy birthday to Anthony Joshua and Keisha Cole.
Oh, yeah.
And Genuine. Genuine, I love that song. Tell me, is there any more room for me in those jeans? Like that song was like, I loved it at the time. So happy birthday to all of these guys. Yep. And so now that we've done all of that, let's get back to more stories. Nene, so what we got for us?
Yeah, we've got some interesting stories. Let's start with Anthony Joshua, though, since you just spoke about him. And it's his birthday. So he posted a video of him rocking to Paul Play's Moshorire song. So imagine that. Like, it was so cool. And then he was vibing and he had a plate of Dodo.
Jollof rice. Oh, Dodo killed it too. He killed it. Dodo's good.
And all the ladies know Anthony Joshua is a hot one. So it was a pretty video. It was lovely.
I can imagine Uriel. How should we feel? Like Uriel is madly. She has a strong crush on Anthony. Like I can imagine Uriel.
Yeah, so it was really nice. And then Paul Play was so excited about the whole thing. And then he also said, I feel on top of the world right now because the world heavyweight champion listened or is feeling my vibe.
You know what that means?
Big up.
No, finish first. I don't want to interrupt you.
Big up Anthony Joshua, #Anthony Joshua, #Reckless, #Tudne Etnot, and a lot of other things. But then he was excited, he was happy, and it seems like it's a welcomed thing. Like,
you know what it means? Anthony Joshua's got a big hit, like a big punch.
Yeah.
So listening to Paul Play's record kind of make Paul Play's record a big hit. Like,
right?
a hit. That's kind of the idea, anyways.
Yeah, so more stories now. Banky and Adeswa, like those people they just got Instagram fingers. They have Twitter fingers. They're all over the place. So Adeswa posted a picture of herself, and she was like, she just captioned it like, "Have a lovely day." You know the normal quote. And then some guy, a fan, said, "I swear I'll marry you in my next life."
Brother, I swear.
Oh, I know, right? And then Banky came in and said, she's already taken in the next life.
Banky, like, are you?
And then he had the eyes rolling emoji, like, duh, like she's mine. Whether you like it or no, just give up.
I'm even sure she was his past life.
Right?
Like, past life, next life, this life, whatever. Like she was his already. So let's just leave all of that stuff. But talking about people who are crazily in love and doing all the things that they're doing, all right? Okay, let's talk about Mr. Easy.
Yeah, Mr. Easy. So Mr. Easy says, I don't think there's anything to hide about it. Temi is my one and only girlfriend.
Quick question. How many celebrities have really come out directly, openly to, apart from Davido, who made it more than obvious? Like, Davido didn't just do it in capital letter. He did it in capital letter, like capital. The capital letter of capital letters is what he used. Like, Chioma, my love. I did a song, did everything, took her to the Oni of Ife, took her to see a couple of other people.
Went to her hometown.
Went to her home. Like
everything.
Even Two-Face, you did things, but this one that David is doing, you did not go this far.
Right.
Anyway, so shout outs to Mr. Easy, though, for coming out and just putting it there. This is my woman right there, the one and only girlfriend I've got. I like the fact that he said the one and only girlfriend.
No other side chicks.
No, he did not say the one and only no side chick. Don't help him and complete statements.
One and only girlfriend, no side
chick. You just said one and only girlfriend.
Number one.
Any other lady that comes to Mr. Easy's life
should now understand.
Please know that you cannot and will not be the girlfriend. Yeah,
it's not a position to contest.
Yes,
at all.
just place yourself where you belong.
Right.
Anyways.
And then he went on talking about Mr. Easy. He was just how he has a rant about his career and all that. Well, he went on saying, I'm faced with a blessing and a curse. Okay. And we're like, okay. He said the fact is that I make music that people all over the world listen to, and it's a blessing. But the implication is that once people around the world listen to your music, it means that they don't have one constituency. Okay.
Politics.
Right. Anyway, he said no one consistency any longer. He said at present I try to relate to my Nigerian African fans and the Spacera fans, and then to my fans that are non-Africans. Also, people shouldn't forget that I am just one man, so I cannot be in many places at the same time, but I make sure that once I have the opportunity, I come to Nigeria to do the things that I have to do. And trust me, it's not my joy that I cannot be in Nigeria where my family lives.
Oh my goodness. Mr. Easy.
That's just a lot of drama,
Mr.
Easy.
A lot.
Like every other person in the music industry deals with these things.
If Mr. Easy, if you say your life is a blessing and a curse, please come and take some other people's blessing and curse and see.
Yeah.
Do you want to see people's curse?
But really,
you don't
what
have
is
a
the curse in this whole
that he has to satisfy.
I was really looking for
he
the
has
curse.
to satisfy more demand and make more money. That's the curse. The more demand you satisfy, the more money you make. So that's the curse right there. And if that's the curse for you, Mr. Easy, you don't know how many people are willing to trade places. But then I understand where you're coming from. The pressure is much when you're global now. Like, you're everywhere. In the UK, in the US, and all over Europe. People want to hear your music. You have to always make sure you're up to standard. Then again, I don't see the curse.
Yeah, we don't.
But let's get on to some other people. We all know that campaigns would commence pretty soon. Elections are next year. Celebrities are getting into politics like never before. Davido is one person who's leading the new school generation, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah.
All right, of celebrities. Before now, he actually called Small Doctor a legend.
So, new school generation of celebrities in politics.
In politics, exactly. Thank you very much. So, he called Small Doctor a legend because Small Doctor said, Buhari, Imasu. Yes, wake up.
Wake up.
Don't sleep.
Sleeping.
Don't sleep, don't sleep. And he had a song that had that lyric, so it kind of switched, and people brought up plenty of things. Davido, for one, said he was a legend. Now, the management of Small Doctor have come out to save this. The people that invited us understand that he is an entertainer. Since they don't see it as a problem, we didn't see the need to respond to the report or claim. If Small Doctor had come out to react to it, it would mean he did something bad. When Davido called him a legend for telling Buhari to stop sleeping, we understood what was happening. So they had to come out and say that this isn't what it looks like. And then they said, why didn't he go to shake the president? I mean, after the performance, he shook delegates and, but he didn't go to the president. And they said because the president was sitting very far.
No, but really, must you shake the president?
Well, come on, the man, you came for the man. Going to a birthday and don't see the celebrant, you came for the man. And if you went to that podium up there where they were all seated,
why not shake him as well?
And they showed a picture of him going to see the president before. In the government house with Sound Sultan.
Yeah.
Astle Rock, rather. They were there, the presidential villa. And he was all with the president. There were other people there, didn't shake those ones that time. He shook the little president and was like.
And now no president handshake.
And now no president, it doesn't, So plenty of talks coming out of that one. We don't know how far.
And they also said, okay, now if you saw the video, you realize there was parts of it where they showed the reaction of Buhari when he was singing it. Now, first off, I don't think he understands the language
enough
to catch it so quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, enough to catch it so quickly and have a reaction. But then it seemed like he wasn't impressed with it, and so the manager went on to say that that was just added to the video, and that's not really what was happening.
It was doctored.
That was
the video was doctored.
yeah, and it was photoshopped and whatnot. So.
Well, that's what they are saying. On the other side of the divide, Davido went to visit Atiku with his girlfriend, Chioma. Like, people, those guys are still together. People feel like they're not longer together, like they are done. Like, Davido has also said he's going to sue the media outfit that actually brought out a story and
that
said
they had broken up.
Please, can you sue that woman? What's her name? I'm forgetting her name now. Oh jeez, she's been all over Linda Ikeji since Linda Ikeji put to birth.
Oh, I can't remember her name right now, but then we've talked about her a lot.
Yeah, very huge Yoruba name. Like, I don't know if you can sue. I don't know if they can sue that lady because it's too much. She was one of the persons who also carried the news and said Kemi Olunloyo. That's her name. Yeah, Kemi. I think you should sue her to David if you can. Well, any of the people saying Davido and Chioma are over, they are not. They actually went to see Atiku together. In fact, Davido took shots on Twitter. He told people, God punish you. Like, Davido went pigeon. There was no...
He wasn't kidding.
God is going to punish you.
And then he went to the original tweet and said, you'll be seeing my lawyers.
Pretty soon.
Meet
you. Seeing you in court.
See you in court.
All of that came up. So, guys, yeah, these people are still very much together. Anyways, he went to see Atiku and posted a picture of it on Instagram and said, thank you for having us. And, I think campaigns, everybody just beginning to make that alignment now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so there are more stories here. Now, speaking of celebrities, the most hilarious story for me today is Speed Darlington asking for DJ Cuppy's collabo. Now, if you watch the video, we all know Speed Darlington, the bang da da dang guy. He's really
I take
funny.
one step.
Da da dang.
Like,
yeah, so that guy is really
he's
funny.
taking one step now.
Right. He's taking one step, actually. So he went on to say he wanted to do a collabo with DJ Coupe.
You know the Coupe challenge now?
Yes.
That was his Coupe challenge right there. Like, I don't know. He doesn't need to dance to it.
He doesn't need to dance to it, right?
DJ
so
Coupe.
he just said, that he was going to want to do a collab with her, and he had fire to drop on her track, and he doesn't mind it, but as long as she loads his pocket, he'll be fine, and he'll give it his best. And also because he heard that her daddy has got a lot of money.
You know how. Let me interrupt you first.
Yeah.
People are taking shots. She performed on the exact show with a band, and everybody said it sucked. Like, the performance was
No, but like if you listen to
a new
it,
song,
you don't really hear there are no lyrics to that song.
Like, what?
There are no lyrics to that song, so there's really no content if you're going to do a live band performance. There's really no content, but her energy was inspiring. Like she was,
yes,
yeah, the energy
really
was inspiring.
Honestly,
she's doing so much, but really delivering nothing.
The energy inspired many Nigerians to tweet her to go and insult her. Like, they finished. Somebody said, "I'm sure your father would be like on a low, come here, my child, don't disappoint me.
Right.
Come home, stop embarrassing yourself."
Yeah, so he said that he asked for the collabo because he needs money and because he wants to come for President 2023. So DJ Cuppy should, he needs
think
to do
about
more,
it.
Yeah, think about it. He needs to do more collabos to raise the funds for his campaign, and he's coming to change Nigeria.
Two.
So y'all,
next one should be Davido.
Yeah.
Like, since you're going for the billionaire kids, like kids are the billionaires.
Right. Go for Davido, right?
Mr. Easy's girlfriend.
Yeah.
And all of you guys
make
it
happen. He actually decided he chose DJ Cuppy because he felt like people were teasing her, and he felt like he could help her music. That's the kind of tune he was
imagine
using.
Speed Darlington wanting to help your music.
Yeah.
I think it's teasing her even more.
Right. Anyway, Two-Face, he told us about his happiest and saddest days. He said his happiest day, the happiest day of my life, according to him, the happiest day of my life was the first time I heard my song on the radio. The first time I heard my song on the radio, it was like a Christmas feeling for me. Like, imagine that. And then he said the saddest day of my life, however, was when I lost my father.
I knew it was going to be that one. Really sad.
Yeah.
I think the saddest thing for many people is when you lose a loved ones, especially parents. Like, it's always devastating.
Yeah.
Oh, Two-Face. It's good. It's good. I like your saddest day and your
And yeah.
and your happiest day.
Right.
Yeah, good ones, very good ones.
Very, very good
Anyway,
ones.
somebody who has a day that he would not want to remember is Victor A.D.
Mhm.
He did the song, If You No Get Money, waiting we gain, waiting
Yeah.
we gain. You know, and that song actually
That song-
inspires a lot
that's
of people.
Yeah, it's you have to be inspired.
But
like,
the only problem I have is it can inspire you too much. You might get too
You'll be
much
like-
of inspiration. And you might just want to get out of line and do something like, come on, what I go gain? What I go gain if I do? Like, you know, and then
Yeah.
and that's how some guys thought about it and robbed him. You know, they just robbed him like. I figured the guys been like before they went on, they might be getting high on whatever they were getting high on, and they say, if we no rob Victor, waiting again.
Oh my.
All right, so they robbed him. Anyways, he was in an interview recently and he was asked the question, like, what does he think about his song possibly inspiring people a little bit out of the norm, like wanting to do or make money by any means necessary? That was sort of like the question. And he was like, yo, it's not really his fault, you know. He said on his robbery, it wasn't a palatable experience. He thanked God for it. But then he said, before his song came, people have been they've been robbery. Ham robbers have been there. It's not like the song made them. It said the song actually was like a motivation to hustlers who have been working for a long time but have yet to make it big. He further said it was also based on a personal experience. So it was more like a conversation between me and God. If you listen closely to the lyrics of the song, you realize that I was just trying to motivate people.
Yeah, and then what was well said. Yes, I don't think you get too inspired by the song when you you get inspired.
You
and
don't want to
everything.
see where guys
But then-
from the streets are
but
listening
then
to the
when
song
you
on
listen to
Nene.
the song, it tells you, okay, yes, you have faith in your dreams, have faith in your prayers, they will come true.
Like,
You
go and
know,
do something.
Work harder, work harder for this money you want to make.
Okay,
Work
that's what
harder for
that's
the
what it tells you.
comfortable life.
That's what it tells you, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it tells me.
You didn't hear what he tells the guy that stays close to me. If you hear what he tells him when he listens to the song. Anyways, guys, we can't go any further. Time will not let us continue. We have to go for the world news at 12. But then don't forget that the news recap comes up.
At
Entertainment recap.
6:45.
Nene will be on ground and plenty more stories will be coming your way. Remember that you can get to us on Facebook, Today95.1 FM, on Twitter and Instagram, Today FM 951, all right? Follow me on Instagram if you want at love_trace, LOVE_TREYS, Instagram and Twitter. Nene?
Yeah, I am Naomi_Harry on Instagram and Twitter. That is NAYOMIE_Harry.
All right. Until tomorrow, guys, have a great day. And yeah, we got plenty of goodies coming your way this week. I'll fill you guys up on that one on the WhatsApp group. That's where we'll start from. And then you get to know about it on the show as well. Stay tuned and listen to the World News. Bye for now.
Nigeria or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
All right, good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Ifeemi Andrew. On the headlines, criticism trails purported list of 50 Nigerians on travel ban with presidency in denial. Rivers State Governor shifts support to PDP presidential candidate after his preferred candidate lost at National Convention. Inspector General of Police orders detention of policemen linked to death of Anita Akpason in Abuja. And on the foreign scene, 22 migrants killed in crashed lorry. Now for the details, the federal government has come under severe criticism as Nigerians speak out against the travel ban imposed on 50 prominent citizens under Executive Order No. 6, signed by President Muhammadu Buhari. Leading to the verbal onslaught against the government in Lagos-based human rights group, Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP. The Deputy Director of SERAP, Timothy Adewale, said the travel ban against the individuals allegedly involved in high-profile corruption cases is arbitrary, repressive, and illegal. In a statement circulated to the media, Adewale maintained that the action by the Buhari administration was in breach of the constitutional rights of the individuals affected. The SERAP Deputy Director also argued that the ban on overseas travel on a group of 50 Nigerians was against the spirit of the country's international obligations, which protect the rights of freedom of movement, privacy, and due process of law. This rights group is of the view that the travel ban would undermine the government's expressed commitment to combat corruption and violate Nigeria's international human rights obligations. On his part, human rights lawyer Femi Falana also faulted the government ban on 50 high-profile Nigerians from traveling out of the country. Falana, who is a senior advocate of Nigeria, therefore called for the immediate withdrawal of the ban, which he described as a reminder of the days of military rule. In a statement in reaction to the development, the legal practitioner cautioned the Buhari administration to wage the war against corruption within the ambit of the rule of law. And similarly, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, has warned of economic implications that may rise from the travel ban on a group of 50 prominent Nigerians. In a statement issued by the Atiku Presidential Campaign Organization, the former vice president also kicked against the measure. He argued that the Nigerian constitution guarantees the right of every Nigerian citizen the freedom of movement and the freedom of association. Atiku Abubakar maintained that if the Buhari administration wants to restrict the rights of any Nigerian, it must go to court and obtain an order to do so, warning that anything else not stipulated in the constitution is extrajudicial. You will recall that a federal high court in Abuja had last Thursday upheld President Buhari's Executive Order 6, which allows for interim seizure of assets linked to investigation and ongoing criminal trials and other related offences. The executive order also empowers the Attorney General of the Federation, acting together with relevant investigative agencies, to temporarily seize properties linked with corruption to prevent the dissipation of such assets. However, Justice Ijeoma Ojukwu held that the federal government cannot seize assets of any Nigerian citizen based on suspicion of corruption without a valid order of court. Meanwhile, the presidency has disowned the list of 50 Nigerians slammed with restriction from traveling out of the country. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Garba Shehu, said no such list has been issued and that government does not intend to compile such names. Shehu said the cases addressed by Executive Order 6 are well known, but said to mention names would open the door to further accusations and media trial. He also confirmed that the Nigerian Immigration Service and other security agencies have the mandate of the President to carry out enforcement, and they will do so within the confines of the Constitution. The presidential spokesman explained that President Muhammadu Buhari's Executive Order 6 is not a political weapon against the opposition, but a revolutionary effort to rid Nigeria of corruption. And in another development, Kano State Governor Abdullahi Ganduje is immersed in alleged contract kickback scandal in a sting investigation by an online tabloid. According to a string of video footages purportedly recorded with hidden cameras over a period of 10 months, Governor Ganduje is alleged to have collected up to $5 million in kickbacks from contractors. A report credited to the publisher of Daily Nigerian, Jahafa Jahafa, claimed that the sting operation began 2 years ago with the consent of one of the contractors. However, the Kano State government has debunked the purported video allegedly showing Governor Ganduje collecting bribes, saying the clips were cloned. In a statement, the Commissioner for Information, Mohammed Garba, said there was no iota of truth to the allegations, adding that such videos do not exist. Garba assured that the government of Kano State was taking the matter seriously and would explore every appropriate and legal avenue to ensure that it gets to the root of the matter and bring the perpetrators to book. And having failed to secure victory for his preferred aspirant at the recent PDP National Convention in Port Harcourt, Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has pledged his total support for the presidential candidate of the party, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Speaking at a Thanksgiving church service held at the Government House in Port Harcourt, Governor Wike declared that he would wholeheartedly support Atiku to ensure his electoral victory next year. Governor Wike acknowledged that he had at the PDP convention promoted the candidature of Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal, and he had no regrets doing so. Wike said he has accepted the choice of the party as the way forward, and as a loyal party man, he stands by the choice of the party and will support Alhaji Abubakar to victory in 2019.
Most of you who did not get tickets threatening heaven and earth, that is not party loyalty. I supported Alhaji Waziri Tambuwal fully. I have no regret. But the party has made a choice, and I cannot go back. I must support that choice of the party. That is what they call party loyalty. Not when you didn't get tickets, then you say, I will do this, I will do that. I was to run as a senator in this state. At the dying minute, I was told to step down for George Sekibo. Today, I'm governor. George Sekibo relies on me to go to Senate. Don't you so? So don't you see how God works?
Governor Wike also boasted that the PDP would win the election in Rivers State and that he would complete his mission in the state. He appealed to all stakeholders of the PDP across the country and other well-meaning Nigerians to come together and work as a team to take over power from the APC-led federal government.
I appeal to all of us. Let us understand that we must work as a team. We must work as a family. We must put our heads together to make sure that this bad government goes in 2019. If the bad government remains, then you will know where you are. The kind of suffer that will come in 2019, this one you will complain is a small, 2019, if you allow this same government to return, prepare that you are digging your grave. The kind of insecurity you will see, you cannot even imagine it. So everybody should say, look, to make sure that PDP returns to power in 2019.
Those who attended the Thanksgiving service include PDP National Chairman Prince Uche Secondus and the River State Chairman of the party, Felix Oboa. And in a related development, leaders of the People's Democratic Party in the Southeast Geopolitical Zone have denounced the nomination of former Governor of Anambra State Peter Obi as presidential running mate of their party's candidate Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. The Southeast PDP leaders declared their stance against Atiku Abubakar's choice of Peter Obi for vice president at a meeting in Enugu over the weekend. Those who attended the meeting include Governors Ifeanyi Ugwanyi of Enugu, Dave Umahi of Ebonyi, and Okezie Ikpeazu of Abia, as well as the Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu. Others include former House of Representatives Deputy Speaker Emeka Ihedioha, former Abia State Governor Senator Theodore Orji, and former Ebonyi State Governor Senator Sam Egu. They said it was embarrassing that the running mate of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar was announced via social media. Southeast Zolo Chairman of PDP, Austin Umahi, said leaders of the region should have been consulted before the selection of Peter Obi by Atiku Abubakar.
Our leaders, the governors of Southeast, the National Assembly members, all the leaders of Southeast came together, first and foremost, to appreciate the party for the recognition of Southeast. However, Southeast leaders met and said they saw this thing on social media. They are not yet aware that something like that happened. Peter Obi is our son and is from Southeast. We are not rejecting anybody, but we are saying we are not aware. The people, the leaders of Southeast, you cannot shave a man in his absence. The people of Southeast need to know. The leaders of Southeast need to know.
And if you just tuned in, you are listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, we have more news on the foreign scene. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. You're still listening to the World News on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Remember, you can watch us live on YouTube. All you need to do is log on to YouTube, search for Today 95.1 FM, click on the live button, and then subscribe button. You can also listen to us online via our website at www.todayfmlive.com. Just click on the Listen Live button. And now to some more stories. South, and Southeast states have been advised to watch out for activities that may lead to the pollution of their areas. An advocacy group, Environmental and Pollution Prevention Foundation, EVIDAP, gave the advice following what they say is the constant pollution of southern states as a result of legal and illegal crude oil activities. Convener of the group, George Bucknor, while speaking with newsmen in Port Harcourt, said measures have been put in place to ensure that every community within the South, and Southeast understand their right to protect their environment.
If we stop emission of gas flaring, if we stop affluent discharge, we will not suffer much of the hazards we are suffering today. And that's why we put EVIDAP together, to be able to reach out to the MDAs, which is the ministries, federal ministries or state ministries. The processes, it's not our trade. Africans are farmers and traders, or fishermen. Exploratory activity is the white man's own. And they have a criteria, but this criteria has never been complied with. That's why EVIDAP was conceived, to ensure that we drive those who are supposed to drive the process to drive it effectively.
On his part, National President of EVIDAP, Clement Ugbechi, told newsmen that the Marshall Group would be set up to monitor activities of international oil companies and ensure that they are in compliance with international best practice.
The agenda is to stop gas flaring, pipeline vandalization, petroleum product adulteration, put people in field and make sure that the people involved stop it. Conjoined with security, army, navy, and police and civil defense. We are already doing the process.
And now the Plateau State government has reinforced the ban on public procession in all parts of the state in aftermath of last week's local government elections. The people of Plateau State are therefore reminded not to engage in any form of protest until further notice. The Commissioner for Information and Communication, Yakubu Dati, disclosed in a statement that the measure is to prevent miscreants and unpatriotic elements from hijacking any protest to further inflict pain and hardship on innocent citizens. Yakubu Dati also disclosed that the state chief judge, Justice Yakubu Dakwak, has set up a local government election petition tribunal and an appeal committee to deal with disputes arising from the local government elections in 13 local government areas. Dati advised any candidate that feels aggrieved over the results of the election to approach the tribunal rather than to resort to self-help through protest. And this report says the Inspector General of Police, Ibrahim Idris, has ordered the detention of policemen involved in the alleged murder of one Anita Akbasin at Katengbe Extension in Abuja last Saturday. Force Public Relations Officer Jim Mashoud, in a statement confirming the development, said IGP Idris also ordered an investigation of policemen in a bid to unravel the circumstances leading to the death of the young woman. Mashoud said the IGP deeply commiserates with the family of the deceased and assured them that justice would be done in the matter. According to the statement obtained by our Abuja correspondent James Iga, the Commissioner of Police in charge of the Federal Capital Territory Command is already in touch with the family of the deceased as directed by the Inspector General of Police. And Nigerian troops have repelled an attack by Boko Haram terrorists at Arege in Borno State. The Director of Army Public Relations, Brigadier General Texas Chukwu, confirmed the development in a statement, as well as the killing of an undisclosed number of suspected terrorists. The Army spokesman also said one vehicle was recovered from the terrorists, while 3 gun trucks were destroyed by the troops. However, Brigadier General Chukwu said 6 soldiers sustained various degrees of injuries and are currently receiving medical attention at the military facility. And the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital says it has not cancelled the plan to hold mass burial for unclaimed corpses in the hospital's morgue. Chief Medical Director of UPTH, Professor Henry Ugboma, said this while speaking with newsmen on the latest developments in the hospital. Professor Ugboma said while some members of the public have responded to the announcement made by the management of UPTH to identify and claim their corpses, many corpses are yet to be claimed. He said the mass burial, which was earlier scheduled for April, has been delayed because of the rain.
The mass burial will take place, definitely. You know, the rain's all over the place. Short, if you go all around the place, you see water everywhere. So we are waiting for the rains to come down and all that. We will do the mass burial. There's no, and you know, it costs a lot of money too. So everything, but we've done all we are supposed to do. Announced it, informed all security agencies, the judiciary and all that. And so everybody's aware. And a lot of people have come and claimed their corpse also. So we are hopeful that as the dry season sets in on the lines, we'll get it done.
Professor Henry Ugboma is the CMD of UPTH. And now on the foreign scene, a lorry conveying migrants has crashed on the road in Turkey, killing at least 22 of the occupants, including children. Local media reports that the lorry crashed through a barrier and landed in an irrigation canal 65 feet below in the western province of Izmir. However, the nationality of the migrants was not immediately known, but the tragedy in Izmir happened a day after 11 people thought to be migrants died when their car burst into flames after a crash in Greece. And now to end the news, here is a summary of our top stories. Criticisms are trailing the purported list of 50 Nigerians on travel ban, with presidency in denial. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has shifted support to the PDP presidential candidate after his preferred candidate lost at the National Convention. We also told you that Inspector General of Police Ibrahim Idris has ordered the detention of policemen linked to the death of Anita Akbasin in Abuja. And on the foreign scene, 22 migrants have been killed in a crashed lorry in Turkey. And that was the news as edited by Ukbai Ezera. For comments and inquiries, please call 0817-200-6892 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories online at www.todayfmlive.com. Join the conversation on social media. You can like our Facebook page at Today95.1fm and follow us on Twitter and Instagram at TodayFM951. And that's it for our package for this hour.
Thank you very much for your time and good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
I'm T-Wendy calling from Imo State. My name is White calling from Bayelsa. Hello, yes, this is Udua calling from Akwa Ibom. My name is John calling from Bayelsa. Shamaka calling from Abia. This is Toya calling from Bayelsa. I'm Divine calling from Port Harcourt.
With over 8 million listeners glued to this dial, why not take advantage?
Showcase your product
And services to the world with rates that wouldn't break your back.
Visit us at number 1 Today FM Drive off East West Road, Rumekini, Port Harcourt, or our city office, 21 Orobom Crescent, GRA Phase 2, Port Harcourt.
Give us a call today on
0803 35 57 986 or 0810 128 2937.
We are your number 1 talk radio station. Today, 95.1 FM, voice of the people. Do you ask people to repeat themselves? Do you have difficulty hearing or understanding people when they speak? Must people shout for you to hear them, or do you have difficulty hearing during conversations? If the answer is yes to any of the above questions, then this is the solution to your problem. Borotone Audiology. At Borotone Audiology, we have standard medical instruments for treating hearing problems. Borotone Audiology is located at Kilometer 6 East West Road, Alakaya, close to UPTH Gate. At Borotone Audiology, we have been treating people with hearing disabilities in Nigeria and overseas using our standard medical instruments. For more information, you can contact us 0706 766 1555. And if you're in Warri, Delta State, our address is 144 Airport Road by First Bank, Warri, Delta State. You can also call 0806 466 0025.
My name is Audira Ashela. I'm a business coach and a business consultant from AIM Nigerian Limited. I'm here with my partner, Mr. Samuel. He's also a consultant and also a coach. Now, you might be asking, what is AIM Nigerian Limited? AIM Nigerian Limited is an international company that have been in existence for more than 10 years now. What do? They educate and coach people on a business principle that can turn their business around, that can turn their financial situation around. Now, a lot of us don't know what to do. You might be struggling in your business. You might be thinking, what can I do? We are going to show you a principle that you can apply in your business with nothing less than 40,000 naira. Now, if you are doing any business now and you're struggling, or you're looking for a business to do, come, we'll give you information. We'll give you principle that you need to apply that can turn your situation around. Yeah, welcome, Mr. Samuel. Tell us more about this business summit.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Odara. We have a business principle that is working, and we have been running these business principles and coaching for the past 10 years, like he said. And the reason why this business principle is working is the innovation behind it. Our principle has been working, and there are people in the studio with us that are going to be testifying on that. But we are here today to show you our innovation behind our principles that we teach and let people to know the kind of business they want to do in Nigeria right now, because before you start a business in Nigeria, it is capital intensive. And so our innovation behind our teachings is that we are going to show you with a minimum of 40,000 and above, you can start any business of your choice. We want you to know that our business principle is going to help you. Maybe you have this money we are talking about and you don't know what to do. We are here to teach you. We are here to show you what you're going to do. Today, if you're not innovated, you'll be outdated. You know, before we used to have lines, but today we have GSM. They innovated, and that's why we have GSM today. Before, we go to bank and queue on lines to cash our money or to bank our money. But today, you just walk to the ATM and you make your transaction and you are gone. And that's why we are calling on people today, because we have innovated principles that can help your business.
Thank you. Now, you might be asking, who can be part of this? Doctor can be part of it, reverend, undergraduates, housewives, business owners, remember what we are here to do. You're not coming to give us money. No. You're coming to learn a business principle that you can apply in your business that can turn your business around. Now, you can come in a place and see two business, the same business, the same product, that's what they're selling. But one person is prospering. Truth is that the other person prospering is applying a business principle. You are not applying it. You are where you are because you don't have information. Come, let's give you information. Let's teach you a business principle that can turn your situation around. You that don't have anything doing, you are in your house, you are in a place thinking, what can I do? What can I put my money into that can bring me profit? We will show you a business that can do with nothing less than 40,000 naira, and you apply our business principle, and I will assure you that you're going to get profit from this business. If a housewife, if you're a business person, a reverend, a lawyer, a doctor, if you're a civil servant and you're doing something aside and you're struggling, come and learn a business principle that you can apply in your business that can turn your situation around. Now, like I said, we have people who have benefited from our business, people that have benefited from our business, but before then, let me tell you when we are having our section, the date and the time. Our section is holding today by 4 p.m. Another one is holding tomorrow by 11 a.m., tomorrow by 4 p.m. That is 3 sections. Today 4 p.m., tomorrow 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. Choose the one that is okay by you. The venue is 68 Stadium Road, Port Harcourt, before Beko Electronics. Now, text VIP to this number 0803 467 4037. Again, text VIP to 0803 467 4037. Now, we have a beneficiary here with us to share her experience, Mrs. Enorita.
Thank you very much. My name is Enorita. I heard about this golden opportunity. I decided to come for the business summit. I also invited some of my ladies' friends. I told them, come, let's go and see if it is true. Let's go and hear. And we all moved in a crowd. We got to the place. We were so surprised of what we had. We were looking at ourselves. We said, so we're wasting our time all these days. But thank God that we have come to the right place that can turn our life around. And I started it. I went on with it. I put the business strategy together. It gave me a result. The principle of it is whatever you would learn in that place, come back and put it into practice. Today, I can stand to tell you that I support my husband. Even the husband, I told my husband this time around, wait, let me support you. My husband said, wow, where are you getting the money from? I said, that business that I'm doing is really turning my life around. I help the family. I want to invite you people to come. The housewife over there, just come and give yourself a trial. You will never regret it.
Thank you. Remember what she said? She said she went home and they applied the principle that we gave them. We have a fresh graduate here with us, Mr. Victor.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Victor Aremu. I am very excited to be here today. I'm very happy that I had this opportunity to go and attend the business summit organized by AIM Nigeria Limited some months ago. After finishing my NYSC, it was very difficult for me to pin down a job because every time I keep applying for jobs, it doesn't work out for me. Until I attended the business summit, they told me as little as 40,000 naira, I could start up something that would change my life. I could start up my business of my own. This is what I went on with. Their business tips were something that I did not even know. It gave me a very wide opportunity for me to apply into my business. And today, I can comfortably say that if you are a graduate looking for a job, if you don't have anything doing, if you have been applying, while you are applying, you can also come and attend this business summit. It is going to help you just as it has helped me in the past few months of my life. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Victor. If you want to be part of this business summit, we have 3 sections. Today by 4 p.m., tomorrow by 11 a.m., and also tomorrow by 4 p.m. The venue is 68 Stadium Road, Port Harcourt, before Beko Electronics. Now you have to text VIP for a seat reservation. The number is 0803 467 4037. Let me call that again. Text VIP to this number 0803 467 4037 for seat reservation. You might be asking, do we need to pay money for this business summit? Yes, the training fee is 5,000 naira. But we have good news for you. We are giving a discount of 3,000. That means you are paying just 2,000 naira. And not just that. For the first 10 persons, we are going to give them a free business DVD for them, for the first 10. Now the number to text VIP to 0803 467 4037. Do you have any final words?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sheila. Yes, there's a woman in the Bible, and this woman was a widow. The husband died and left her with 2 children and debts to pay. And one of the days, the debtor came and he decided that he was going to go with the 2 children this woman had to become slave to him. And the woman discovered that is a big problem for her. She ran to a man of God, and when she told a man of God what her problem was, the man of God asked her, "What do you have in your house?" And the woman told the man of God that she had nothing. But after that, she remembered that she had a little pot of oil. And the man of God said, "That is exactly what you need. That little pot of oil in your house is enough to take away your problems." And the man of God told the woman what to do. She went home and applied the principle or the secret the man of God gave her. And after that, she came and told the man of God that the principle worked for her. And the man of God told her, say, "Go and then pay your debt and live on the rest." After that time, this woman was free from her problem. But the surprising thing is this: that little pot of oil was the solution to her problem. There are a lot of people outside there. They have this money. They have 40,000 naira. Some have less than that. Some have more than that. But they don't know that this money is enough to turn their financial life around. And that is why our principle is working, is wonderful. When you come to our summit, we are going to be teaching you how that little money can solve your financial problems. Just like the woman. I don't know whether you are owing debts. We're not asking you to bring that money for us. We are only teaching you and giving you principles that will help your business to grow and help you to also start business in Nigeria right now.
That's good, that's good. And the woman actually applied what the man of God told her.
Exactly.
See, you are going to apply our business principle to change your business situation around. Now, to be part of this, we have 3 sections. Today by 4 p.m., tomorrow by 11 a.m., and also tomorrow by 4 p.m. Choose the one that is convenient for you. The venue is 68 Stadium Road, Port Harcourt, before Beko Electronics. Text VIP to this number 0803 467 4037. Again, text VIP to 0803 467 4037. Again, 0803 467 4037 for seat reservation. Now remember, the training is 5,000 naira, but we're giving you a discount of 3,000. That means you are paying 2,000 naira. And not just that, for the first 10 persons that will come, we are giving them a free business DVD. Thank you.
You may wonder why we chose to dabble into broadcasting. It is because on Today FM, we understand the right of every person and every group to fair coverage. In bringing you the news, we give you a platform to share your views. We give you a voice. Your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, the people, the people, the people.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seat belts are not for fancy. They are there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them because they are for your own good. Drive with care because life is dear, dear, dear.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such a unique dial.